feel inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm the smoke that sets the world on fire. And I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
CL에서도 만났었고 이제 LCK에서도 만나게 되었는데
복권 제대로 터졌어요. 야 나이스 이긴다니까.
오래된 멤버끼리 이제 플레이오프 진출해가지고 좋은 성적 내보고 싶어요.
지우 선수 LCK에서의 대결은 조금 힘드실 것 같아요. 그래서 준비 잘 해오셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas once again, this time joined by Daniel Orcs Harrison. We're ready to get into the Saturday showdown.
Yep.
And this is not necessarily the top of the standings one, is it? Like,
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, as much as the top of the standing matchups are already hype, both of those, like if you see Genji T1, they're both going to be in playoffs, right? Most likely at this point. These two, they're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for the opportunity to be in playoffs. And with how the standings are playing out, this game could have a big impact on that.
certainly could. And like you mentioned, I mean, T1 and Genji both clinched playoffs yesterday. And now, with these spots dwindling for these teams that are at the lower half of the standings, it's certainly looking a bit rough. Let's have a look at said standings here, as it is a bit of a battle of the East today. Kwangdong Freak still holding on to playoff position, as of course 6th place is the last one of those slots. Nongshim only 3 matches behind. You know, if the Kwangdong Freak slump continues, then this could be an opportunity for Nongshim to strike.
Yeah, and it's such a huge match because not only is obviously any win is going to boost you towards getting where you want to be, but if Kwangdong Freaks get a win here, it really allows them to pull far ahead of the rest of the Eastern teams. There would be 6 wins, putting them 3 ahead of FearX, and their points could end up being neutral. So
Yeah.
really in a great position for playoffs if they win today, and Nongshim, not just for them, but for the fate of the rest of those Eastern teams, need to try and drag them down.
They need to also break out of this 3-way tie that we can sort of see towards the bottom of the standings, them alongside DRX and Bro, wanting to separate themselves, move up to a scoreline that looks a lot more similar to that of FearX, who have been on a 7-match losing streak. It's not exactly the greatest, but we'll see what can actually happen here. This is an interesting one. Let's have a look at the fan prediction and see what everyone thought. Kwangdong Freaks at nearly 80%. And I'm part of the 21.
Yeah, I think a lot of us on the global side went with Nongshim just because it's so hard to read, but it really felt like Nongshim have put in some decent performances, like taking the game of T1, which even though they lost the series, it still felt significant. And Kwangdong Freaks, the double loss to Bro, I think shook a lot of faith.
Yeah, I think so too. And we can have a look at the key player matchup here. Dudu struggling against Morgan, but he is the Lord. Dundun is the Enigma. We don't necessarily know what's going to happen. We just know that he's going to try and kill people in the top lane. As you can see, 3rd on solo kills and basically the worst in almost every other stat. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's also crazy that he's third on solo kills, and yet his kill participation is so low.
That's because
at
he's
10.
doing it. He's not participating with the rest of his team.
Well, it
with these
also means
kills.
that a lot of kills are going on the rest of the map, so it just looks like they're just trying to kill people, and that's kind of Nongshim's goal. And winning the game sometimes happens, sometimes it doesn't. You know, it's kind of secondary.
Well, introducing Kwangdong Freaks here. Of course, no change-ups in the roster. Andal has been reporting that he's feeling a whole lot better. CV Max actually saying in a recent interview that Andal's condition has become basically fully recovered, so that is fantastic news.
Yeah.
And on the side of Nongshim, no change-ups, not going to be Fiesta in that mid lane. We're once again going with Call Me. A lot of question marks around this player at the moment. I feel like it was a really long time ago now that we were saying, oh, this guy's been smashing solo queue, he's looking really good, but Call Me hasn't really shown those results.
Yeah, I think it's so, you have a lot of players who can be really strong in their solo queue performance, maybe even a challenges performance, and then translating it to the LCK is just a whole nother beast.
Yeah.
And sometimes whether it's a mental block or just struggling to match up against harder opponents, it really, you don't get to see the same results that you may be hoping for. But sometimes it works the other way. Like Bull is someone who obviously has struggled in the past couple of weeks, but when he came up to LCK, completely exceeded expectations. So very much a flourish or flounder environment.
Oh no. Sylvie's giving away just how ridiculous the time is that we're starting today. I was pretty sure that I caught a glimpse out of my window as I was being kidnapped this morning. And, well, I say this morning because I feel like it was like, you know that time, it's like 4 a.m. and the night looks a little bit different, even though it's still the dead of night, you know? I feel like it was around that time. So that could be why.
Oh, you got a glimpse.
I caught a
They
glimpse.
just bundled me in the van. I had no idea. You
No,
know?
well, this is the thing.
They unplugged my clock, so I had no idea.
It was like as they were putting the back of my head, you know, I had managed to look out the window. We are taking things very seriously, as of course we are still recording all of the broadcasts beforehand, just to make sure we limit the attacks and any sort of results. And so far, so good on that front as well.
But I think that's
I'm
also
okay with being a little bit kidnapped.
Oh yeah, and I think it's also something to talk about is the difference in the environment here now that we don't have the crowd.
That is very true.
And I think that can change how players perform. Just the added pressure of having the crowd there definitely makes a difference. Some players really excel.
Or there's some that, that rise the... And I think Bull is that guy.
He likes he's a good viber.
Yeah, and I think he likes the people watching, you know, while he does the
He does play to the
cool
camera
things.
quite a bit, you know.
He's that guy.
Yeah.
And it's the direct opposite to the man he replaced in Taeun, who really did struggle with a lot of crowd fright. The stage wasn't really his best friend, and so we'll see whether Bull can, still manage to find those big performances. Has to remember that there's a lot of people watching online, so he's still a superstar. Don't you worry. But he's up against Jiwoo, and Jiwoo has often had his number. I think it's 6-3 or 6, something like that is their matchup score, and 2 of those victories for Bull have come very recently. Vi going to be the first ban here, though, as we jump into the draft. Kwangdong Freaks not wanting to see Sylvie on that one. The Callista taken away, and look at this. I love this from Nongshim. They are actually giving Bull the respect he deserves on the champions he deserves it on.
Yeah, I think it's been made very clear that having that early agency for the Bull and Kwangdong Freaks makes so much of a difference. We even saw them bring out like the Ziggs Pike, where it wasn't necessarily their lane that had the agency, but it was freeing up Andal to make that impact on the map, which actually had some decent success, even though the game didn't go their way up against Gen.G. So, on that line of early impact, the Varus is one of these picks that really can take control of a lane. The options are going the lethality build and really applying pressure. Can go on hit, which isn't going to provide as much in the early levels, just because you're not being as oppressive with the poke, but better at cutting through tanks when it gets to that point. And on the other side, quickly going to take the Zeri and eyeing up the Nocturne.
I think the Zeri is a little dangerous when the Ashe is still up and available. I feel like the double archery is very, very tough for Zeri to be able to survive through with a shorter range. But Nocturne going to come through. I'm sensing a death ball. I really am.
I feel like taking the Nocturne is kind of like setting up for it. Like, take the Ashe, do it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
We'll just try and kill them. And you can see that immediately, it's very clear that Nongshim are going for a more dive-focused, short-range composition. Kwangdong Freaks have adapted and gone, okay, Maokai is here. Try and reach our backline. Give it your best shot. I feel like a Orianna would make a lot of sense here.
Yep.
To the Azir, obviously syncs really well with the Nocturne.
I wouldn't mind the Talia as well. I know that Colmy hasn't found very much recent success, but it is one of his favorite champions. Decent matchup into the Azir as well, and does dissuade a few other picks from coming in. Harder to play things like Cassante, I guess, as he's going to be trying to dash around.
So they will opt for that one. I wonder if they do end up banning the Ashe here, or if they really want to be able to just have a target who they can dive on. Tom Kench might make sense or something. You want to take away is something that can offer that extra element of safety. Renata, definitely something that can cause a lot of issues. On the other side, I feel like for Quantum Freaks, you know that like Dunder's going to have the option of either picking up something like the Cassante on 4 or going for counter pick. So a lot of flexibility in the second rotation for red side. But they're opting to go for the Alistar ban, which has been something pretty popular into Nautilus. We've seen a fair bit.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one for me, just because I think that Peter will be playing Nautilus if he can get his hands on it. Hasn't found that much success recently on the champion itself, but it just feels like a no-brainer to either ban it away or pick it up themselves. They are going to ban it away, though, and I wonder what that means as far as what Peter's going to take into this lane. It might be that we're looking at something a little bit more Enchanter-based, give Dindon a little bit more engaged towards the top side of the map, and allow Peter to go back to his roots in some of his, former Yuumi play and things like that. I hope he doesn't play Yuumi in this game, but you know what I mean, that sort of vibe.
The Cassante ban makes sense. I feel like if I was Nongshim, I would have wanted to go Cassante on 4 and then get counter pick for support, so you know what you're up against. If the Quantum Freaks go something more passive, you could pick, like Rakan would be really powerful, but they pick Rakan on 4, which for the team fighting is fantastic. A lot of engaged threat, which they need going up against a strong backline, but Rakan isn't the strongest laner. A lot of vulnerabilities that can be exposed, so I wonder if here Quantum Freaks just commit to like the Ashe and just go, okay, we're just going to win lanes so hard, you don't get to play the game. There is risk involved with that up against a Nocturne, but if the Nocturne ends up falling flat in its face or the bot lane falls too far behind, maybe they won't be able to bring it back through. Continuing with the anti-dive theme, Aatrox very popular when you know the enemy teams are going to try and get up close and personal.
Ooh, looks like it might just be
the Maokai support.
The Maokai support, and Maokai support has been picked almost specifically into Rakan.
Yeah.
Just because it's so good at utilizing them in Bramble Smash to get him out of there if he does try to run at you and be all charming and stuff like that. Sejuani being the consideration, and this is a very popular team composition at the moment. We'll see whether Bulldog does use the Grasp tech as well on the Azir to just make everyone extraordinarily beefy. What this means for the Varus is going to be an interesting one, because I think that on hit gets a lot more value when you've basically got an entire team full of frontline.
Yeah, there's so many champions on the side of Quantum Freaks that can help create space for him, help lock people down, so I think on hit would make more sense in this situation. But I don't think lethality is really that bad, just because there are targets you can connect onto are a bit squishier. I think especially if a Nocturne's going to always be able to close onto you, it's just dealing with him once he gets there. I think on hit makes a lot of sense. And kind of going on what you said, yeah, the Maokai, we've seen him, we're still a very popular jungler, but we've seen the support priority rising up.
Yep.
Picking the Rakan into it, it's a pretty rough matchup. One of the things Rakan hates more than anything is point-and-click CC, and that is kind of Maokai's thing, is the W into the Q. So Peter's going to find it difficult navigating these team fights when there is just the ability to lock him down quite comfortably.
But we also have seen that Maokai without resources isn't as dangerous as you may have otherwise expected, right? I think Senna Maokai has really shown that Maokai in the support role can be very, very strong, but he's still pretty squishy if he's just a support. And so we'll see whether that means that he is potentially also food for the Nocturne, whether Sylvie can get around the map and really cause some issues, because otherwise, I think left to their own devices, things like the Nature's Grass can be so devastating, and like you say, you can really lock down that Rakan if it is just an honest 5v5. So much of this, I think, is just going to have to come down to how the early game goes and what position on the map both of these teams are as we move into the mid to late game, because double pseudo global on the side of Nongshim means they can really mix it up. Let's jump out of the rift for game number 1 of our Saturday Showdown.
Quantum Freaks, 하나, 둘, 셋!
You know what? I just completely blanked.
Oh.
Nongshim, 하나, 둘, 셋! Nongshim fighting!
But then now, no, Kwangdong didn't get one.
Oh my god.
It's all right. This is the first one.
It's my first of the week, and you said it, and oh my god, I'm gonna get fired for this.
Yeah, you've tilted G-Sun already.
Oh my god.
It's not great, but it's okay because
You know what it was? You just said it so realistically. I thought
you
it was
expected the fans were gonna come.
I was waiting for the crowd.
Yeah,
You know, and I was like,
You don't need to butter me up.
I was looking
G-Sun.
over. I was like, what are the crowd doing? Oh wait, they're not even here.
All right. Well, it's all right. Game two, we can figure it out. We can see that Bulldog has not taken the grasp, so it is just going to be the regular Azir. Fleet Footwork being the most popular.
And it is going to be the lethality Varus, so clearly want to use that poke against the relative short range of Nongshim. Obviously, Nongshim have a lot of ability to gap close, but Zeri and Talia aren't the longest range champions themselves. And I think importantly, kind of going on your point before about the Maokai, even though it's not obviously going to be a farming Maokai paired with a Senna, winning lane, getting ahead, even as a support, makes such a big difference to how this champion can operate. Get an early axle in a winning lane. That isn't winning lane. But yeah, getting early access to items like a Trailblazer, getting that extra movement speed to move around the map, and also just being bulky as a result of your advantage makes such a big difference. And even though that early trade didn't go too well, you can see Bull very hard to match up into him as a Zeri.
Yeah. You can shoot from more Teemos away, and that it's just a little bit unfortunate. Level 2 going to be gained, so Kwangdong Freaks will take control back in this bottom lane. We're expecting them to have that for the majority of the time. It's going to be elsewhere on this map, and we're going to have to focus, if you're looking for Nongshim, to find some sort of leads, because this bottom lane is going to be rough.
Yeah. That's the thing, is that you don't have a jungler who can bail you out till level 6. Like, your best option is really just for Sylvie to have unchallenged early game where he's able to farm up to 6, and then at that point you can try and contribute. I think coming bot before level 6 is very liable for you to lose the whole game after being counter-ganked, so...
It's also Cuz, right? He will take advantage. As, alright, Bull going to get engaged on here just a little bit as Andil was wandering into the enemy jungle.
You know, it's good, even when you're behind in a lane, taking those windows where you can trade and return and just try and whittle down Bull's health, even though it doesn't amount to too much.
Get a potion, you know, things like that.
Yep.
Always valuable. And as long as the wave is just underneath their turret, you know, they will be able to farm things up. Just try and bide their time until Sylvie can offer some assistance. Level 4 now for the Nocturne.
We actually saw Dundun going into the enemy jungle, the standard Udyr, clear the first couple of waves, head in there, but a little bit later than maybe you typically see it, and as a result, didn't find anything. Cuz already cleared through both sides of his jungle, and it looks like both junglers kind of just mirroring each other and how things kick off.
Yep, the full clear as Shifting Sands was used towards Colmy, so he's going to have to flash. Trying to get out of a bit of that danger as Dudu losing out on this trade. Has actually gone for the Conqueror this time around as well, just to try and do battle with this Udyr a little bit more. And we see with some of the other choices, you know, namely the Comet, maybe a little bit of extra poke damage early.
Yeah, it's not fun playing into Udyr.
No, Dudu is demonstrating that that is exactly right. And there is the knockup. Actually, Andil not able to stop it. Okay, the Ignite is down. He might just be dead. We'll at least have to flash, I think, but no, there's the flash forward, and he flashes anyway. Disaster! Zeri picks up the kill for first blood. And now Bull, he's walking after them, trying to catch up, but they're going to make it to safety. Cuz can't even help out. This wave does need to be shoved, but it's 2v2.
That was such a misplay from Andil in so many levels. Over-aggressive in a position he shouldn't have been in, but also, you know, the timing with the Rakan W. He actually W'd too early, so he still got hit by the knockup. And I feel like that really ended up casting him. The fact that he loses his flash as well, so painful. G, we're going to have cleanse up on top of that in a second, so really a lot of pressure going to be lost from this lane where they were winning quite handily in the early levels.
Yeah, no, they really were. Oh dear. So that is a little bit of a whoopsie. Is Dundun, is this, okay. Okay, he's going to tank up a turret shot. Dudu going to go back home. The Dundun Dudu battle has been a big one, you know, it's been a big focus. It's great because of their names, But also, if Dundun's able to actually win out, then this is not great news for Dudu, a player that we were really high on, honestly. Like, the top side for Kwangdong Freaks in their winning streak, that was the aim of the game.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, losing Flash obviously isn't great, but this is not a lane that you're going to be able to win comfortably as the Aatrox early levels, so
Yeah.
as long as he doesn't die, I don't think it's too awful. But here, just kind of mistimed the W there, so he didn't end up dodging the knockup. I think the timing is a little bit tricky, to be honest. It's not like the easiest thing to do, but here, I think was like, okay, I'm going to flash like the final Q from the Zeri, but the right click ends up coming through and sealing the deal.
All right,
Oh.
Bulldog.
You have no mana.
Yeah.
Now he has mana.
But he just wanted to just high five.
Just say I could have.
Yeah.
I could have done that.
Yeah. See what I can do. Now, about your business. Well, that's what's going to happen. Sylvie back in this mid lane. Because threatening here just a little bit. They are just going to exit just to the north. And everything's fine. Cuz still hasn't really made his presence known so much this game. We'll now be finding Sylvie as this battle for the Rift Scuttler is going to occur. Udyr doesn't exactly have the control, but Sylvie able to lock down that one. Weaver's Wall coming on in as well as Dudu. Going to be blocked out from this one. Great Emperor's Divide, though, and that is going to be the kill onto Call Me. Flash from Sylvie will lock down one of his own as Dundun. He's booping, but I don't know whether it's actually going to get him any kills, so instead, he runs really quickly and is just going to be able to press a whole bunch of buttons and be fine. The Udyr way.
Yeah, and what started out like it could have been a mistake from Quantum Freaks, because
Oh, there's a twisted advance as Peter's going to be pushed back. Chains of Corruption is fantastic. I love the prediction from Bull. And is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. Hail of Arrows actually predicting the battle dance was really cute there from Bull. Just
I think
didn't quite work.
those situations are ones where you can kind of say, I couldn't have really done anything more. You know, I feel like Andal and Bull did everything, put all that damage down, landed everything, and still weren't quite able to get the kill. Unfortunately, we'll get a plate as a reward, but nothing else on the back of that one. And we do have the swiftness boots picked up by Andal early on. One of the big reasons Smaug Sport's been so powerful is just movement speed abuse, because his W is short range, so getting in range is big. But here, I feel like this was like a mistake from Quantum Freaks, because Sylvie hits level 6 here and gets access to the ult, but Sylvie kind of splits off and is very late to re-engage. They kind of just let Call Me die in the meantime. And then after that, it's this 2v2 that they don't really want to opt into. Very weird passage of play. I think they could have maybe committed to the fight a bit earlier there, but Sylvie playing it very defensively.
He was. Bulldog did actually have a really nice ultimate, though, so good to see that he is now on the board, has an assist to his name, and Dudu picking up the kill, kind of massive.
Yeah.
Because he was being abused a little bit by Dundun here towards the top side, who has gone for an Oblivion Orb first. I believe it was Dundun that decided to go for the Rift Maker on the Udyr first. I think he was one of the more experimental Udyr players, as Cuz is going to find a Glacial Prison, and speaking of Dundun, he's dead.
Yep.
He's real dead.
And you can see with the build that Dundun's gone, so Oblivion Orb to cut down the healing, the Aatrox, boots of swiftness so he can stick on top of him more, but no armor. He just picked up that cloth armor, and you can kind of see Dudu's damage to him was really starting to get more significant on those trades, and a quick little punish from Cuz, and there we go, we have a second kill for the Aatrox, which is very significant, considering how bad the lane was going early on, very much stabilized.
Oh yeah, this we could almost say is in his favor now, especially with a 10 CS advantage. Dundun should be able to get over there and take at least the majority of the minions that are crashing, but this is lane successfully salvaged there by Cuz, very nicely done. Nongshim gonna take their moment, grab themselves this first dragon of the game, gonna be an Ocean. See how many Ocean Cloud Chemtechs we're going to have today. Yesterday it felt like every single dragon was that.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, Orc shows up and it's just there's Chemtechs everywhere. There's the Cloud. That one's the less bad, but it does mean that now we have the Chemtech Soul option.
I mean, okay, let's be real. We have the options of Infernal, Mountain, Hextech. It's you know,
80% chance that it's Chemtech. I think 80% is what we need to dodge that.
Yeah.
But I
Let's
think
try
we
and
can.
avoid
We might be able to.
We'll do our best. You know, we're working hard here to try and make sure that happens.
Other than breaking chains and things like that, he looks like he's not exactly too worried about how the beginning of this lane has gone. Or at least, not quite the very beginning, but the middle part wasn't great.
Yeah.
Got some bubs being picked up here by Sylvie. He's already picked up the first 3. And so being able to bring out these Void Mites and take some control is certainly going to be important, as Cuz looking to try and get over here but doesn't quite get there in time. So therefore, will just be the 6 going over to Nongshim. Some power in side lanes, things like that, certainly going to be very valuable, especially with the pseudo globals that they do have available. Speaking of which, in comes one towards this top side, and there is the flash out. Peter not quite there in time though as Jiwoo skates over the wall. They find the knock-up and it's Jiwoo that collects it. The shutdown gold going to the Zeri.
You know, initially it looks like a play where it's like, okay, Dudu survives, this is great. Giving the gold over the Zeri, worst case scenario, honestly. You'd rather just die to the Nocturne and the Udyr. Yeah, Jiwoo picking up a second kill there, and obviously is at a bit of a deficit in terms of CS from how the lane went. But now, remember, it's 6 Void Bubs. There was also the Demolish there, so get a plate very quickly. They actually have to burn the teleport just to try and defend the tower, but that's actually going to be a second plate as well. Okay, this Zeri's fed.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's certification mode time. Thankfully, we do have Wolf on the space, so he can let us know exactly when certification does occur. I'm feeling like this is a pretty good time for it, as Jiwoo being able to skate over like he's ganking.
Yeah.
That's the, like, we don't see that used this way on the Zeri that often.
Yeah, I mean, it's as well the fact that they didn't overcommit for the initial play. They knew they had the follow-up to come in. They let the tower damage reset and then just pick up the freebie. And this is going to feel uncomfortable for the side of Quantum Freaks. Having a Zeri getting even slightly fed is always a pretty
It's somewhat irksome, I would say.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
It's not completely doomed just yet, but more plates are going down, and with these Void Mites to assist, it was only a minute and a half, but
Look at the
2
Demolish
plates go
valve.
down immediately. It's ridiculous. Peter's just making cash.
You know, he hasn't actually used it bot lane at all, but he just knew that at some point he would turn up top, proc Demolish, turn up mid, proc Demolish, and rewarding his teammates with some plates on the back of it.
Yep. It's like, that's 320 team gold just from the rune. Absolutely nailed it, because they wouldn't have got that next plate. Well, she was showing me that they would have here on the top side, as he is almost able to take this one down as well. Extendo beam flying on in. I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to grade for that one.
I think the true damage beam might have got it. It's really high with 6, so...
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, it did actually go down
Yeah,
on 1.
it did.
Oh, it's all coming together.
It's all coming up, Zeri, and we know that that is a very dangerous thing.
Why is Varus, Lethality Varus solo lane against an Udyr?
Look, can I have an easier question?
I mean, you can clear the way, but that's definitely not the lane assignment I would go for. You know, I feel like things were going good for Quantum Freaks when it was Varus up against Zeri.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the last time we saw that. It's been a while.
I don't remember the last time Zeri was consistently in a specific lane.
That's true.
Finally coming back to the mid lane now, but did spend a lot of time top. They got themselves a bunch of plates, and you can see Nongshim now have, you know, equalized the gold in comparison to Guangdong Freaks. And that was after some decent laning that had occurred. Of course, you can see that Bull pretty far ahead, and so is Dudu still. As Colmy trying to throw some rocks at Dudu here. He's sidestepping quite nicely. Cuz moving on over, they will find this control ward. It looks like Rift Herald is on the minds of the Guangdong Freaks at least.
Yeah, a lot of gold we saw from the plates there, and Zeri being the main recipient, as we saw. Dragon up soon. Don't know the soul yet, but you can guess it's probably a good one. We hope we're not getting Chemtech.
80% Chemtech.
Yeah.
20% good one, yeah.
Those are good odds, honestly.
Yeah, pretty good.
Considering how recent games have been going, you'll take those.
I've even gotten to the point where, like, my coping mechanism has been that Chemtech isn't that bad. That's actually been how I've dealt with
All right, I won't take that.
Yeah.
I won't take that.
Yeah.
Not while I'm here. You know, maybe some other casters will allow you to say that and maybe not take issue with it. Just be like, okay, it's the play-by-play. Just let him say that. Move on. Not me. I will reject that assertion.
And you're the one that always brings all the Chemtex. It's just a little bit sad, isn't it?
I am cursed.
Yeah.
Oh, much.
See what I said, 80%. Okay, Paranoia going to come on down here as right into the backline goes Sylvie. He's right on top of Bull. Not a whole lot he can do about it. And he's going to have to flash the wall. Does get out of the way, but Jiwoo is dead as well. Call Me takes down Bulldog. And Sylvie has at least continued to zone out the Varus. So a 1-for-1 is going to be the trade. And it's a dragon apiece. Kwangdong Freak's probably going to be pretty happy with how that one went.
Absolutely. I feel like, honestly, G were making a pretty big error there. Trying to chase down Andal, greeting for the kill, and not playing for the fight. Ends up being caught up by this Aatrox, who is getting stronger and stronger, and did pick up the kill from that Zeri as well.
And now Call Me also, he managed to get the kill onto Bulldog in that fight. So he's at least a benefactor there. We'll see how much he can get done on this turret towards the bottom of the lane. Let's have a look at this again. As Emperor's Divide onto 2 is a fantastic start.
Yeah, and I think here, Jiwoo gets knocked back, tries to chase down the Maokai, but Cuz with a really nice Q flash to secure the Zeri. And I think Nongshim, despite the fact that they took out the Azir, lost a lot of momentum once the Zeri goes down. Really, I feel like this composition, as the fight goes on, it's the Zeri being the one who's going to have the follow-through to turn it from just, you know, that initial Nocturnal, maybe a kill there, into a full team fight win.
Yeah, no, Jiwoo needs to be alive at the end of a fight.
Yeah.
It's, everybody else can sacrifice themselves for the Zeri. That's basically how it's going to go. And so he cannot be overextending, looking for cheeky kills and things like that. I think that Nongshim were just feeling themselves in that moment, right? Feeling like the momentum was in their favor. And now it is moving out of that completely. Cuz going to be able to throw Shelly into this outer turret in mid. That is going to make that one pretty close to killable. Sundisk falls down, but you can see, like, there's no turrets that have been taken by Nongshim yet. So that top lane outer turret was first turret blood going over to Bulldog, actually, as far as the local gold was concerned. So this is Zia feeling pretty good. Nash's Tooth online. Going to be building towards that Leandri's next, and that is going to be a big spike when those two items have both been completed.
Yeah, and definitely important when you have this lethality Varus and also this lethality Aatrox, that you have that reliable AP damage from the Azir. So definitely valuable getting gold on that. And now looking for another bot lane gank.
Yep, that's going to be Paranoia used. I have a feeling Dudu's dead. He will be knocked up, and there it is. They just take down the turret as well. Bull now has an opportunity to try and lock down this turret as well, but Seismic Shove and all of the rocks and things like that is going to mean that that's going to be impossible, and Teleport was prepared by Dindin. So cross-map impossible. Nicely played by Nongshim.
Yeah, really nice cover. You know, they once again go for the Jiwoo Peter gank in the bot lane. Not really anything Judu could do in that situation. And then Talia just able to one-shot the wave, teleport to defend top. They don't lose anything on the back of that play and only gain. And now
Weaver's Wall. Bull in a little bit of trouble here as Chains of Corruption will come on through. Nature's Grasp is there as Peter looks for his opportunity, but he's going to get slowed down. And now Cuz they're on the defense, so Bull not even having to use his cleanse there. His flash was not even back off cooldown. Just held his ground.
I think that's why they had the confidence to go for that play. It made sense when you look at the lack of summoners for Bull, but unfortunately Call Me doesn't connect the Seismic Shove, and Jiwoo didn't have cleanse, wasn't able to get out of that Varus ult, wasn't able to chase down Bull. Yeah, I'm not sure there's much we really need to add to this play.
Yeah, let's count the things that Dudu could have done.
He could have just not gone out of bed this morning.
Aha!
That's how he could have avoided this gank. Just, you know, never showed up.
Call in sick.
Yeah.
Call in sick could have been the way. Yeah, that was nothing that Dudu could have done about that whole situation.
Nothing
he
he
is
could
still
do
an
to-
Aatrox. Yeah, yeah. Puns. But Jiwoo is going to be the benefactor once again. So he's got 2 items. The Renan's Hurricane is his second item of choice. And it's only going to get worse from here when the Zeri starts to build a bit more damage.
Yeah. Haven't missed her, really.
No, it was kind of okay without her.
I was very okay without her.
Because I like metas that have, you know, a lot of priority on Callista and stuff like that. I feel like you get a little bit more action throughout the game. You see supports having a lot more fun. Zeri just brings you into that game state of inevitability, and they're less fun. This one, not quite at inevitability stages just yet. It's 20 minutes, it's a 1,000 gold lead for Nongshim. But there are a lot of tools on Quantum Freak's side. And I think Bulldog and Cuz could really orchestrate some team fights for the Quantum Freaks to excel in. Dudu's follow-up also going to be very, very dangerous. As Nongshim considering starting off this Drake.
Oh, there's a TP coming in.
Yeah. The flank angle for the Aatrox, that's a scary one, but they know exactly what's going on. Nature's Grasp will catch out one, and it's Dundun. So he can tank a bit, but not that much. The quickness diving into the backline is now Jiwoo trying to utilize the lack of vision on the side of the Kwangdong Freaks, but Bulldogs found him. Empress Divide after the flash, and they just execute the Zeri. Colmy not going to be able to get the seismic shove onto Cuz either, and that was a disaster for Nongshim.
Such a great angle for the GP to come in. The ward nearly expired, and Judu comes in on the flank. It really forced Nongshim into an uncomfortable position. And the thing is, you're the ones with the Nocturne composition. You're the ones who want to be engaging, and it felt like they were on the back foot from the start. You see the GP comes here, and they're kind of forced to back away up through this choke point. So much value for the Maokai ultimate, and they just layer the CC on Dundun here, so he doesn't get to play. And then by the time the re-engage comes in, sure, they manage to get some damage. But once again, they're chasing this Maokai, and Jiwoo just gets dispatched. It feels like Quantum Freaks have had a great eye for when they can take out the Zeri, and Nongshim are a bit too focused on killing Maokais.
Yeah, and Sylvia's been doing a lot of like drive-buying, you know, and then out of the fight, his health bar not actually utilized. I think it may not have actually been enough to save Jiwoo, because he was sort of solo ulted by Bulldog and then
like
torn to shreds.
Playing for a pick in the team fight.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like that.
And it's not exactly the greatest. I feel like Zeri really likes to have bodies in front of her to just create as much chaos as possible so that she can get all of that damage down.
And that's the thing, with Dundun basically dead on the back of that initial damage, and Sylvie just heading to, I guess, the Bahamas or something. There wasn't that front line to offer the protection. Yeah, I think Nongshim really struggling with the execution of this composition, and Quantum Freaks definitely on the same page right now.
Certainly are. Baron up and available as Mega Blast Cone going to be coming through. That is a big old wall.
Well,
it was taken down.
Yep. Didn't last long.
No, not exactly the greatest. Bulldog and Arndil just wandering around the river for now. Sylvie, thinking about an opportunity, does not manage to spell shield the kitten. It's fine though. All right, it's out of turret on the top side of the map. The next thing that Nongshim are looking for, Nature's Grasp going to come down there as Seismic Shove will be stopwatched. Really nicely done, but it's not going to save Bulldog. He does get a really nice Emperor's Divide, but it's not really meaningful.
And this is where Nongshim have looked best in this game, is just finding these picks. They've done that well, but I feel like they're not really doing a great job of transitioning it, because they'll get this, but they're not in a position to really go for the Baron, and they actually lose mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like early in the game they were covering their picks a bit better, but again, it's kills on bad, don't get me wrong, but I feel like they're not really building up a significant advantage, and losing the mid-tier 1 is more impactful than a singular kill on a Bulldog.
And Cuz has really not been doing all that much is what it feels like, but he has 2 really big items, and he is exceptionally tanky.
Yeah, he has got a crazy amount of CS. This is another one of these plays where it's like, I don't really think there's much you can do. The fact that the fear obviously goes to the stasis, you're just kind of dead as soon as you come out. But yeah, if you actually track, normally you could expect a Nocturne to lead in farm.
Yeah.
But Cuz doesn't just have high farm compared to Sylvie, but pretty high farm for a jungler in general, especially a tank jungler. This is a very farmed Sejuani, only being like, what, 30 CS behind the Aatrox and the Azir?
He's like 10 behind Dudu.
Yeah.
Dundun, sorry.
It's a very farmed Sejuani, very tanky early already. And the thing is, you know, Zeri isn't the best at shredding tanks. You can even see from the build as well. You know, often you see champions sometimes go 3rd or 2nd item LDR. The Zeri's not going to have LDR for a while.
No. Really wants to have the Bloodthirster so you can do a bit more battle. You can understand the priority on it because it is an important item, but still does mean, like you say, armor penetration going to be a difficult one, as that is a fantastic Arctic Assault from Cuz. Not only is he farmed, but he's got the hands. That is going to deny the engage from Peter.
And even if the engage happened,
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that it was a leading strategy. Guys, you can engage on the Sejuani, who has exhaust, by the way, with the spellbook.
Got it.
Yeah, you know, you could. Probably a little bit grateful that they got interrupted, so Peter can kind of just walk away like, yeah, I'm fine with the situation.
My goodness. Well, Sylvie now has his Rook Urn completed. So there is that. It's going to be a pretty tanky Nocturne as the game goes on. Should still be able to at least 1v1 Bull if he finds him in a backline or something like that. And Cuz just really wants to experiment with all these new items that he's picked up. Wants to find an opportunity to use them. You can see they're camping in this brush. 10 seconds until the Drake does come out. Not going to be able to find Peter there as the Arctic Assault's over. And Jiwoo, looking tankier, does now have that Bloodthirster completed. So 3 items for the Zeri. That is big news. Condom Freaks with full control of this Drake area. And alright, yeah, Weaver's Wall going to come down. Nature's Grasp coming in. Peter looking for that flank angle. Can they actually get anything done here, though, is the question. Peter dives over. That is going to be the steal on the Drake, but can they win the fight? Dundun is dealing with Dudu, and now they've taken out the tree. Sylvie is burning, but he's still alive. And Nongshim, they can just back away if they would like to. Still a few cooldowns left up and available here for the Kwangdong Freaks. So not going to risk it.
And this time, Dudu teleported. I'm pretty sure that ward is on the exact same pixel as last time.
Yeah.
But Dundun was there to watch him, to track him, to block him from coming in for the flank, and the difference that made night and day. So Kwangdong Freaks not able to really find the advantage there. Andal goes down, they don't get the dragon. Nongshim pretty happy with that.
This is so incredibly close, though.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. It's 1.5k. Nothing really in it.
Yeah, that ward is literally the same.
Yeah, it's exactly the same pixel, yeah.
But Dundun, I just think this is what you need to do when the flank's being threatened. He comes up, he's like, get out of here, you Aatrox, don't even go near my backline. And as a result, G1 and Call are unchallenged. They're kind of just pumping damage in, and yes, Sylvie does just survive, so you could argue this could have been a 1-for-1. But at the end of the day, they got the dragon, they traded a lot better than they did in the previous fight, and Nongshim pretty happy with the outcome.
Yeah. And now you've got Jiwoo. He's caught up in farm almost completely up against this Varus. And as the game goes on, the longevity of the Zeri is going to be a little bit higher than that of the Varus. Neither AD carry had to use their flash as well, so both of them somewhat prepared for a fight that could be coming up.
You know, what you said is completely correct.
Yeah.
But then we had that game where Viper played it into the Smolder and just kind of defied
I don't
scaling.
think Viper is allowed to be used as an example for
fair.
what a champion should normally do.
That's valid.
All right. Sylvie actually going to avoid the smite interrupting the spell shielders. There is the wall, but no, he gets pulled back. And it's not going to work out now. Dundun, he's running for the hills. There's the Nature's Grasp. Doesn't get a lot of value as now Peter's on that flank angle. And you can see the Zeri wants to find a way in. They want to save this Udyr, but it's not going to work out. Sylvie and Dundun just lying on the floor. And now these theoretical flankers possibly caught out themselves. See whether Jiwoo can actually keep himself alive. There's the flash. He's going to have to flash out. There's the ulti as well. As Andal, once again, the target, the Emperor's Divide, is just too good. And the Bloodthirster not enough to keep him up. And Kwangdong Freaks, I think this should at least be a Baron. They might even be able to grab the ace with a kill on to call me here, and there it is.
So well played. A beautiful shuffle from Bulldog. And that final bit, the flash slow from Bull. And then you see the little sapling.
Yeah.
Waddle up and get this slow to secure the kill. Kwangdong Freaks, we were saying the game was close. Not anymore after that team fight. And here, I think Sylvie actually should have tried to get an ult onto like Andal in the river. They had a blue trinket available, so if someone could blue trinket like the Maokai, maybe he could ult his way out. In the end, he ends up getting caught, dragged to the wrong side of the wall and dies. And then it's worst case scenario, not only do you lose your jungler, but Dundun gets caught here as well and then tries to go back for the stun. A lot of rough decisions in this situation. And then here, you know, I just feel like Peter and Jiwoo, you know that you've lost your jungler and your top laner. Wait for them to start Baron. That's when you have the best odds of winning a fight 3v5. But by allowing themselves to get engaged on, here they just ruin their chances of it happening.
Yeah. And Bulldog just Catching them with the Flash Emperor's Divide perfectly in the choke point as well. Could not have been a better opportunity. And it's been great play from Bulldog all game long, honestly. This guy's Azir has been absolutely fantastic.
Yep. Found that good shuffle early on the Zeri as well. Just has such a good eye for it. And now with the Baron in hand, we'll see what Quantum Freaks can look to do. I feel like the goal for the... Oh!
Okay. Colmy sets up the wall.
Oh, and they Nocturnal as well.
I feel like that was Sylvie saying, no, don't watch.
Yeah, they didn't want anyone to see. We as the observers obviously can see, so, you know, won't be hiding that one. And now, you've just lost 2 of your global tools, and the enemy team has Baron.
Yeah, 100% inner turret should be going down here. Is now, who is ganking who? Dudu's going to flash his way out. So I think recognizing that he was the one being ganked. But still, his base, like the base is just going down here.
Sylvie for Nexus trade?
Yeah, I think maybe Dudu's realizing that perhaps he shouldn't actually be scared of the Nocturne with a lot of magic resist, as now Nexus turrets are being shot at. Jiwoo does make his way back, but Nexus turret number 1 is down.
And they didn't even get the Aatrox.
Yeah, I would say that this has not been a great trade thus far.
You know, I think we should leave it to the space to analyze that one. I'm not sure we, in the moment, are ready to call whether that's a good trade or not. I think it needs further analysis. Maybe they can do a breakdown on whether that was weird for Nongshim.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because then we won't have to talk about it. Bull throwing around some arrows here, as I don't think Soul Point is something that Nongshim really needs to fight for right now. Probably want to wait for some of these ultimates to be back up and available, namely the Paranoia.
Yeah. You know, I think
Chemtech Soul.
if they weren't going to fight for their bot inhibitor or Nexus Tower, then I don't think they're fighting for a Chemtech Dragon. And back to farming, I think, is the goal here. And still, I mean, you look as well at Cuz's items now. The Randuin's coming in, as well as the Thornmail that's already been picked up. Still nowhere near an LDR for this Zeri. It's feeling problematic.
Yeah, I would say Jiwoo has definitely stagnated as far as this build is concerned. I think he's sitting on a bit of gold. But Dindin, he's running away. Cuz, look at that health bar. That is just ridiculous.
That is a very tanky Sejuani.
Yeah. Okay, Peter is going to be hit by a cat. And now he might be in trouble. Bull chasing him down. There's the Paranoia. Bull may have overstepped, though, as ulti comes in from Jiwoo. Now just throwing this electricity into Dudu. Okay, Peter trying to cause an issue here as Nongshim. So far, they've done the most damage, but they haven't actually found too much more. That's a great ulti onto Call Me, but no follow-up there for Cuz. As Quantum Freaks, I think this is the most cool, calm, and collected I've seen them over the last couple of weeks. They just push them out, and they focus on taking control of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvie, it's hard for Bull to punch through him, but Bull just kind of goes to half health, and it's like, okay, well, you're not killing me either.
Yeah.
And Cuz is just such a brick wall in this game. Just kind of stands there, and instantly Nongshim are discouraged from trying to play. They just walk away. They're like, no, we can't do anything to the Sejuani.
And yeah, Cuz is actually a brick wall. He really is. I don't think he's going to die. I think that aces are almost impossible here for Nongshim.
I would be interested.
They're going to have to kill around him.
I want to see the upper limit, you know. I feel like some players would like really push the limits of what the champion can do, like dive in against 5 people and be like, okay, let's see what you got. But I don't think Cuz is going to make that mistake. He's kind of happy just winning the game.
Yeah.
But for science, I would definitely be interested. And the thing is, I just feel like the Kaenix shield is so big, it stops Call Me from really being able to cut through it. And we have Jiwoo's 4th item is Infinity Edge, so still no LDR.
Right.
And, you know, I'd be interested as well, because a lot of Zeris will go Conditioning Overgrowth secondary. And then because Overgrowth gives them health, they don't go cut down. So I don't know for sure, but there's a decent chance that Jiwoo doesn't even have cut down. That's like the standard for Zeri. They normally go last stand. In which case, you got nothing helping you cut through this Sejuani.
Yeah, no, that means that Cuz is definitely going to be alive, and we need to find a way for Jiwoo to shoot Bulldog and Bull.
Yeah.
And I guess theoretically Dudu, but he is a tank.
Yeah, full lethality tank.
Yeah, full lethality tank there on the top side.
Just
of the
Aatrox things.
Yeah, very standard, very normal. All right, the Baron going to be up in 20 seconds time. That should be the next spot for a fight, as Super Minions still moving up this bottom lane for another minute. Looks like it's going to be Colmy. He's going to go down there and sort out that wave. Does have teleport, does have Weaver's Wall. So should be there in a moment's notice. Quantum Freak's just trying to make it as dark as possible.
Yep.
That is going to be a
Pressure up.
success.
And the thing is, because you have such a tanky jungler, you know, Baron is a lot less risky when you have someone who can just soak the damage from it for a significant amount of time, if not indefinitely. And that's why Nongshim really have to be cautious about potential Baron being started. Oh.
Yep, the engage onto Dundun, but he's just not that tanky. Okay, Paranoia does come on down here. Onto Bull they go. Peter actually finds the knock-up. Dundun has already fallen down, but Jiwoo's been singled out, skates over the wall. Empress Divide used this time onto Colmy, and cut apart is the Zeri. Sylvie and Peter wondering where the rest of their team went. I think they're going to go back to their fountain and watch their Nexus explode.
The way that fight played out, Quantum Freaks just literally let Bull go. They just said, you know what, you can 1v2 the Nocturne and the Rakan, we'll kill everyone else.
Yeah.
And the way it pans out is, yeah, Bull goes down, you got him, but the rest of your team are dead, and now it's a Nocturne Rakan to try and save the game, and I don't think odds are in their favor.
I don't think it's looking all that good here as Peter finds one of the knockups onto Arndil, his favorite target in these fights. And finally, Bulldog just decides that he's going to send the Sand Soldiers after them. One Nexus turret was in their way this entire time. 7,000 gold the advantage, and Quandong Freaks, they will find a victory in game one of the series. We'll see whether this is enough to get them out of that slump after the losses against Bro.
Yeah, and I feel like it's got to feel a bit frustrating for Nongshim because they had good moments in the early game, but weren't really able to translate the Zeri. There was no Zeri moment that came through. Never able to cut through the Sejuani. And Quantum Freaks, despite some hiccups, really stabilized. And
yeah,
considering we saw a week of them just getting bopped by Bro, good to see them back in a better position.
And it was, we have to remind everyone, 3-game series every single time up against Bro for Quandong Freaks. So it's not over just yet, but this is looking much better because I felt like the stability was there. There was a lot of sporadic plays made in that Bro series. I felt like Bro was the team that was able to be a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. This was inevitability is what it felt like. And because you might see not a lot of damage numbers, but the amount of the tankiness numbers, I want to see the tankiness numbers.
I want to see damage like mitigated, like, you know, how much damage you would have took if you win the tankiest pierce.
I want the bar for like damage cared about, and Cuz would be negative $1 million.
None.
He just did not care about any of it.
The Udyr just got melted and he's just like, yeah, I'm what?
I'm what, man? All right, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space and then game 2.
뒷각 잡히면 별로 안 좋아. 그냥 대입방 칠래. 얘네 무조건 나오는데.
여기 대기빵
제발 말 천천히 하고 낙탑 보인다.
유자 대기빵 신가 이거
나왔어.
나 이거 확인해야 될 것 같은데 여기
이제 볼게. 앞에부터 볼게.
차례면서 나 궁합 볼게 천천히 볼래 궁합 볼게 누가 봐서 나봐도 나 제리 들고 내 제리
달려부터 볼게 나. 제리 입하고.
형 제리 봐줄래?
제리 봐줄게.
나 죽었어? 근데 바텀 가면 끝나. 바텀 가면 끝나.
오케이,
바텀 가면 끝나.
Hello and welcome to the space here on this Saturday showdown. Game number 1 between Kwangdong Freaks and Nongshim going the way of Kwangdong. I am Valdez. With me is the evil King Poro named Orop. And we also do have Wolf and Chronicler here to join me as well. What do you guys think about that first game?
Well, it looked like it was going to be a Nongshim win for a lot of it, and then some team fights that went very wrong for them turned the tides. I really feel like the way that they played around Zeri and played around Jiwoo getting ahead was really nice. They were super proactive. They didn't just sit back and scale. They made the Zeri relevant. And, you know, you're playing into a Varus, so you're not going to win that lane, but at least they were able to pick up some gold for him. Doesn't matter, though, if you can't use it in team fights.
I also think Kwangdong played not only the team fights better, that makes sense. I think the comp was very straightforward as opposed to Nongshim's, which could be a bit more finicky. But specifically, the way they moved around the map allowed them to maintain a decent amount of gold in this game, up until the point where they found the game-winning fight. And also, as Wolf was saying, want to echo, I think Nongshim, which is weird because generally it's one of their strengths, really didn't look good in the team fights in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We should talk about the draft first, though, as, once again, King Orop with me here. The draft, though, was pretty interesting. We were looking at it, we were following along, we're like, yeah, this all makes sense. There was one mid lane champion you guys want to talk about.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I thought, you know, they didn't have to get the Zeri here necessarily after the Varus was locked in. If they were going to go Nocturne 100%, I thought, okay, Nocturne Orianna here, super strong combo. Maybe it's not in Calmy's wheelhouse, maybe he's not confident to play it. And then once the Azir came out, it felt like even more so a no-brainer. Tillia, a pretty good matchup into Azir, but obviously the Orianna with the Nocturne is going to give you so much more threat onto the Varus. And they ended up going for the Tillia, and he looked pretty uncomfortable on it in terms of the Weaver Wall usage in this game. So I was pretty critical of that in the draft itself, and then the gameplay kind of didn't change my mind.
It wasn't game deciding, but I would have much rather that they ban the Aatrox and pick the Nautilus here on R4. I think the Rakan into what might be and ended up being a Maokai support is a risk that doesn't really pay off. Even though they got an early laning kill, I think your job as Rakan gets so much harder. Nautilus also brings a little bit more non-committal engage, which means you can do that and then still keep safe your carry, because that was the one big problem with this draft, is that if they ever do get on top of this area, there isn't really a lot of reliable peel for it. And with how a lot of the fights played out, we did see that be a really big problem. It's because it loves his Sejuani, loves his Viego, so we were kind of expecting that to come through anyway, and it has decent synergy with both the Maokai and the Aatrox.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see double support bans on that second rotation, because that Maokai could easily be flexed, right? And then they just have their pick of the litter between any of the other junglers they want, and Sejuani ended up being the choice. Also thought about maybe going for TF there at the end instead of the Udyr, but they needed a frontliner, and actually was okay for Dundin. But let's check out the first highlight here, which is all about Zeri.
Yeah, Andil unfortunately trying to use his W here for the interrupt on the entrance and ends up going down. So this was kind of a unforced error, and committing the flash here very awkward because, you know, could have used it earlier, decides to wait, still gets killed by the auto. Now this one was the moment I really liked the most, because this is what I was talking about when I said they were proactively trying to get Zeri gold, trying to set up the lane swap here due to alone, and no way he could be saved. It's really nice engage here from Peter. They get the kill here, they're able to get some plate gold for him as well. And I was ready to certify it at that moment, just didn't come true in the team fights.
Reason why we highlighted this, even though Nongshim ended up losing, is because Nongshim, for all of their faults in macro, which we even saw on full display in this game, have traditionally been really good at enabling Jiwoo and playing this front-to-back teamfight style. So it's all the more jarring that they got a Zeri with 3 kills, very accelerated early on, and then were completely enabled to enable Jiwoo. I also think Jiwoo didn't have a great game. He had a couple of skates into enemy backlines that were a bit too much, but 2 of the fights also felt like he was just left out to dry by his team.
Yeah, it definitely did happen. It felt like he had a big target on his back, and the enemy team was like, okay, we're going to go straight for that target. Meanwhile, his teammates were just like, okay, we're going to run away from this target, and so he kind of just had to do it all by himself. We can take a look at the second highlight, which was a big play in the top side. And I say big play because it ended up kind of ending the game in favor of Kwangdong Freaks, but didn't look so great for Nongshim.
Yeah, Sylvie is just super far pushed up here, and the rest of the team is going to try to come over, collapse in, and save the day. But Calmy comes in here. He's alone. Dundin is also just kind of teleporting into the middle of the team fight here, and it's just so broken up. By the time Jiwoo gets here to do the Zeri things, it's already over.
With that, you don't get to contest. Cuz actually does a really good job of ensuring that we don't get any Zeri moment here. You see Nongshim attempting, and I think if they played more patiently, they might actually have been fine. Try to play more back, have Kwangdong actually engage the Nash, but instead they try and go for a much more aggressive style of contesting. Cuz flashes on top of them, starts off the fight, and then yes, Jiwoo survives initially, but Bulldog who I don't think had a highlight game by any means, did really capitalize well on that play to get in the Baron, and from that point on, there was never any real moment for Nongshim to take back control of the game. And a lot of it came down to them just not being able to utilize the Zeri at all.
Yeah, they tried to slow that down. Like, the reason why they did that was because they wanted to get those health bars low so they couldn't do Baron, but I agree. I think if they just did the opposite way, let them start Baron first, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue there. But guys, we do have the PUG ready to go on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It will be Cuz 0-1-14 unkillable in this game, 100% kill participation, and he was just leading the charge everywhere.
Cuz on Sejuani and Viego, man. He's had some moments, as he always does. I think his last series was pretty lackluster, but especially the way that he was able to set up these fights, start them off, and then consistently find the enemy backline, find Jiwoo, take him down. Really, really big contributor to his team's winning this one.
I hope he doesn't choose Unsealed Spellbook next time he plays the champion, though, because it didn't get much value. There was the one attempt with the teleport, but otherwise felt like a big miss for me.
Hey,
you know, it's cool, it's interesting.
Hear me out. He barely died. He barely took any damage. He just realized he didn't actually need Aftershock.
We did have some boom boom damage votes there as well, because did lead the charge in the POG and in this game. We are done for game number 1. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. Yes, I really do like the reference to the fact that Nongshim sort of played well in the areas that they haven't been very good at, and then not very well in the areas that they're generally good at. And Call Me is going to be called out, and it is time for a fiesta.
Yeah, we'll see what difference this can make. I feel like Call Me, Talia didn't have that much impact, but I think there were problems beyond just the mid lane, so hopefully this shakeup can obviously help. We've seen a lot of times so far, even just this season, where like a player substitution has just kind of made a difference. And obviously the game was close, even though it ended up being that Quantum Freaks just kind of found the advantage on those final plays and were able to cement it. It was close for a pretty long duration.
Yeah.
Don't think it would take much really for Nongshim to win this game too, and draft is really where you're looking to see it kick off. Callisto once again banned away. Don't think they'll let Bull ever get that.
Nope. And they definitely shouldn't. They also know that the Draven is always lurking, so giving him an opportunity to play that would also be a rough decision. Sylvie, you can see, very contemplative today. Didn't feel great about his debut for today's match. Senna and Callisto, Shadow Isles, going to be the focus here, and understandable bans. But on the blue side, banning Senna doesn't always feel absolutely fantastic, but we just like seeing her on the ban list.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if they're going to do something. I mean, Hui, I think, was a big ban from Bulldog, but are they going to try and deny the Maokai? I said, we did a little segment on the start of the patch that I just thought Maokai support was incredibly broken. And we've seen the priority. It was already like really priored in the jungle.
Yeah.
And now it just feels like the priority's gotten even higher because it's a flex, but it's also just so strong in support. Just adds so much, makes it so hard for a lot of champions to play the game. The value of the ultimate's massive, so I feel like it's a big reason why Peter wasn't able to play the game in the previous match. I'm of the opinion that if you're not going to ban it, you just got to first pick it. But there's a lot of things available they might lean towards instead, and that could result in a situation where once more we see Quantum Freaks just grab the Maokai.
Yeah, I have a feeling Azir is coming out. It's Fiesta, he's in for a reason. And it's because he's the one that plays Azir. Oh, never mind! The Hui gonna come out? I love this. It's actually way better, in my opinion, than the Azir first pick, which is what I was considering Fiesta would be there for, because it's actually a good matchup into the Azir, the Hui is, so kind of works out. I still think that the Maokai, bit of a blunder. Like, do you need to ban Smolder against Bull? I don't think so. But Azir is still going to be considered? That would be crazy.
Sejuani again for Cuz maybe just coming through. Picking it early though, which obviously does take away the value of like the Maokai flex. Plus into the Hui, maybe you want to go, I think it's going to be much more about getting onto the enemy backline. We'll see what they have to go for in this situation. Looking towards the Azir.
I think the Azir is, I feel like it's a weird choice when Hui is up, because we have seen some Huis really struggle. Of course, Showmaker comes to mind, where he did just get straight up caught out in a few of these moments, pushed underneath turrets. Not a lot you can do about that as a Hui, but with the amount of range that you have, as the game goes on, the value of the Hui does, I feel, outlast that of the Azir. And that's what we've kind of seen. Does now give Nongshim the ability to lock down this area if they would like to. Wouldn't mind just a Maokai here as well.
Maokai here would be so good. You know that Quantum Freaks are going to have to close the gap on the Hui. That's going to be their MO. So if you pick the Maokai, it's going to make that way harder. And it's, as you said, a great flex here.
Yeah.
So you can put it in either role. It's going to make banning in second rotation really hard for Quantum Freaks. I think Nongshim in a much better position on the back of this. The question's going to be, what will Quantum Freaks secure here? I feel like they definitely want to engage in the support role, but I feel like Rakan definitely not the play, picking that into it. Alistair, I feel like Maokai is fine in Alistair, but it's definitely going to have a better time.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about the Renata being a bit of an issue, but not going to be the case. And of course, when you have the range of something like a Hui, the ulti is a little bit harder to line up, and you are really wanting some lower range opposition. So going to be opting out of that, and instead the cow will be decided upon. And still, support ban's going to be coming through. I'm kind of expecting that Peter will want to play the Maokai. I don't think Sylvie is necessarily a player that wants to be on something that's not super brawly. He wants to be Wukong, or as close to Wukong as he can be at all times.
Yeah, interesting that they banned the Aatrox. I feel like that could have been something good for Nongshim. But we'll see how things end up panning out. Yeah, I expect the Maokai support, but that flexibility definitely keeping Quantum Freaks on their toes. They end up going for the Poppy ban. I think you have to ban Cassante here if I was Nongshim. Definitely don't want to give that over to Quantum Freaks on 4, because they are hinting at it with the fact that they banned this Poppy.
Yeah. I think that they'll probably ban it. Alright, guys.
Guys, come on. It's Cassante, you know.
And you know how this is. You know, when the Cassante comes in and you try. Oh,
that is definitely not Cassante.
They steered away from Cassante in an epic way. This means Dundun has a plan, right? That's what it means, right?
Hopefully. I mean, I feel like if I'm Quantum Freaks here, you could just slam Cassante and then leave AD carry till last. I mean, you already know roughly what the enemy bot lane is, but I just think securing Cassante has so much value. They're going to offer the Kai'Sa, so going along with that dive, and then Nongshim, we'll see what they opt to do. We'll see where this Maokai ends up going. I think you're pretty fine with it in the bot lane here. I think you're not going to have too many issues. But there's definitely a lot of directions they can go. They could even pick up, like, the Nautilus themselves if they really wanted. And, oh, what?
Oh!
Cassante exists?
Whoa, Cassante!
Oh, I completely forgot about that champion.
Completely baffling.
Wow, that's crazy.
Nuts.
So strange he gets through all these bans and picks. Yeah, that's a bit of an interesting one that he was just left open like that. I guess us and Quantum Freaks must have forgotten about it.
Yeah, no, seriously. Really just sent me through a loop there. It is early. It's about, you know, it's got to be like 5 a.m. by now. Nautilus going to be locked in. So that is going to secure the Maokai in the jungle. I actually am a bit surprised. I would have liked to have seen the Maokai support and then even a Nocturne again if they wanted to. But it doesn't really go along with a Hui composition quite as well. So
yeah,
I kind of respect this also.
I'm kind of okay with this. It really holds the Kai'Sa accountable. You know, if you're ulting in and you get ulted by the Nautilus, you're kind of in a difficult situation. Cleanse is going to deal with that one. The front line on the side of Nongshim is... I mean, we kind of talked about how tanky the Sejuani was. We now have this Maokai, Nautilus, and Cassante on the other side with two really strong scaling carries. And the thing is, with Quantum Freaks composition, you know, as much as I said they need to be getting on top of the Hui, get on top of the backline, I don't think that comp does like a fantastic job of it. Like, there's a lot of conditions. You kind of need the Mega Gnar. You need, like, ideally flash or a good angle for the Alistair. You know, maybe like someone not in a position to block the Sejuani ult. There's a lot of things, I feel like, a lot of conditions that might make it tough to execute with this composition.
Yeah, I like the fact that it's keep it simple, stupid. That's the idea here for Nongshim Red Force in this particular game. And I think that there's a lot of execution-heavy champions, but decision-making that you have to do within team fights, pretty straightforward for this composition. Quantum Freaks, though, I think are going to have to be very proactive with how they play this. They're also going to have to be very coordinated with how these engages are going to go. And we've got to keep our eyes on Bull, how he's going to use this killer instinct. Let's jump into the Rift. The Saturday Showdown, Game 2. Nongshim, Hana, do, set.
Nongshim fighting!
Quantum Freaks, Hana, do, set.
Guangdong fighting!
Yeah. G-Sun said amazing. We nailed it. We did it. We did it. We got there. Oh, unfired. Unfired, Orcs. You've done it.
I'll wait for the official word.
Okay, unfired confirmed.
Yes.
Nailed it. You still got an 07 though, so I don't know. I don't know what it necessarily means.
It's a salute, you know? That's the O is the head,
yes,
and 7's a salute.
It just seems like a goodbye every time I see it. Make sure you get them in the chat, guys. Thank you for that representation for Orcs. Okay, Nongshim. Setting up a little bit of a defensive line. Nothing really happening too much early. Just that Raptor ward as we see quite often.
You know who's going to be upset?
Wait, are we counting cutdowns?
It's going to be Wolf. It's going to be the Spellbook and the Sejuani. Yeah, Chronicle actually confirmed that the Zeri last game did have cutdown. Just didn't do much, I guess.
I mean, when Cuz has like 2 items in 15 minutes or something like that, and 8 billion CS as much as a solo laner, I don't know. I think you just get a little bit outvalued.
Yeah.
In that regard. It's all right. Andil going to face check that one as we have some exchanges.
Yeah, Peter actually going
the aftershock
for the W level one. So got the auto, W auto, and used the shield a little bit. Very interesting to go for that. I mean, it's fine because level 2 you go Q and QW is standard anyway. It was just interesting. He's
bit more value.
Bit creative, getting value from the shield again. Look at that.
Gorgeous. The Titan really having some wrath in this game. As we will have to keep our eye on Fiesta and how he's doing. Of course, it's been a while since we've seen him. Was a mainstay for this roster for a very long time. Was part of the best friends crew of Nongshim. Call me much later edition. And, you know, so far, pressing Q with some buttons and stuff like that, having a good time.
Yeah, I feel like Wei can be very obnoxious in just the fact that he's just spamming these abilities at you from such a large distance. And I feel like as Azir, until you have your ultimate, yeah, there's not much you're doing about that. It's kind of just hope you can dodge, and if you can't, wait for level 6.
Well, so far, he's just weathering the storm as best he can. His Bulldog in the mid lane. Here on the bottom side of the map, it's a different story from game number 1, where Quantum Freaks really did have a stranglehold on the laning phase very early on. Dundun, I mean, he does do a bit of struggling in a lot of lanes. Now going to deal with a minion wave as well as a very frustrating mini-Gnar. So this isn't a great time. There's a Pulverize onto 2. Nicely done, but Peter going to be able to weather that one quite nicely.
That was dangerous. You know, Andal was still level 2. I think if Peter got a dredge line onto him, you know, especially with the combo being down, it could have really actually been bad for Quantum Freak. So, I mean, it goes fine. Oh, this might not.
Oh dear, there's the hook. Does manage to get the snare as well. Twisted advance from Sylvie. That's a lot of value with the Bramble Smash because he's going to make his way in. They're just going to turn on him. Bull now trying to rain the Acathian down, and this pincer movement, it works out in the end. Another dredge line coming down though, and Jiwoo will secure that kill. Is it another one? It's Andil taking forward for the triple, and we are certifying it.
That is an absolute Zeri moment right there. And the thing is, Cuz came in thinking, hey, I can turn this around. I can focus the Maokai. The Zeri goes unchecked and is just able to clean up on the back of it.
Oh, man. And then Fiesta actually able to win out on this trade as well in the mid lane. Like it was getting a bit dicey there, but just a trade of health bars.
It is so early to have a 3-0 Zeri. It's 4 minutes. It is, man.
We got a noon quiver, and it's definitely not noon yet.
Yeah, a lot of regret on that one. A lot of regret on that one, I think. And the thing is as well is that, you know, Cuz went for the Spellbook and not the Aftershock, so doesn't offer any value here. You can see Andal does hit level 3 there, but is taking so much damage, and they managed to get out. And if you look at this situation, Cuz comes in, but he's 1 against 3 for a lot of this. Yes, Bull's doing some damage, but they lose so much health on the Sejuani, and then the dredge line into the laser beam, and then just to clean it up. I feel like it's one of these situations where you're like, hey, I can kill this target, but you don't think about the ramifications, the consequences. And I also think, I'm going to be honest, if Cuz had Aftershock, he would have taken a lot less damage. Might have actually just not gone down in that situation.
Yeah, my condolences to Wolf. Who,
He will be molded.
Yeah, he's
I hope.
Not excited about the choice of Keystone, but that's fine. We'll see whether Cuz can make up for it.
Here's where the value is, because now he's down Flash.
Oh.
He'll switch it for something,
We
you
can
know?
have Ghost Sejuani.
Yeah.
Love that. Okay, Emperor's Divide going to deliver away 2 sets Sejuani, but he's going to Flash, so he will live. Still, Ahoy without Flash in a lane against an Azir is bad news.
Yeah, we did hit the level 6 point where Azir finally gets to do things. Speaking of doing things, Sylvie is trying to kill this Gromp.
Yep. Peter is moving on over. Not going to be able to get that one. Arndil going to collect himself the Gromp.
Nongshim, notoriously a team who has a bit of beef with the Gromp. You know, you'll remember the
That's true.
Gromp incident, so...
I do like, as a team, they try to get around and punish all of the Gromps after that. You know?
It definitely feels like it's bordering on an obsession at this point.
No, it's understandable, though. He really did struggle.
Yeah, and now... Oh, no, Cuz.
Yeah, okay, there's a hook. It's on to... Peter is a god today, as Bulldog's going to have to get out of there. He's still burning down the Dragon, also angry. And Nongshim think that they may have found the 3. Voidseeker, not actually going to find anything there. So should be the Dragon as the prize for Nongshim. And they look revved up. They look like this loss in game number 1 has only given them power.
I mean, this is a difference as well. Like, previous game, the Rakan really felt ineffective up against the Maokai, but you put Peter on a pick where he's the one dictating the plays, and they're really good target switching, able to not only get Bulldog's Flash, but got him so low he's just forced out the fight. And you know what's the really tragic thing? Cuz didn't get to make use of his Ignite.
Oh, no!
You know?
Oh, it's a disaster.
What a shame.
He still may have an opportunity. He just needs to gank a lane, set someone on fire, and then change it to something else that's cool.
Yeah.
And then we'll see whether we can level up that value.
Wow, that's a very early first item for Zeri.
Yeah, and the fact that it's Static Shiv as well, an accelerated Static Shiv I feel like is worse than a lot of other items, because it just means you're sitting under your turret against a Zeri.
Yeah.
And that's not how it's supposed to work.
It also means even if you try and make a play against the Zeri, like let's say Nongshim move topside, like hey, let's gank the Zeri. Oh no, the wave's gone.
Yeah.
Well,
let's stack a wave. Oh, guess we can't do that.
Yeah.
Just a little
it's
bit unfair.
also thematically very fitting with Zeri, you know?
All right, because she does do Zappy Zap. So it's like she's just got her ultimate forever.
Yeah, it's like a lore boost, you know? I'm pretty sure that exists.
I do feel like, what if there were items that gave you more stats if they were lore relevant? Sway is dead. The Ignite, the value! And Fiesta is going to go down. I think he was dead anyway, but he was still lit on fire, and that was Cuz that did that.
That's the value, you know, and now has his flashback. Wow. Spellbook. And he's also still really far ahead in farm. He has still been farming up a Storm this game.
Yeah.
Bit of a power clearer.
A monster on this Sejuani.
But I think it's time to go back to your point about the lore buff items.
Yeah, would it just be way too strong, you know?
It'd probably be too strong, and it'd also really limit builds, but I feel like it'd be cool for the first patch.
Yeah.
We did it. People were like, oh, look at this! You know, I bought... I'm trying to think of Shreema item. I can't think of any Shreema
I don't even know. Yeah.
They used to have the little coin. That was Shreema, right?
That was a bit Shreemery.
I'm really bad at this.
Well, what about, like, if Misfortune built Collector, for example?
Okay.
It's like the same looking gun thing.
Yeah,
and
that's
it
perfect.
gave her a bit of an extra thingy.
The execute's doubled to 10%.
Oh.
When she ults, let's say, because that sounds a bit more balanced.
Yeah,
that
also doesn't sound very balanced at all.
It doesn't sound balanced at all, but it sounds more if we limit it just to the...
Or maybe it'd be even cooler if, like... Okay, we're going to have a look at this one more time. It was exactly the same thing that happened this time with added Ignite for that extra
and
spicy flavor.
the flash.
Yeah. So nicely executed there by Quantum Freaks, making sure they come back and capitalize on the lack of flash. Peter, very patient. Is this Nautilus? Is Cuz wants to be able to take this one down, but knows that they do have a man disadvantage. And so not going to be the quintuple bubs or the hexabubs. No, it's just the quadra. As Nongshim do manage to get a couple themselves.
The little Void Bub's going to be spawned, apart from the Herald, I guess. But yeah, I mean, gold's pretty even, but I'm still just so nervous about this Zeri.
Yeah.
But then again, we had a strong Zeri last game, and it didn't have too much impact. But I think the job is a lot easier this time around of what Jiwoo needs to do.
He's now back towards his top side, trying to push in Swave once again. They don't have all of the bugs this time around, though, like they did in the first game. So the amount of plates that this Zeri's going to get...
This feels like a consistent
be a little bit
thing
less.
where Quantum Freaks leave Bull in a lane against a very tanky champion who just kind of really doesn't care to be against an AD carry. He's just like, you know what? Try and auto me. Let's see how it goes.
He is Cassante, and he is Dundun at the same time. That's a wombo combo. Goes back home. Not able to build too many items just yet, but wanting to get that reset. Head back towards that top lane once again.
I'm really concerned as well, because it's Cloud Chemtech.
Oh.
It can't be an Ocean Soul.
Oh dear.
There's no way it's going to do it again.
I feel like we haven't had, like, Infernal for ages. It's just been a really long time since
Which
we've
is so
seen
sad,
one.
because it's the funnest map
It
by
is.
far.
Yeah, the little cinders.
Yeah.
It is super good. Maybe we'll get it. Maybe we'll get our wish. I feel like Infernal most often happens with Cloud and Mountain.
Someone should actually check the stats. Someone should actually like look up what are the stats, like what dragon orientations are most common, what souls are most common, how common are we getting Chemtech depending on like whether I'm on desk or casting or not there. You know, there's definitely something there.
You do definitely bring the Chemtex. It is very true.
Yeah.
We know that you don't want to, so we don't blame you for it. Well, I do.
It's like they're spiting me, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
At least we're not getting a Chemtech soul this time. You know, I'm really okay with that. But both teams are looking to set up. I think maybe the prospect of a non-Chemtech soul has them excited, you know?
It's very true. And then it will be an ocean, won't it? It's just probably how
That's
it's
the way it is.
That's how it's going to go. We'll probably find out pretty soon, because you can see this Drake going down very, very quickly. Peter and Fiesta just trying to keep them at bay. Arndil taking a bit of damage. There's the Nature's Grasp. Glacial Prison does come down. Obviously, it's an Ocean Soul, but let's not focus on that as Arndil taking a fair bit of damage, but not that much, because, of course, the Unbreakable Will was there. Peter needs to try and find a way over this wall as Jiwoo is ulted. Arndil gets a nice pulverize onto Fiesta, but now he's running away, and he's just dead. And now it's Zeri time. The man advantage is going to be there. He's not hit by the Empress Divide this time, and it's a double. He's 5-0!
Oh, my lord. Yeah, I mean, the target selection was very creative from Arndil there, trying to get an angle in, reading the flash from Jiwoo, but at the end of the day, a lot was expended, and Zeri wasn't dealt with, and Jiwoo just cleans up, and is now such a problem.
He was already such a problem.
What's more than a problem?
I don't know. Catastrophe. Yeah, it's not feeling very solvable either. Isn't a problem generally solvable?
Usually.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel solvable.
No, it doesn't.
And the thing is, the Ocean Soul as well, even though it is definitely one of the less impactful souls, there is a lot of tanky members on Nongshim who will get a lot of value out of it. We'll see the replay here. So Nongshim get the dragon low enough that they're like, okay, let's commit for this. We'll throw the Malkail to disengage. A lot of damage focus on Peter, but he manages to kind of survive through it. And then here, we see the flash play from Sylvie looking for Bull, which Bull does manage to cleanse out of. And Arndil goes for this really creative like headbutt flash Q that catches out Fiesta, but the problem is there's no follow-up. Right, Bull is out the fight completely, and Bulldog can't get close enough, so despite the fact that it was like a creative play, it was cool to see, but wait, it meant nothing.
Wasn't it setting up for Bull? He did have Killer Instinct, right?
I mean, he did. Maybe that was like the thought process of Arndil, and Bull was like,
nah, man.
Nah, bro, you good. That's on you.
I would like to know what the comms were in that particular moment.
Yeah.
Because it might have been a kill onto Fiesta, but then I think maybe they all just died at you.
Sometimes you do see those windows, you know, and it's like, it's one of these ones where it's especially when you don't have like, when you're not the most experienced player.
Did Fiesta just ult randomly in a line for no reason?
Maybe. But yes, one of these moments where you see this window and you just go for it and you hope your team can follow, because it's like in the moment it looks like a great play, and then your team are like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah. You're in your own flow state.
Yeah.
And
you
no
know,
one's there with you.
You're like, oh, like he saw the angles.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
the
yeah,
math
yeah.
calculations are
Yeah,
coming in.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
like, wait,
yeah.
if I headbutt you will flash. I can Q flash onto and then it's like you just see the outcome, and it's like that's not how it went in his head. That is definitely not how it went in his head.
No, it's certainly not. But I would like to have seen what he had planned, because I'm sure it was glorious.
Yeah, we just need to like beam his thoughts into a television, and we can just watch him like, wow, that looks great. I feel like in this clip, both him and Bull would have more HP. I think that's what was going on in his head.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, maybe the Zeri wouldn't have 3 kills already, and VC, you know, I think
Look
maybe
at
that's
him.
something that was forgotten about. He's 2 levels up as well.
Yeah, no. And Bull's like trying his best to do battle with this cannon minion, and G was just slaughtering his turret. Oh, this is not going very well.
No.
Sylvie just bodyguard for the Zeri at the moment. As we can see, Peter taking a few Sand Soldier autos from Bulldog. And it's really weird, because we're talking about this game like it's utterly doomed, and it kind of is, because all 5 of those kills at the top are on a Zeri.
Well,
but it's only like a 300 gold lead.
It does also simplify things significantly, right? Quantum Freaks have a very clear goal.
Aha.
Kill Zeri. And if they achieve that, things probably looking pretty good, you know? If they manage to catch out Jiu, and you know, Jiu typically is pretty sharp in his positioning in team fights, but if they catch him with a stream of shuffle, like think of Nongshim with Zeri dead, how different the fights look.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a massive advantage in a 4v4 with both 80 carries dead. Let's just say that. As Dudu is just going to chase down Dundun here.
Like the
that
fact
Kuz not able to quite get.
they're even in gold, and there's a 5-0 Zeri who has a 20 CS lead, really sets the story for the rest of the team.
That's
it is
true.
all or nothing.
And our story building has become a lot easier now. You know, we go into every team fight with a very simple if statement.
I'll be able to break it down so easily. And as you can see, this was the point where Zeri died, and so they lost. Or, as you can see, Zeri didn't die.
And so they won.
And so they won.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
It's beautiful. And as you can see, it's just a continuation of pretty average souls as well. It is a very pretty rift. There is at least that. And it does go a bit stroby when the rift is transforming. When it's Ocean Soul, that's kind of cool as well.
Yeah. I like how they reorder it, you know, the Cloud, the Chemtech, and the Ocean.
Yeah.
They reorder them to make us think like we're getting something different. We're not.
No.
It is Ocean Soul. Oh, Maokai's looking. It is Ocean Soul for Maokai, which means more sapling brushes, which is nice.
That is true. That is very true.
Oh, this is a close... Oh, Dudu's got Mega.
Okay, ulti going to go wide there from Kuz as Dudu looking for that flank angle. He does have Mega, but he can't really find his way into the fight. As Nature's Grasp going to be fantastic disengage. They pick their target. May not be the right one there for Peter, as Kuz is extraordinarily tanky. The Dragon has been started off though, and Jiwoo is just trying to keep himself as safe as possible. Another flank angle. This time it's Andil. Can he be the hero? Try and lock up this Lightning Lady. Peter off to the side. Sandshol just coming in, and now Andil has found him. There's the flash out. The fear is fantastic, and the Gnar is just going to explode. It's a 6th for Jiwoo. Andil is also so incredibly low. Oh, almost just dies to the Comet, but he will survive. That is going to be Soul Point locked down for Nongshim. Not the worst for the Kwangdong Freaks. They do limp their way out, but it is incremental advantages, and it is still 100% kills.
It's another Zeri. It's so painful, but a great read from Nongshim. The initial fight, you could see they were really tentative. You can even imagine the Kongs, you saying, guys, no, Mega Gnar, back away. And as a result, they managed to mitigate the initial threat, but here, Andil comes in. Great peel from Fiesta, but Peter catching the mini Gnar. This is kind of where I see some of the issues with Kwangdong Free's composition. You're relying on Mega Gnar being ready for your engage to happen. And when it's so critical to punish this backline of Nongshim, you miss out on the Mega Gnar window, and that might just be the fight done. And we kind of saw that on display there. Dudu significantly less threatening when his Mega Gnar is completely empty.
And Jiwoo as well, I actually really like this adjustment to the build. If you're Giga fed, why not just go 3rd item Infinity Edge?
Yeah.
Because maybe you just one-shot everyone, and then you don't need lifesteal because you never lose health.
Yeah.
And you also have a potential Ocean Soul incoming, which would help you out there as well. All right, Dudu is very dangerous. Probably doesn't even want to go into Mega Gnar because he won't be able to do as much work. You hate that. But still, Dudu is reigning supreme in the side lane. It's just, I just wish it was relevant, don't you?
Yeah.
It might be. You know, it might be.
He's applying pressure, and they do have a Kai'Sa. So potentially there's a window, a setup where...
I did forget that.
You know, we saw the damage numbers between the AD carries a second ago on that graphic.
I didn't. I chose not to look.
For the best.
Yeah.
Definitely for the best. It's not looking good for Bull. But it does mean that maybe there's the angle where you kind of lean the Kai'Sa in the side lane, get a kill onto whoever's holding it, and then when Nongshim start Baron, you hope you can get enough people there to contest. That's a pretty popular Kai'Sa play that we saw a lot, so maybe that's the angle they look for.
Peter is just, he's just, I was looking at the minimap, I'm like, where is the, why are we hooking right now? And Peter, he's just feeling
because
himself.
He can.
He just wanted to.
Because he can.
Bull, Terminus, now done. So he has
I like
two items.
how,
Nice. Jiwoo has 3.
I like
pretty
how
good ones.
They showed us the comparison graphic before.
Yeah.
And then just to reiterate, they're like, hey, let's once again show the goal difference between these two.
By the way, Jiwoo finishes Infinity Edge before item number 2 came in. As Sylvie is taking a bit of damage here. Rookern's shield is now dealt with.
Well, now it's gone. Now it's completely gone.
Fiesta moving on over. There's the Glacial Prison. Nice. Knockups are going to come down as Fiesta finds the ultimate. A lot of AoE. And Jiwoo, he's at full health. Look at these health bars. They are just being eradicated. Bulldog finds absolutely no one. And Andil, he gets some CC. But if there's CC and there's no one there to see it, does it really happen? And the answer is kind of no. It's a double for Sylvie. And it was almost 100% kills for Jiwoo. At least now he has 100% kill contribution.
Yeah, and I think Dundun actually went to teleport, and Dudu stopped it with Meganar, but that didn't really change the outcome of the fight at all. I don't know what the game plan there was from Quantum Freaks. Like, they were kind of just, let's bash our front lines against each other, and hopefully that, oh god, there's a 6-0 Zeri.
Yeah.
That kind of felt like how it panned out. And now Baron secured.
Yeah, they needed a little bit more help for that one. That was not the fastest Baron, but with no one alive, no punishment there at all. And if we're going to compare how Nongshim and Quandong Freaks both did on the blue side, Nongshim definitely looking a whole lot better, but a whole lot of things went right for them in the early game in this game.
It's like Peter's low, but who cares?
Oh, the little skate from Jiwoo there as well.
Yeah, it was nice.
To go back to what the space was talking about, the fact that the team wasn't playing around Jiwoo, and he was also going for a lot of very aggressive plays on the Zeri. I think going for the, like, finding these outplays instead has, you know, it's been a huge improvement.
Yeah, but counterpoint, Cuz has teleport, so have you thought about that?
No, I didn't.
You know?
But I did now.
Yeah, so...
I have now thought about the teleport.
Look, Nongshim might have a 7-0 Zeri.
Andil is going to have to ult. Does manage to get a headbutt onto Peter as he flashes away. Peter is going to be just fine.
There's the teleport!
Nature's Grasp comes in. Yeah, there's the teleport. He even finds the Zeri with the Glacial Prison. And Jiwoo just walks it off. Now, Dudu, can he find it? Then Meganar does come through. As into the backline, they go the skate out, and he's just out of there. They do manage to get the kill onto Peter, though, as Jiwoo now finally finding his way over. These burst fires are just so dangerous, cuz, oh, they're just getting picked apart. And Bull trying to get some of these autos. These Sand Soldiers coming in as well. And over the wall goes Jiwoo and executes Bull. Nongshim, they deal with the rest of them as well because Fiesta's doing so much damage also. And they have to be so distracted by this Zeri, but then the Hui just rips them apart.
Yeah, and you know what? Quantum Freaks, they had a dream and a teleport, and it nearly works.
But it all comes back to the teleport.
It nearly worked, it actually nearly did, but they weren't able to pin down Jiwoo. That skate away made all the difference, and there was this constant nervousness, like, oh god, where's the Zeri? What's the Zeri doing? Maybe should have focused a bit more on the Hui, and unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But we saw the logic. We saw what it could have been.
Nah from Dudu as well. It was almost so close to being one of those huge moments. Let's have a look at it one more time because I swear that was almost the game-winning play.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a good comeback play. The double teleport, and I just love Cuz. It's just immediately like, okay, I'm rooted. I am killing Jiwoo. Gets the ult, gets the cleanse. And then we actually see Dudu has Meganar stacked up. Bull looks for the angle in. After the flash, it's so close.
Yeah, the flash just So good. And then
Phantom
Bull
빠졌어.
also
이쪽으로
landed the
갈래,
Void
이쪽으로?
Seeker in this
Yeah.
moment onto Jiwoo.
You know, if they went so far behind, they probably win that. What is... That's a... That's a Dundun play.
That's some Dundun.
I think as well, you look at all the scores, like... Dundun probably does... It's like he's just been so
He's
focused
been
on top
playing a
lane.
very different game.
Yeah, he's
A
like, everyone
very
else is
different-
getting loads of kills. He's like, oh,
He's probably talking to his team. He's like, oh, the game state's not looking very good, guys.
guys, I'm 0-1-1. I'm not sure I can really hold... He's
Yeah.
presses tab for the first time. Oh,
Oh, okay.
that's sick.
Oh, no, I guess we're winning.
We're the ones winning.
It's perfect.
I like how his only attempt to join as well, he got stopped by the Mega. And the thing is, the Gnar can only stop you TPing if he's Mega. So in that one specific instance,
He waits for the Mega Gnar to be there.
it's just an excuse. It's just like his team are like, you need to TP this time. It's like, yes. Oh no, I got stopped by the Mega Gnar. Nothing I can do. Back to farming side lanes.
And we're going to have a look at this one more time. Dundun just, yeah, it was... They thought they had control of this part of the jungle, and they sort of did.
But you know, it's a good play from Quan. I think when you're this far behind, you do feel desperate, and these sort of plays are the ones you need to go for, where you just pick off someone by themselves. It doesn't make that much of a difference, but you have to incrementally build back advantages out of that.
Yep.
They're not giving up yet.
By
And
the way, I love the Maw of Malmortius for Jiwoo as well.
Yeah.
Because it means that if they do manage to get through a portion of his health bar, they've got Ocean Soul, and he will get that lifeline. And for a Zeri, I feel like it is just absurd the amount of value that you could potentially get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you could maybe gone Shield Bow as well. Like, there is magic damage going on Freaks, but there's also like the Gnar, and the Kai'Sa isn't all magic, you know, so... It's definitely...
yeah.
I like the defensive itemization. I'm not sure if Maw was necessarily 100% the right one, but I do think the right call is like, I do enough damage.
Yeah.
Why don't I go a little bit defensive?
Yeah, and there's also the argument that, you know, just build items.
Items
would
are
be fine.
generally good on Zeri. I would... If someone asked me to predict on the outcome of a game, and one of them Zeri has more items, the other one Zeri has less, probably the one where Zeri has more items is usually...
Yeah, that's normally the better.
Yeah.
Well, Quantum Freaks, they are waiting in a brush. Sylvie can just find them. And sometimes little kittens that you can throw around. Going to help out with that. Supercharger done. Going to be used there for Bull to get himself out of the way of the Extendo Beam. Man, thinking back, remembering just how completely broken the Extendo Beam was
Yeah.
when Zeri was a Poke champion.
Doesn't hit quite a... You know, you see it, and it still gives you that apprehension you used to have.
right.
You're like, oh, is it going to do 1,000 damage? No.
Not this time.
Not quite, thankfully. But yeah, I mean, as well, having the Ocean Soul now, I mean, it's so... You never win front to back. You never win if you're just hitting the front line. There's no way in which that goes well for Quantum Freaks. So, and the problem is now, you look at a situation where Fiesta and Jiwoo have all sums available. And there's also the Banshee's Veil on the Hui. And as you said before, the Maw, it is becoming bordering on impossible.
Maybe Jiwoo should have built Edge of Night just to make it completely impossible to kill him.
That would be...
It would have been very funny.
obnoxious.
I don't think that it would have been very good as far as itemization is concerned.
But it would have been more items than not having it, so
Yeah,
fine.
that is very true. Does go back to your rule. As the Sun Disc not going to last too long here. Void Seeker going to be avoided as Nongshim. Now just moving minion waves closer and closer. They haven't really made very much ground. Of course, it's 8,000 gold the lead. They're waiting for this Baron opportunity as Cuz has found Dundun. But it's just, it feels so tough.
Yeah, honestly, I
this
think
Ocean Soul.
they could just turn on the Baron. The Ocean Soul is going to keep them healthy on it, and they can
Yeah.
start a fight on that. Don't wait for the Elder.
Well, now Dudu doesn't have the Mega anymore. Andil was
Andil's-
looking for a wraparound, but
they've
there's
seen
so
him.
much vision.
They know he's there. Jiwoo can just slide over and won't
right.
go for it, though.
Gets spotted out. There's the Extendo Beam just to tell him that they know what's going on here.
Oh, this is going to be a fight.
Yeah, Sylvie gonna get exhausted as Cuz is going to switch over to Smite because he really did want to
You know
have
what?
that, and I don't mind it. Hook not really going to get too much value as they do avoid all of these Void Seekers. Okay, Dudu, oh, just barely not going to be found. So Sylvie gets 0 value out of this Nature's Grasp.
You can feel the tension, though. And I'm going to say, I think switching the exhaust for the Smite absolutely the right play. You know, I saw the exhaust come to Maokai. I'm like, is that what you want to do?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
You were thinking, you know, exhaust over smite, but what about heal over flash?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah.
And you can see, with 20 seconds to go, Quantum Freaks are moving over to set up the Elder Dragon. Baron is just gone. And the thing is, you know, Nongshim going to fight over the Elder. Your only benefit really getting from the Baron is the gold and the extra stats, which isn't something you want to obviously ignore. It's definitely an advantage, but right now it is going to become focused on this Elder, and Quantum Freaks are there first, so
yeah,
a little edge in a game where they have really not had any.
And the Zeri, a little bit far away from this at the moment, as well as Andil does get in a good position. Now Jiwoo going to chase after them. It's going to be secured by Nongshim. Kuz is often very good at these, but not this time around. Is this the flash in from Jiwoo? Andil trying to get into that backline. This time Bull's there for the follow-up, but he's going to be eradicated. The Dragon gets angry. It's a double for this giga-fed Zeri. And this game, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to go on for very much longer. Nongshim will just push up with Exodia in hand. I thought they already had Exodia with a Zeri this fed, but I guess they're going to need all of those buffs and stuff as well. And, you know, that will just finish this one off.
I think it was the right play, though, from Quantum Freaks to flip the Elder, but Dudu, the 1-1, Dundun, the 1-1-1 Kasante, makes the right play. He drags Kuz away from the Elder, secures the buff, and then it's just game over from there. Nongshim answering back with a very convincing win.
Amazing stuff, and that's going to bring us to a Game 3. And it'll be the third series with a Game 3 on the line here for the Kwangdong Freaks, and they're going to have to step up. They're going to have to find it, because losing back-to-back to Bro and then losing to Nongshim like this, who did just, you know, struggle against DRX. Yes, they managed to take that game from T1, which I think we've really been focusing on, but the main thing is this is a team that's also been struggling, and they're looking to try and find this bounce back before they go against a whole lot of teams that have that are on the western side of the bracket. This victory here for Nongshim would be absolutely massive, but I think that it would be devastating to lose here once again for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, especially after what happened last summer when they were in a position where it looked like they were a lock for that last playoff spot, and then they just kept losing momentum. They went on that super long loss streak, and they lost what felt like a guaranteed playoff spot, so they obviously don't want that to happen again, and losing to Nongshim in this series would obviously allow it to happen. Bull and the Kaiser didn't really get to see him.
No, wasn't really able to do anything, but the main character was there. Cameraman, I think, kind of got it right this time around. Zeri votes don't make us feel great, but it's just going to have to happen. We're going to go to a short break. It is going to be the space, and then game number 3. We'll see you there.
빨리 갔다 보는데? 나왔다. 체크 좀. 나가줘. 시간 끌어줘야 돼. 바로 안 녹아서 괜찮을 때 체크 한번 해줄 수 있고. 안 녹냐 이거 아지른데? 안 녹아. 천천히. 빨리 나가야 돼. 천천히. 야 여기 한번 봐. 알리디 볼래? 야 센스 데려갈게. 형 뭐야 방금 먹었어. 형 쌈봐도 돼. 카이더 높을. 이러면 이겼어. 절대 안 돼. 위험했다 근데.
So what makes a yordle? I'm glad that you asked. Explaining the answer is no easy task. Sure, yordles agree in both size and in name, but that doesn't mean we're exactly the same. Engadgeting yordles are all about tech, like Rumble, inventor of flame-spitting mechs. There's bots, electricians, a chemist or two, explosions set off by suspicious shampoo. The yordles of Greensprout grow lush, wholesome crops. They farm and they garden, they fish and climb rocks. You think you're outdoorsy? You might lose that bet to Teemo, the Grove's greatest Vandal Scout yet. For fresh inspiration, escape to the Isle of artists, musicians, and chefs by the mile. With Lulu to grant you that whimsical spark, you might find yourself at a huge water park. In Yarnville, where yordles make scarves and warm hats, it's there you'll find knitters and Yumi the cat. This stuff is like magic wherever you walk. Yarn houses, yarn bridges, a yarn-talking saw. From surfing to fashion, from acting to math, we've all different passions, our own unique path. Some call us obsessive, some say it's a phase. That one little thing sends us into a craze. When yordles can't tinker or teach or make art, it ain't long before our whole world falls apart. However we fix it, we must fix it soon. By might or by magic or giant harpoon! But one thing's for sure, that for worse or for better, what makes us all yordles? We're yordles together!
I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 of Saturday's Showdown, where Nongshim were able to tie things up against the Kwangdong Freaks. That one, once again, was a pretty one-sided affair with the Zeri getting 11 kills. What do you guys think about game 2?
What if you took game 1, but you're like, okay, so we lost that one, right? What if we make Zeri even more fed? And like game 1, we were somewhat mystified, stupefied by some of these drafts. And most notably, the Alistair on R3 was already like a little bit like, that could have been something different. Maybe Cassante with some bans then to make sure that Dundon doesn't get too comfortable with counter pick. And then the Kai'Sa pickup, which you knew Nautilus was open as well.
Yeah, and then, you know, when we get into the gameplay a little bit later, we'll see what happens with that Nautilus pick. But I just want to give a shout out to Fiesta because I've been calling for this for a while. I wanted Fiesta to come in. I think Calmy's having a really rough season. I think Fiesta had a very bad last year, but I think it's time to give him a chance. He played well. They drafted the way for him. Feels like what we saw with DRX and Yehu just a few days ago. So, I mean, really similar scenario here. I think Fiesta performed, and the draft worked out. I don't think they should have gotten a draft that was this good, Nongshim, but you know, you talked about like, oh, what happened if we just took game one and then made it better in the draft here, basically, because we got more options? What if they actually played around the Zeri better as well in the game and got the Zeri ahead like game one and then team fought properly?
Wow!
Yeah!
They did, and we can take a look at that first fight that we are talking about here. Only 3 minutes into the game, and this happens, a certified Zeri moment.
This is peak solo queue. This is when you're in your solo queue game, you're like, I really need this win, and then this happens here, you're like, nope. No, it's not happening this game.
Yeah, and then you're like, you're actually pinging Cuz on Unsealed Spellbook rune repeatedly as well in this moment. And you're like, wait, why did he go unsealed? Like, my jungler is trolling. This is the only explanation. As yeah, they should not have been trying to clear that ward. Jiwoo gets 3 kills in the early game and is able to go back and buy a Noon Quiver at like 430. And at that moment, we were like, well, this one's probably done unless they mess up all the team fights. And they did not mess up all the team fights. Small spoiler if you didn't watch the game.
Didn't even need Cassante, which is the best part.
Yeah, it's so funny that like Quantum Freaks were like, you know what? We're in a great spot. We could pick this Cassante, but you can have it. And then it's like, okay, well, we're just not going to do anything.
Didn't matter at all.
Except the one time that he did ult away the jungler on the Elder Drake, which is not one of our highlights, but that was like the one thing he did in this game. This is kind of where we felt like the game ended. Because Quantum Freaks, you could already kind of smell the desperation in the air, but then we saw this and we were like, oh, it's over.
We knew it was over, but this is where we really knew it was over. As they hard engage onto the Nautilus and the Maokai. Well, Fiesta and Jiwoo are just like, hey.
Not sure what Bulldog was trying to do with that ultimate either, but I guess it just doesn't matter because the fight is already over. Positioning of Fiesta really good there too. On the left side, he was over the wall, so if they did try to go in, he had the ability to rotate his spells from a safe distance. It was just desperation, and I think Kwangdong, they knew this draft had some pretty narrow win conditions. They missed them in the first 4 minutes of the game, and then they were like, let's go next fast. Go next fast, please.
They banned Vi. They didn't pick Nautilus when it was available. They didn't ban it. And Nongshim had a great game as well. They utilized their draft, and they were able to win game number 2. So let's see who does pick up the POG for that game number 2. It will be Jiwoo, and it turns out that boom boom damage that is this large, I think, deserves a look, and he will get the POG.
He also played so much better than game number 1, which is why I went for him. Obviously, these kills, kind of a freebie. I do like the willingness to go in very aggressively there, go to flash, but this play, flashing the ultimate, then dodging both Bull, jumping in on, and Bulldog's ultimate with one well-timed dash. Should Zeri be allowed to dash? We've answered this question many a time when she was mad at. No, probably not. But he played it well, and that could have been a game-turning point. That was actually where the attempt to teleport from Cuz could have been a game-turner. As I think the Peter vote, I stand by it.
I mean, look, Peter set up the triple kill in the bottom lane, and then he played well for the rest of the game.
I think it's a valid vote.
And I didn't want to vote for Zeri.
It's also valid. I think that's totally fine as well. He did also mind control them into attacking him a lot, so like a lot of damage taken and stuff like that. I think it's okay, you know. So that was game number 2. We will have Quantum Freaks moving over to the blue side for game number 3. It does feel like both teams have really struggled to draft from the red side, so potential for Quantum Freaks to strike back here. The series so far has looked like a pretty close one. And we'll just have to wait and see, guys, as we are going to go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you very much, Valdez, Chronicler, and extraordinarily based non-Zeri voter Wolf. Really brilliant stuff. And of course, Jiwoo deserved it, 100%. But I do like sticking to your guns, because it never makes you feel very good when it's just the Zeri vote. I feel like so much of that was past trauma
Yeah.
that Wolf did not want to revisit.
I get it.
By
I get
voting
it.
for it, and it completely makes sense.
Yep, and we see Quantum Freaks go back on the blue side, so hoping to regain that advantage they had in game 1. Thing I want to point out is that Maokai, 100% win rate
Ooh.
in this series so far.
In 2 roles.
Yeah. Is this champion strong?
I don't know.
Experts say yes.
They would. But is it going to be recognized within the banning phase of this game?
Just ban out, pick it. There's your choices. There's your options. It's just interesting that it always ends up coming to second. Like, it's like you get first pick, which is whatever, then red side pick 2 champions, then blue side like, oh yeah, Maokai. We can just pick that.
Yeah.
You know, picking it. The fact it gets open at 2-3 is interesting to me. We'll see what the first pick comes through. We have pretty much the exact same bans as game 1.
And the same picks
Yeah,
so
the same
far.
Varus. You know what? You can be the change, Nongshim. You can take the Maokai on this rotation.
Be the change you want to see in the world.
Yeah.
And Dundun, maybe you're the man to do it. I think they'll lock Zeri. I think that's almost a guarantee.
Yeah, you know, they seem pretty content with that.
Yeah.
Zeri Maokai, pretty strong angle, and it's a flex. That's the thing. We saw it in the jungle role last game. It seemed pretty good.
Yeah.
You're not locked into anything. You can put it where you want.
Sylvie, be a tree.
Just lock it in. It doesn't have to be Sylvie. It could be Peter too. You know, you could put a mid for all I care. Just pick it up.
Make Maokai exist in your composition, and I think you'll be feeling pretty good, Nongshim.
Oh, they know. Their knowers.
My goodness.
Oh,
this draft adaptation, absolutely extraordinary. Look at this.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Imagine if they had have just like at the last second flexed to Azir.
I would have left.
I would have lost you. I would have lost. I might have also lost myself.
Nongshim come to the conclusion that they can just pick Maokai themselves, which is crazy.
I just never would have seen it. What an incredible turning point within the draft. Speaking of things that we couldn't have seen, Azir.
Wow. Really, really throwing the boat out with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll see what they opt. Could just see
Nautilus could come in, some targeted CC, but Aatrox existent, and he will be picked up here.
Yeah, so securing both the solo lanes, knowing that Nongshim can only answer one of them if they so choose. And I think they should, because I think you want to keep the flex alive
Orianna, please.
From the Maokai. Orianna would be very potent. But it looks like they're just going to end up going for the Talia.
And I think with the fact that they're the team with the Maokai at the moment, the Talia doesn't feel quite as bad, but I still don't like it as much, but maybe that has something to do with Game 1, because at the very beginning of Game 1, I was like, oh, Talia, kind of like that. But then I saw it, and I was like, I don't like it as much anymore. Now, Fiesta is going to have a go at it, and of course, Call Me a lot more known for his Talia play than Fiesta is, but maybe just a different flavor of Talia is going to be the way this time around.
Yeah, and Cuz will lose a Sejuani, and to no surprise, Quantum Freaks will start banning top laners. Kasante, obviously, will leave that one open. It
really
was so
glad
impactful in the last game.
No, exactly. They have to get rid of it because Dundun he just existed. He was just so there.
The hidden carry,
game.
you know, I feel like we as analysts, you know, between us and the space, didn't really highlight the impact Kasante made just because we're not smart enough to recognize it.
No, we didn't understand it. And sometimes, if you don't understand it, you assume that it wasn't great. But oftentimes, you're just not smart enough to really understand.
Yeah.
So there it is. Nautilus going to be taken away, and there is, once again, the Rakan for Peter. And this time, he doesn't have to deal with a Maokai.
I'm really fine with Peter and Rakan. I'm not sure there was any need to pick it for fourth pick, though, because realistically, you already know it's Aatrox top lane. You could have picked top. You could have secured counter pick for Peter. Even if you're going to go Rakan anyway, I think not giving them that information would have been valuable. So despite a good start of the draft, I think it's a bit of a fumble here. And as a result, now Quantum Freaks know they can go Ashe with pretty much impunity. There's not that much threat from Rakan as a Varus Ashe lane. So a bit of a fumble there. The Rel comes through for Cuz, securing a bit of front line for themselves. And you know what? Dundun, you could have just picked this Jax on 4.
Yeah, I don't really see... And they could have kept the flex, actually.
Yep.
Because then they could have put it in the jungle if they wanted to. and then he could have picked something else. So, yeah, that was a whoopsie, I think. But still, I don't know whether Nongshim would have played any other composition.
And the thing is, that's fine though, because I feel like if you go Jax on 4, even if your intention is to go Rakan on 5, it doesn't give a free pass, because Ashe, like, knowing you're playing Ashe into Rakan gives you so much confidence.
Oh yeah.
You know you're not going to get challenged in lane, you know you can just harass and poke, so maybe Andal goes in a different direction if you kept support till the last pick, you know. Maybe he goes for a more defensive pick, and as a result you have an easier lane and can transition that into a really strong team fight, but you know, they've laid their bed. They'll have to lie in it, and now it's going to be a struggle in the bot lane 2v2, and it's really going to be about, can you disrupt that? We saw them in game 1 and 2, both games good at setting up plays around Jiwoo to get him fed. I feel like this one is going to be harder than those previous two, but the goal is going to be similar.
Yeah, I do think the team fights are going to be a little bit more straightforward for Nongshim, but I think the lane, like you say, is just going to be way worse. And it was already bad in game number 1, if we remember back. It was pretty good in game 2, but that game was kind of over in about 5 minutes. This time around, we have the archery bottom lane, and that should be able to put on a lot of pressure. We've seen it punished before. It does rely on getting some attention from the jungler, and we'll see whether Sylvie is going to be able to get around there and get stuff done in the early stages up against Cuz on Israel. Do or die here for both these teams. We jump into game 3. Kwangdong, 하나, 둘, 셋!
Kwangdong fighting!
Nongshim, 하나, 둘, 셋!
Nongshim fighting!
All right, Saturday Showdown, the final game of this series, and it means so much for both of these squads. Kwangdong Freaks trying to get themselves back into some playoff safety with victory here, currently still clinging. But if Nongshim were to start some sort of a run, then their spot could very quickly start to become under fire. And with 2 losses against Bro, you cannot overstate how impactful that is, because every other team in the league has managed to beat them.
Yep. Man, it's so crazy just how much Kwangdong Freaks Split, like the storyline has just transformed in such a short period of time, from being like, hey, these guys are actually really good, they're on the western side, you know, they were at points in like 4th place, and now it's like, can they beat Nongshim?
Yeah.
Will they make playoffs? Serious questions being asked.
And look, I think with this draft, Kwangdong Freaks put themselves in a great position. I think that this is actually a really winning line. I think after that Rakan pick, that as we can see here, I mean, it's pretty devastating.
Yep. This is why I don't think it makes sense to pick the Rakan. You can see Peter went Q level 1 there to try and sustain some of the damage, but the problem is that just means you offer even less threat.
Yeah.
Not that they really offered any returns, so I'm not saying it's the wrong choice, just it's one of these things where you're not going to be able to land a W, and I don't think you're going to get to be able to auto minions. Yeah, the double Halo Blades Bull didn't even get to auto, didn't need to.
No, he just pressed E, and that was enough.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Level 2 picked up for both of these bottom laners on Kwangdong Freaks' side. Nongshim going to have to wait a while before that one does come in, as this minion wave is starting to stack up.
Now, you know, and we're seeing Cuz pathing towards bot. I'm not sure I don't think he'll be here in time, really, to punish on this. Maybe if you'd done like bot side into bot dive, that could have been an angle, dive them when they're level 1. But just going for a more of a straightforward clear. Still, we get to see how much value Kwangdong Freaks can get with this wave crashing in. They just want to keep landing the poke and try and deny as much farm as possible.
Yep. You can see Jiwoo actually dashing forward, trying to avoid some of that damage. Working out quite nicely, to be perfectly honest with you. Not too bad. But it's plates that is going to be the focus here. It's not going to be a dive or anything like that for Kwangdong Freaks. And this first plate should be on the menu very, very soon. Peter and Jiwoo just doing their very best to try and get as much farm as they possibly can. Yeah, they do get level 3 at least.
Yeah, they got the heal from the Q, but it was on the Hail of Arrows, so the healing was reduced. Just doesn't look fun.
No.
Doesn't look fun to play at all. Been through most pots. You actually saw Jiwoo when boots plus several potions which in terms of surviving through the poke is pretty good, but you have a lot less base health without a Doran's item and a lot less AD, so they're threatening a dive here. I honestly think they realistically could maybe look for the angle, but it looks like they're not going to go for it because just shadowing.
Yeah, they run out of minions a little bit too quickly there, so Cuz not going to go for it. And why would you mess up a good thing? Because right now, even though they're not getting kills or anything like that, I mean, it's still working here towards this bottom side. Having a look around the rest of the map, Dundun actually having a decent time. We know that he loves his Jax. He's always been a huge fan of this champion. And so probably going to be relatively comfortable. See whether that's actually going to be enough here, as this wave did get shoved in. Nongshim did stay here to answer.
You know, all things considered, I don't think Jiwoo's done that bad. You know, 7th CS down is pretty okay. Considering, like, he didn't get to touch the first 2 waves until they hit the tower. They've kind of held on okay, but this is one of the things where it sounds like I'm saying, oh, it's fine, but now Bull's going to come back to lane with a Dirk. You're getting more points in the Varus's Q and the Ashe W. You know, as much as it looks really bad early on, it doesn't really get that much better. And Jiwoo just came back to lane with only 1 health potion.
Yeah, and shoes. Berserk's Greaves, if he can, you know, run out of the way of some of these piercing arrows, could be a good thing, but, I mean, volley, difficult to avoid.
Yeah.
Some shoes is okay. Seismic Shove going to land on the Bulldog here. Haven't really had a check-in with Fiesta on this champion so much as Sylvie. Just going to get a nice trade against Cuz, even able to get the sapling follow-up after the twisted advance. Not too bad there, as Peter will be able to find a Gleaming Quill. And he's just battle dancing around. I think so much is going to come down to whether a gank is going to actually occur towards this bottom side and who's going to be able to have the control. As we can see, Sylvie getting to work on the grubs. We'll be able to grab one of them. Gleaming Quill value coming in.
Yeah, he's doing such a good job of landing these Qs, and it makes a pretty significant difference in how they handle these lanes. I just think Quantum Freaks you need to focus a lot on dodging them, because if it connects, you're just mitigating pretty much the entire trade in return. We do see that obviously with the bot prio achieved, because he's just going to soul this dragon.
Yeah, he's going to start it up. Andal's going to come on over and try and help him out. As Bull might need to be a little bit careful. Does have a very large minion wave, so Nongshim probably not going to threaten. And so the Drake is going to be taken down. Full information for Nongshim. Do know that this is happening. As, all right, Grand Entrance going to come through here for Peter. But they know that Cuz is well and truly in the vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, the timing's okay because it just cleared out the wave. So Peter should have his cooldowns back up by the time the next wave hits. But it looks like they're actually looking for the dive angle now. All summoners available. This could be tricky.
Yeah, could be. Extendo Beam just to try and hit this wave as they look for Peter, and they'll take him down. That is just so quick. As Jiwoo now going to be the next one on the menu. Andil's going to tank up this turret to start this one off. There's the cleanse out as he looks for it. Andil just had enough health to be able to tank this one up, and they just kill both of them with 0 response.
Yeah, perfectly played, honestly. Every part of that was absolutely textbook. And the thing is, it's so difficult as a defensive duo in that scenario, because Peter, like, if you flash before the first bit of damage hits, then they don't have aggro. You've just wasted your flash. But by not flashing, you get CC chain to die before you get to play the game.
All right, Nature's Grasp here towards this top side of the map. The flash was used, but I don't think it's going to be enough there, as Dudu does just heal himself back up, and I guess he's just going to be fine. Really thought that they'd be able to get the last little bit of damage, but Aatrox.
Yep, managed to heal up. Even though he didn't get a sweet spot on that final Q, it was enough healing, and that feels really rough. You commit both flashes topside. You commit the Maokai ult. Maokai ult, one of the best tools for ganking bot. You just walk in the river, press ult, covers like the whole lane, really effective against like an Ashe Varus, and it's now unavailable. And you've also burned so much resources to get nothing in the top lane. Meanwhile, your bot is bleeding. Definitely a rough start for Nongshim.
Yeah, this is really not the way that you'd want it to go. And Fiesta also went for the Merc Treads and the tier, so he doesn't have very much to offer at this point in the game when it comes to damage, and we're going to have to watch this again.
Yeah, the juggling's really good. You know, the first bit of damage that takes aggro is CC, and they just chain it. No chance for Peter to play the game. And here, Andal takes aggro, allows the other two to do the work, and just walks at a tower perfectly in time.
All right, Fiesta. I'd have to flash here, but no. Actually just gets the phase rush. and is able to walk his way out. So that's definitely good news. Fiesta having a little bit of control. This is where the good news ends.
Yeah, the Gleaming Quill holding up less and less against the Pro as Quantum Freaks start to pick up more and more items. Even just that longsword, apparently, in a couple of levels, making a lot of difference. And this, they have a ward at least covering it, but this could be a return attempt. But Maokai here, I think, should dissuade them.
Yeah, Sylvie, slight level advantage here as well. And so I don't think that they're going to be able to go for another dive, but should be more plates, and it should still be a lot of difficulty locking down these minions. Jiwoo continues to fall further and further behind. Haven't been able to take down their health bars too much, and Jiwoo is able to at least get most of them. So not the end of the world, but if Sylvie just has to be here for every single crash, and it's not great news. His top side of the map does need to be taken, because he's on his red side as well, but that's on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you prevent the dive, but you don't achieve anything. The lane is still terrible. There's a 30 CS lead, and plates are dying.
Yeah. And Arrow is going to connect, but Jiwoo is far enough away for that not to matter too much. And they're going to give up this turret.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. I mean, there was no actual cleanse for Jiwoo. If they'd caught the ult a bit closer, the Varus ult hit, he could have just been dead. So, honestly, at this point, I don't even think Quantum Freaks need to rush the tower. You could just let it go down, kill the minions, keep the tower alive, and then keep Nongshim in this uncomfortable position. They'll get the plate, but you're not rushed to end this laning phase. It's going so well for you.
No, exactly right. Don't make the lane too long, because that is the one downside to the Varus and the Ashe. Swifties now completed for Bull, and Cuz going to equalize the amount of bubs in this game. Sylvie going to move over this control ward, so Cuz is going to get the information. Dudu thankfully has that as well, as Counter-Strike already going to be used here, as he has invested the ult as well. There's the Nature's Grasp, but I don't know about this one, Sylvie's focus on this top side is almost baffling. Cuz going to be able to take down at least two of them, and there is the third as well. So 3 apiece, both of these teams.
And it feels like desperation, these plays on the top side.
And it feels weird, right? Because even though this laning phase for Jiwoo is a massive problem, they still will rely on this Zeri to carry in the late game. So they need to try and create something, if they can, to mitigate this. 1,600 gold is the lead for Bull. Getting kind of absurd.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. Already has the Ghost Blade finished.
Well, Cuz going to get a crash down. There's the arrow as well. Great layering of CC as he looks for the quickness and doesn't get it onto Undil, but it's enough just to calm up Cuz and get out, but that's a big cooldown.
I don't think it matters that much that the Ashe ult goes down. It's just you poke out. Peter, you mean the chance of them fighting is pretty much a zero. Fiesta's getting chunked as well. This game for Quantum Freaks is all about control, Not even allowing the fight to start, because everyone on the side of Nongshim is so low and so out of resources that the fight doesn't even get to happen. You just win because you poke them out. And we're kind of seeing the Dragon being taken once again without contest. They're going to poke Jiwoo out under the tower here. And if he overstays, he could just go down.
Well, he's going to ult to try and clear out the wave, and he's going to have to cleanse, but he does so very late. There's the battle dance to get Peter in there. That piercing arrow, man, that would have been a dead Jiwoo. But instead, he's going to be okay. Bulldog now making his way over, looking for Dundun. And a teleport is going to come on through. He flashes, but he's still going to get clipped by the Emperor's Divide. And now Fiesta, he wants Bulldog, gets the flash out as that Seismic Shove was in a good position. Still, the teleporting Talia doesn't really offer anything, and they just move on up, grab themselves a kill. They'll grab this turret on the bottom side as well, and this is disaster. And my brain keeps going back to this draft, keeps going back to this Rakan being locked in for no reason. And it is continued punishment for that choice.
They're feeling the pain for it. The gold lead's so big right now. The gold lead between AD carry is massive. And considering the amount of attention that was put top lane, this is the final outcome, is Dundun ends up dying, and they achieve nothing with those repeated ganks. So don't even get the trade back kill as a sad thing. Bulldog flashing at the right time. You can't even blame Fiesta for that. He did what he could. It just feels like Nongshim, at 13 minutes in the game, have started to run out of options.
Not great. Still, they're going to have to play it out. Quantum Freaks, they have made mistakes in the past. So it might be an opportunity for Nongshim here.
Have some Zeri moments,
Yep. they're always possible. If she's in the game, it is a thing that could happen. Still just wants to get to the static shiv, a much later one than in game 1. I think at this stage of game 1, he had like a BF sword with a hurricane and a shiv.
I like how if you look at the levels, it went Bull, then both the junglers, then Jiwoo. You know, like there was that distinct separation, bit of a gap between. And the thing is, I think Quantum Freaks closing this game out and getting a clean win is really just going to come down to their discipline, because there's definitely a path to victory that seems straightforward, but any mistakes that, as you said, they have made before, even in the series, open up the opportunity for Nongshim just to pick up a streak of kills, right? They have engage tools, they have a hyper carry who is obviously far behind now, but all it'll take is one team fight and Zeri will clean up.
Yep, and right now, sort of out of the woods a little bit when it comes to, you know, the dangers in this game. It was the laning phase that was always going to be the worst time. So now should be able to sit mid and just try and get as much farm back as possible. We'll come on over and grab the wolves.
Especially the Shiv helps a lot with that.
Yeah.
With battling the wave clear of the Varus.
And Dundun holding his own here on this top lane as well. Still wants to get that first item, but does have his Cull cashing in 2 minions. As I say this.
You know what? I do want to take note.
Yeah.
Ocean Infernal Hex Tech.
Oh.
You gotta change of pace for the game 3.
Yeah. Imagine if Nongshim found a fight on the dragon and then got a Quadra Hextech soul.
That would be pretty nice.
I feel like that would be very Zeri.
I think Jiwoo would appreciate that.
Yeah. But it's probably going to be more likely that Quantum Freaks moving on over to this dragon, looking to take it down in a minute and a half, and then threatening soul immediately afterwards. Nongshim might have maybe like 6.5 minutes in this game before they are forced to fight.
Yep. Thing is as well is that Andal doesn't have Umbral Glaive yet, which is actually... Honestly, I'm not sure that Nongshim are going to fight this regardless, but as soon as he gets that, it becomes even harder to contest Vision. Just having the extra essential free sweeper and be able to kill wards quicker. They are going to look to use a Herald in the mid tier 1. It's just going to go down.
Yeah, Arrow going to connect onto Sylvie. Chains of Corruption there as well. Magnet Storm, everything, and he just blows up. That's going to be another charge as Cuz will just guide Shelly towards this turret. That's going to be ripped away as well. And now the mid lane is much longer. Jiwoo was relying on that to try and get some farm. Now it's going to be so much more difficult, especially when a Sun Disc is also going to be put up. So Bull now very happily farming in enemy territory.
Well, the good news is that Sylvie's back up in time for the Dragon Spawn. The bad news is everything else that happened.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like this is one of these situations where you go, look guys, if they get into the Dragon, the game might just be boom. We've got to fight it. And the game will probably be boom if you lose this fight. So I think Nongshim might feel forced into this if they give 3 dragons over. Being on the cusp of a Hextech Soul for the rest of the game is going to make it very difficult.
And one thing that is good is that Nongshim do have this pocket of vision control they have put together for themselves. Jiwoo now rotating over, Cuz on vision now as Peter does spot him out. And Fiesta puts up a wall. They look for Bull, who is now by himself on the side. Seismic Shove going to pull him back. And Bull's now just trying to get the damage down. The arrow from downtown is incredible as the knockback also pretty good. Fiesta trying to keep himself alive. And now Jiwoo may have found an angle. He flashes over. He gets one. But now Bull comes back into the fight. Sylvie, can you actually get him is the question. As Jiwoo over the wall is just so awkward. The placement is so weird. And now he's just going to get torn up. It was so close to being okay for Nongshim, and then it was a horrendous disaster.
The theory of the play was there. It made sense. You could see how Nongshim imagined it going. The execution was all off there. The fact Bull managed to survive for so long in that play, it really ended up backfiring. They overextended, and they got punished for it, and now it's 3 dragons in favor of Quantum Freaks and a very sizable gold lead. Oh no.
Oh, didn't. Well, Andil might be dead. No, he's not. I thought that perhaps Peter could get in there. Grand Entrance is going to be used as an exit. As, my god, the amount of damage the Bull just did to this Rakan. Very severe. So
that was through Celestial opposition, you know.
Yeah.
The Celestials weren't really opposing that much.
No, they weren't. No, I think they're feeling a little bit in 2 minds about how things are going, point in time. We're going to have the comparison between Bull and Jiwoo here. Not looking great for the Nongshim bottom laner. The two sides to the Zeri compositions in the last couple of games. As Quantum Freak's not able to steal away the big Raptor, so at least Sylvie does manage to get that one for himself. As it is 19 minutes into the game and moving towards a 6,000 gold lead. It's starting to become, like, the surmountability of this game for Nongshim is starting to go away from them. And this isn't helping as Magnet Storm going to be coming in as well. Wow. He gets his Nature's Grasp out as now Peter dives in. The Bull is going to turn up and Battle Dance is going to be needed to get him out of there. Jiwoo will turn up as well though as they look to split the fight with this Weaver's Wall. Jiwoo actually flanking right now on this Zeri. Can they actually make something happen? Because the Aatrox, he can't get in there. He doesn't have the teleport, but still, everybody on Quantum Freaks, it's still a 4v4, and they're way stronger. They're way bigger.
It's so hard to approach. You know, the Maokai dead, who's basically your main frontliner in the situation. Oh,
that's a nice seismic shove. As Arndil very, very close to going down, but he'll survive.
It feels like Nongshim want to look for it again, but they will back away. 6,000 gold lead, and they didn't end up achieving anything off that. There's 1,200 gold and bounties on this Azir and Varus, and at least they got the flash of the Azir, but nothing more. We'll see, you know, if you track what Peter's trying to do, so the wall comes in, he waits for Bull's flash, baits it with his own, but he critically misses his W in.
Yeah.
The seismic shove connects, but Bull is able to create enough space, turns out a bunch of damage as the team come in, and I think the fact that Bull is low is irrelevant, because he can just play at max range in this situation. His effectiveness is the exact same as if he was full HP, and they're just not able to chase him down. The fact he gets ult up as well at the end is so bad for them. Jiwoo trying to make the most of this situation, but as soon as the Aatrox turns up, no chance.
Nope, he's just dead. It was a very late teleport, but is able to come in there and grab at least a little bit. This was just a pick onto Sylvie. And if maybe Dundun and Jiwoo were here just a little bit sooner, perhaps that could have worked out. This almost looked like it was a good thing as well. They just couldn't get there. Walls were being put up, all sorts of things. The flash out of the seismic shove was definitely good there from Bulldog. I think Fiesta has looked pretty good as Jiwoo able to get himself out of the way. If he was hit by that Chains of Corruption, he was dead. Does have 2 items at least now. But it's that's about the end of the good news.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Arrow going to connect. Onto Fiesta. He'll take a volley as well.
It's just so hard to approach. When you have a composition, like this is kind of similar to the issues we saw from Nongshim's comp in Game 1, where they had the Zeri Talia, and they were into the Azir Varus, and they were just outranged, and they couldn't find a way to approach. And that time was the Maokai, you know, the control he offers, the saplings, the counter engage. But here you have the Varus and the Rel, and because he's just playing bodyguard in every situation, and Andil is just spamming Ws, clearing vision with providing vision with the Hawk Shot, clearing vision with the Umbral Glaive. It's so hard to approach this Quantum Freaks lineup, and if you're outranged by this Varus who's so fed, you just get poked. There's just no real resolution unless you find like an insane flank that somehow isn't spotted out when you have less vision than the other team, and you know the Ashe is clearing every ward that gets placed.
I mean, the game is like I've got a bit of good news, right?
Yep.
Nongshim's Nexus is up.
For now. Yeah. But yeah, it is up.
It is. And, hey, more. They don't have Soul yet. Okay, Andal going to get caught out. Arrow is going to be the response. Sylvie pretty happy to tank it. This Rookern is completed. And despite the fact that it's Bull that is extraordinarily fed and does have a lot of damage, it is still going to be Rookern that's the priority. And I don't even blame him. That item is pretty silly. We're going to come on over, clear out this wave. Nongshim at least do have an avenue over to this Drake that's going to be up in 8 seconds time. Because looking for some of this honey fruit, almost loses his Rookern. Disaster. As they do secure the Rift Scuttler. And so now, Dundun gets that wave pushed in, knows where the Aatrox is. That is definitely good news.
See a ward being placed down. A good flank angle from the Aatrox would make all the difference, and they're looking for it.
Yep. And here is the teleport in from Dundun. He's going to get there first. As Arndil, he gets over the wall. Dundun Now just going to be biding his time. Peter and Dundun, can they actually get in there and make something happen? Because this poke is landing from Kwangdong Freaks, and Dudu, he's found his way in as well. Andil is a tasty target. Might be an option here for Dundun if he can try and get in there. There's the seismic shove. Peter tries to get something done, but immediately blows up. Can they find the fight, though, is the question. Is Andil is probably going to go down as well. Sylvie, he steals the Drake! He's a hero! And Dundun and Jiwoo, they do manage to take down the support. Still, it's a 3-for-2 in favor of the Kwangdong Freaks as Dundun wants to get himself out of here. Thought that maybe he could find a 1v1 against somebody. It's not going to work out. Okay, that was close enough to a victory for Nongshim for me to feel comfortable reminding everyone.
I call that a straight win.
Yeah?
I call that a straight win. They got a shutdown for the Varus, so they traded up in gold, and they got the Dragon objective bounty as well. You know, that's the best case scenario. They do commit heavily onto the Azir and aren't able to kill him. But Dundun and Jiwoo just go ham on this Varus Ashe, who are great at a range, not so good up close at dealing with these threats. And even though, you know, the kills are traded up, they managed to secure a big influx of gold with the Varus shut down, the objective bounties, everything. So it's a 4.5k gold lead. That's a lot less than it was before.
Certainly is. Managed to stem the bleeding somewhat. 2 items, also a pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter now done for Jiwoo. As Cuz will face check Sylvie. Peter and Dundun are off towards the side here. Hexgate's going to be taken. Sylvie's just really dead, but can they get on top of Bull? This is the flank angle that they're looking for. This seismic shove could be huge, but only lands onto one, and now Jiwoo, he's on top of Andal. That's going to be the first kill for him as Peter is battle dancing his way out. Look at these health bars though on Dundun and Fiesta. They are no longer in this fight, and look at how scary this Dudu is, and not even able to skate his way out of it. Jiwoo is just cut down where he stands, and Kwangdong Freaks, they'll transition into a Baron. And yeah, there was a little bit of positivity that we're allowed to give there for Nongshim, and now it's all over.
Yeah, I think the problem is the angle looked okay, but they weren't able to get on top of Bull, who had flash. And also, the Maokai was dead before anything happened. If Sylvie was able to survive longer for this play to actually come to fruition, it's a different story. But you've lost your jungler without ulting off the bat. And although the position looks tricky here, you know, the fact is they managed to chunk out Fiesta, and Bull has flash. When this play erupts, he immediately disengages and is back to pumping out damage. You can see him and Bulldog are unchallenged here.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the hail of arrows doing about 1 billion damage.
It is hit.
Yeah, it's not great news. And shout outs to Cuz as well. 1-0-12. Honestly, feels like Cuz has had just return to form here, which has been required because he looked a bit rough up against the bros. This has looked a whole lot better. Nongshim back out onto the Rift now, but the Baron power play already up to about 1600. Thank you, Red Bull, for that one. And Cuz, lying in wait, is in a dangerous spot. Is this the caster curse? No, it's not. He's just too fed. And he's so incredibly tanky.
Yeah, I can't imagine a scenario where engaging onto the Rel works.
Yeah. Is this tower just dead anyway as the siege minion? Okay, it's going to lose the buff, and so therefore it is going to be taken down.
You could honestly just let the minions kill it and deny the gold.
Yeah, look, well,
but I don't think they're going to make that play. Yeah, I mean, it's back to a substantial lead. It's 8,000 again. And you can kind of see that reflected in the items. You know, you have the 3 item kind of core from Azir, the Nashers, the Leandries, and the Crypt Bloom doing a ton of damage to basically everyone. And the Varus pretty much overstocked with lethality at this point.
Yeah, he's got some items.
And then the only thing I'll say is that Jiwoo is level 15, so in terms of levels, he's kept up pretty well. Sometimes you have these situations where everyone's super far behind in levels, but the Zeri still feels serviceable. It's just, I think the main issue we're finding is that the front line isn't.
No.
Sylvie just gets deleted before they even start thinking about having a team fight.
And Peter is not really able to even get any CC down because he sort of just disappears in a puff of smoke.
You know, it kind of feels like he doesn't have Celestial opposition, and it's like he's taking a ton of damage through it. In fact, it just feels like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it didn't do that much damage, but that's through his passive shield as well, and Celestial opposition. The next Q from Bull is going to hit a lot more.
Well, Let's see whether it does land here. Seismic Shove going to be avoided. Andil is still very squishy, so he could be a target that they might be able to look for. As Bulldog clearing out some vision here as well. Arrow going to connect onto Fiesta, but they have found the Azir. Still, Emperor's Divide does come down. Nature's Grasp is decent, but he goes golden. That is massive! And Cuz, oh my gosh, him and Dudu just tear them up. Gee, I don't even know where he went, but he's really dead now. And Kwangdong Freaks, I think they can just kind of look at Nongshim and they will just fall over, and that is precisely what they did. No Drake needed. They'll just look to break open the base.
Yeah, they can do a lot of damage to the base. If they want, they can go back, pick up the dragon after. But if they stop Dundun from recalling, they might just be able to end.
Yep, they might just be able to finish this game. As he is going to try to teleport, and he will be able to make it out. So let's see whether they can mount some sort of heroic defense. The tree is very much chopped down. Peter and Dundun against the world. The grand entrance is not really that. Bull's got to cleanse, and Dundun does not have a health bar. Double kill for a 7-0-10 Azir. The Nexus will be taken down, and Kwangdong Freaks a return to form here in game number 3. It was a tougher series than I think they would have liked, but a win's a win.
Yeah, I mean, that game 2 definitely, Nongshim seemed completely in control, but it's crazy we had such a stompy game 2, such a stompy game 3. Game 1 was the only one that was really close.
Yeah.
Despite the scoreline of the series. And so I don't think we can say this is 100% a return to the form we saw before the Bro series. Kwangdong Freaks definitely still have some work to do, but this is a much needed reprieve and will healthily extend the gap they have that keeps them in 6th place.
And I really hope that we see as many votes for POG Andal as possible, because I just think that this guy being able to turn around what were some tough games earlier on, having an absolutely massive one here, completely controlling vision, controlling the lane, allowing Bull to get all of this money so that he could do all of that damage while still remaining relatively safe. I feel like because Andal was kind of the way back into the game for Nongshim, if he chain died throughout the mid game, which is what a lot of Ashes do in a losing situation, could have given him a bit of money back, could have allowed these Zeri moments to happen, but it just never did.
Yeah, a lot of restraint when it came up to setups for objectives, and even the situations, whenever he did die, there was a few of them, it felt like so much had to be committed from Nongshim, there was no way out. You know, and I think that's the main thing if you're playing the Ashe support, is make sure they're not just getting a free little one-tap pick, and also the confidence behind him and Cuz looking for those picks on a Sylvie on the Maokai, who definitely struggled.
All right, Bull, always a hero for the camera.
Yeah, proud hero or not, he'll show it off.
And Andal, I think feeling proud of himself. I think you could see that in his expression there. Always a very understated man, but definitely having a brilliant one here. The way that they navigated this tower dive, gorgeous. Really just set them up for victory.
Yeah, and it was just so hard to recover from this point. I definitely think Nongshim are going to go back and look at that Rakan pick on 4 and regret it.
Yeah.
They tried their best. I think that's one thing that's always true in Nongshim. They tried their best to fight their way out of this deficit. They kind of knew the angles they had to look for, but it just felt so hard. And even any slight misexecution, like Peter missing the engage there on Bull, I'm not even sure if he landed that they necessarily win the fight, but definitely didn't help.
No. And I think that, yeah, you're exactly right. It just comes down to needing to understand what was likely to come up in the draft. And perhaps, you know, Andal has not played any Ashe in any scrims or anything like that. They didn't have information of him as an Ashe player, but I don't think that is really a thing.
Yeah.
I think it's just kind of inexcusable.
Part of it was maybe they were scared about the Rakan being picked up in return.
Yeah.
You know, it's obviously a big pick for Peter as well, so he want to secure it. But you see in this fight, I know they're super fed at this point, but he kind of just gets one shot when he's going in. I mean, everyone does, to be honest. The damage is just absurd.
No, it's gross. And Dudu as well, finally getting into a team fight. Looking fantastic in this moment.
나벽 프렌드인데 이겨주네, 고마워. 나이스. 아니 근데 너한테 다 빨렸어. 빨려도 너한테 빨려서 죽었어, 나한테. 넌 항상 존냐가 준비돼 있잖아. 그러니까 나는 항상 준비된 남자.
Yeah.
좋다. 뭔가 내가 집중해서 아직 3명 남았어.
You know, the fact that TP has to get bin, and then it's so sad because Nongshim just doing everything they can to try and stop the game, and it just, yeah, it doesn't work.
No, and even after he teleports in, he's like, what have I teleported into?
Maybe you were just better off fighting the Ashe, if I'm going to be honest.
I think so, maybe.
It might have gone better, but Dundun never want to back away from a death for the team.
No, and he's like, oh, but there's more bad guys over here. That's more people to fight.
How cool would it
like.
have been if he saved the game? That's what's going through his head. It's like, how sick would it have been if he was able to defend the base? But yeah, I just think you can even look for the damage graphs. It didn't feel like Nongshim got an opportunity to play the game really after those early moments.
No. And Bull and Bulldog both doing massive amounts of damage. It was a fantastic game for the carries on the side of the Kwangdong Freaks. And you actually saw that like Bulldog was really animated during that closing moment as well. You can see just how meaningful this victory is for the Kwangdong Freaks. So to congratulate them, let's throw it over to the space.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast in the first series. Saturday Showdown this time around will be won by the Kwangdong Freaks in a very close back-and-forth 3-game series. Does feel like the drafts in this one very much dictating, I feel like, the way that the games were going to go. A lot to talk about in this one as well.
Yeah, the series score was back and forth. The games, unfortunately, only game 1 felt like it actually had some twists and turns. And we were collectively very unhappy with what happened here because blinding Rakan when Ashe is open, even into a team that might not be known for its strong bot lane, is just asking to get absolutely boomed. And at least with Nautilus, I think there are some redeeming factors where 6, you can maybe find an angle. The hook makes it a lot harder for the Ashe to play it out with impunity. But this was the reason why Ashe came back in the meta. We saw this Worlds as well because Rakan was getting perma-blinded. And to me, this was Nongshim just thinking they could get away with Peter on one of his comfort picks, and they got so punished.
They could have been afraid of the Aatrox flex to jungle, so that's why they wanted to pick Rakan instead of just going for Jax first and then waiting to see what the enemy was locking in before blinding Rakan.
That's what we're at, right?
I mean,
really reaching there.
No, I just think it was a huge error in draft. And we have to keep in mind that Nongshim do have an interim coach right now. They don't actually have a main coach with a resignation that we did see by Irene. So there's some stuff that needs some work here, I think, definitely. The Talia pick is fine in terms of the matchup, but the coordination for this team is just not good enough to utilize it, whether it's Fiesta playing it or it's Call Me playing it. They're trying to use these Weaver's Walls. They've looked honestly very, very rough around the edges. Some of the fights we were trying to see them use.
Also, keep in mind when you pick Rakan on 4, you give them double counter pick because they see, okay, Maokai's going jungle, so we know what that jungle matchup is going to be, and Rakan is the support. So they get the obvious counter in the Ashe, and then they just pick Rel, which is just a solid tank jungler as well. They knew what the matchup was going to be, knew it would be safe, and it's just lights out. And to be honest, Kwangdong Freaks had a really rough time in their red side drafting in game 2 as well. So it just feels like both of these, eastern side teams kind of struggling with the red side drafts and really came back to bite Nongshim in this game number 1 because we just had the bot lane get absolutely massacred from minute 3 on.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole crux of the game right here. And unfortunately, trying to make a play topside with the Maokai isn't going to work out, so he doesn't shadow his bottom lane. And there's left out to dry, and I think they have a valiant attempt here at surviving this dive, but it's obviously just as long as Cuz executes this well and Ondil tanks the turret correctly, which he does here on the follow-up, you're going to get a double kill here. You're going to zone Zeri out, and what we saw in game 1 was like a 4.5 minute Noon Quiver. He got that at like minute 11 this game.
So that's 2 plates down. That is another wave miss for Zeri, which already had to drop so much CS. And it's kills for Bull. It's unplayable from that point onward. So when you leave the Ashe open, you can't do that. If the team is even remotely good, and we've gone so far into the season knowing that Ashe can do this, because I feel like if it was a pick that was unexpected, they pull out like, I don't know, a Xerath or something crazy, like something that's completely off the wall that we haven't seen. The Zyra would be a really good example of, well, I think it's more excusable, but given that it's Ashe, the champions like basically 100% prio.
Yeah,
like every single game, this is a consideration that teams
have to.
Every single game. It is the most oppressive meta bot lane we have against any scaling AD carry.
And it feels like, if they kind of somehow got through lane or like something went terribly wrong on a dive, like the game would have looked totally different. It was just kind of all set up from the draft into a very clean dive, and Kwangdong Freaks eventually move on to a fight in their own jungle, which very hard forced by the side of Nongshim. If they catch Bull immediately here, maybe you've got a nice catch, but that is not what happened.
Look at Peter also like walking back when Fiesta decides to flash in. The team is just not all on the same page, and I mean, I don't really have to do a whole lot of explaining to showcase that this is extremely uncoordinated from Nongshim, but look, they're far behind. They've got to try to make some Hail Mary play here, But if the coordination is this poor, it just unfortunately isn't going to work out.
There's also the fact that on the top side, Dundun actually got pushed in really hard by Dudu, who won the trade in such a way that he could teleport, whereas Dundun could not, to even add more insult to injury. And you could see glimpses there, but the problem is that it's always going to be reliant on Kwangdong making mistakes. You're just giving over full agency with the way that they drafted. And if Kwangdong play out the game perfectly, which wasn't perfect, but the early game was, then you will never have anything to say. And Kwangdong, they really, really dunked on them in this one.
Yeah, after that very clean to the victory, let's see who does pick up the PUG for game number 3 on the side of Kwangdong. It will be Bull on the Varus with the boom boom damage votes coming through this time.
Yeah, definitely wasn't going to be picked up by Cuz, who sets up the dive the first one, or Andil, who allows him to push the turret. Thanks to the turret. Yeah, it was just the Varus who gets the POG here.
No addition. No addition. I do think what probably happened here is that there's a lot of votes being spread amongst different members. To me, it's either one of the bot laners or Cuz. We went for Cuz.
Yeah, we went for Cuz.
But I would put Andil over Bull every single time, so it might be a tragic situation where like half the people went for Andil and then a couple went for Cuz.
Please no Aatrox. Please no Aatrox. Please no Aatrox.
There won't be Aatrox votes.
Well, there's no blocks right.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no Aatrox votes. I'm not worried.
See, 4 out of 8.
Oh,
okay, there is one
Aatrox
Aatrox on the KR cast and 3 for the jungle, which is not as much as 4, which means that we do get Bull with the boom boom damage victory here in the POG. Guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Cuz and Bull on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! You guys defeated Nongshim and ended your 3 losing streak. How do you feel? Yeah, we were on our 3rd losing streak and we were struggling a little bit, but we were able to end that losing streak. I'm very happy about that, and we'll make sure that we keep this up. And Bull. Yeah, we were on our low with the losing streak, but I think we were doing our best and we put in a lot of effort into preparing for today's match. And Cuz. So, I feel like you guys were trying to bring your spirit up with the losing streak. How has everything been? I feel like we weren't able to pull off the right plays that we were preparing based on the drafts that we did pick. So I think that's probably why I think our coaching staff just gave us a lot of feedback, and I think we were able to sort of reflect on those. And so it's been a while since Cuz's Sejuani made an appearance, and you've been banning or giving Sejuani away for a while, but you locked her in today instead. So walk us through the draft. While we were preparing for drafts, in the past, we didn't really evaluate Sejuani as a high priority pick, but I think we re-evaluated that, and given that we're trying to prioritize Sejuani this time around, I think everything went a lot better than before. And so you went with Unsealed Spellbook Sejuani, which is the first time we saw anything like that in the LCK. So with you being able to make some good use with the rune here and there, what was the value that you were looking for? I feel like Aftershock, Sejuani, when it comes to practicing her, I felt like there were a lot of downsides for that. And we tried to utilize Unsealed Spellbook, and it went really well as compared to what we expected. And I think that's why we tried to utilize that today. And in game, with you facing Zeri 3 times in a row, Bull, we were able to see that you guys put in a lot of effort into the draft. So with the Varus Ashe, what was your plan here in Game 3? I think Varus Ashe just looked really perfect in terms of the draft. I think we were just expecting the Zeri to come out. I think we're just trying to do our best to deny her the best we can. And so, Bull, you haven't played Varus before today and never played Zeri either, and it's a common pick lately. So how would you rate Varus and Zeri in this meta? I think Zeri and Varus, depending on the comp, there's a lot of things that they can accomplish. So I think depending on the team's color, I think that's what will determine which team will end up with Varus or Zeri. And Bull, as the master of victory ceremonies, your Varus ceremony was quite impressive. So can you take this moment to reenact your ceremony? Yeah, sure. Can you take my mic, please? 1, 2, 3.
박수 좀 쳐주세요.
아 대박.
Please, maybe applaud for him.
네, 바로스 그 자체를 보는 것 같습니다.
I am so embarrassed, but it looks like you were Varus himself.
광동프릭스 선수분들인데요. 다음 상대는 T1입니다. 강력한
And now you will face T1 next. As strong of an opponent they are, what will your goals be?
생각하고 있고요.
I believe T1 is a very formidable opponent. It's not that we're able to win. We understand that we can't always win, so we'll make sure that despite any loss that we face, we're able to make the most out of it and learn things from it. And Bull, I feel like we are able to grow and learn through our defeats, and I believe that we were able to improve from our losses, and we'll make sure that we're prepared for our next match. And this will be the end of the interview with Cuz and Bull of Kwangdong Freaks, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Good to hear from Cuz and Bull. Let's take a look at the standings now, as we do have Kwangdong Freaks pretty solidly in 6th place.
It's 11 games to their next competitor. It's kind of insane. And also with KT really dropping, and this is very much a strength of schedule thing. I don't actually think that KT is going to be in too much trouble, but gap is closing.
Yeah, I feel like there's still a pretty big gap, not in games, but in terms of level of play between KT and Kwangdong.
There is. Yeah, there is.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have a next matchup on the way. It is going to be T1 up against Bro. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second series of the night.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs here as we bring you our second series of the evening. And first off, we do need to let everyone know that Ona not feeling very well. And so for this match, T1 will be facing off against Bro with Guon in the jungle. It won't be the first time that we've seen Guon on the stage. In 2022, he replaced On Fleek and came up because of, some COVID issues that we were having at the time. And so Guon has been on this stage before, and it was in fact up against T1.
Yeah.
Where he lost twice.
Against Ona twice. It's been just over 2 years since that time, so quite a while. He's been doing pretty good in challenges, so...
Not too bad. He has been surprising, let's say, with some of his reckless actions. But I actually thought that Guon was pretty good, especially on Harmor Life Esports' Challenger team last year. So... some positives that we could glean from this one, as Bro are in 9th place, but actually I believe they're in 10th. 2 and 10. So Nongshim did lose one. So if Bro lose here, they will go back down to 10th once again.
Yep, but could go up to 8th if they win.
Indeed.
So opportunity, whereas for T1, if they win, they will go, if they 2-0, they will go to 1st. And if they 2-1, then because they've lost head-to-head, I believe they'll stay in 2nd.
I believe so. And then we'll be waiting with bated breath for the Gen G T1 rematch. The key bot picks to consider, Senna this is for every team, but it still exists here for this team as well. Gumayushi is undefeated on the champion. That is absolutely no surprise at all.
Since one of the things with Senna is it's not just the pick itself, it's what you give to your support.
Yeah.
And I think of all the supports in the league, giving gold to carrier is something you want to avoid.
Yeah, I would say so. Guon, the emergency call-up. This is what we were talking about just before. And this is actually a pun. Guon, can he be the salvation T1 needs today? That is actually what Guon means. Also, his name is Guondo, I think, Anyway, it is also his name, so it's actually really cool. It does both. Guonmo. Yeah, Guonmo. So... really cool that we are seeing all of these beautiful puns here in the LCK. Yeah. Zeus, Guon, Faker, Gumayushi, and Keria will now be our T1 roster. And I think that it's actually going to be really, really good for Guon to play on this roster for their challenger team as well.
Yeah. I think getting to see how the team's operating, obviously. And it's unfortunate. Obviously, we're hoping Ona does recover. But I think if there's ever a game where, if you do suffer an unfortunate substitution, this is probably one that I think T1 are still very confident about.
Yes.
So fingers crossed Ona recovers quickly, especially before the matchup when T1's facing teams like Gen G.
Yep.
But I think we still heavily favor them in this matchup against Bro, who, yes, Bro had the little upsurge against Quantum Freaks, but continuing that is going to be a challenge.
It certainly is, especially for Karis here in this mid lane. I think that he did play a whole lot better in their most recent series, or especially the series against Quandong Freaks. I think they were kind of utterly decimated by D+, which is a little bit of a shame. So, if this was a conversation about Bro immediately after their 2-0, 2 matches over Quandong Freaks, then it could have been a different story, but they really just didn't look like they did very much and fell over against DK.
And they're definitely a team where, we've seen moments where players in this roster shine. I think Polu's been a great addition. I think Gideon's had some good moments, but it feels like everyone needs to be on the A game today if they really want to be challenging T1. So
yes,
we'll see what happens. And I think, as much as obviously I don't think Guon is hopefully not going to be like a big issue. I think he's obviously had some solid performances in the past on Harmor Life Esports challenges. He definitely, if you look at it from Bro's perspective, is going to be the weak point that you want to attack.
Absolutely. And we'll see whether Gideon can do that. Gideon is the kind of guy that is very willing to scuffle in the early stages of the game. The problem is that it's very likely every other lane is on fire. So if a jungler is in a position where he feels like he has an advantage against his opposite number, but the lanes just aren't really keeping up, then you could just get into a frustrating situation where, I've caught him, but then the collapse comes in and you just die. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. So we'll just have to see how Bro are going to attack this theoretical weak point on T1.
draft is going to be really important because there's lane matchups where it's like, okay, well, we'll be a little bit behind, but we'll be okay. You know, maybe we'll be able to do something. And there's lane matchups where it's like, okay, you're 40 CS down, your tower is gone. Why did you pick Rakan?
No, don't remind me of that. Oh, God, I was so triggered.
It was
now I'm re-triggered again.
Reliving your trauma.
Now everyone knows that we actually did play that series beforehand.
Or I'm just that smart. I
oh,
predicted it,
you guessed it.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one for when we do get to that one.
Would you have ever guessed that, though? Surely no one would actually make that decision.
No, I think...
Yeah, not worth the prediction. You're not that much of a pessimist. Let's dive into the pick and ban here for game number 1. Already, the Nautilus going to be taken away. There's the Ashe. Thank goodness.
Like, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we just got, like, Ashe, Senna, like, phase 2 coming out. And yeah, Ashe, Kalista, Senna.
Yep.
Bro bans. I could honestly see that being exactly what they go for. Lee Sin banned from Gideon, so can I give in a little bit of help to Guon here? Gideon has had some decent performances on the Lee Sin.
Yep.
So I think if he's reduced to, like, playing the tanks, even though obviously Sejuani's been good, I think if you limit the pool, limit his impact, don't think he's going to be able to quite as much have a big advantage.
What? No. Okay. Well, we could probably cut the video here.
Yep.
Come back. We'll see you for game number 2. Congratulations to T1 on their game 1 victory. Nicely. No, we'll play it out. Let's see what Bro have planned, because obviously they knew that Senna was going to be locked in here. So probably not going to wait until the end of the timer to lock something in, because they're not surprised. And, well, I mean, this was always going to happen. So the Azir for Karis.
Okay. And looking at the Rel potentially, did T1 just take Hui? Like, they could even...
Yeah.
They could even flex it if they really wanted to. But I think they'll probably just put it mid. I think they just take Hui. The Maokai, I think is, you know... I think it's important because I think if you let T1 have Maokai, we really should just skip the game too.
I mean, it's Tom Hui. Like, they picked Tom Hui, and it's still just as doomed, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for that.
All right, Aatrox going to be
Aatrox.
picked instead.
Especially when you have like a long-range pick like Senna, your expectation is that Bro are going to have to come into you. So Aatrox flourishes in those situations, and obviously Zaya's pretty solid on it. I honestly feel like just take the Hui here on 3.
Yeah.
If you don't want to show your hand, you could leave it till later, but Faker really was very impressive when he played that. And I'm not sure what response Bro can really go for, because even though like we're talking about how they'll have to get on top of the Senna because of the long range, they've drafted a comp which doesn't do a fantastic job of doing that. And they're actually going to go for the Tom instead, so leaving the Hui for now, I hope that will be banned by Bro in this rotation. And giving a lot of safety to the Senna. And they do pick the Smolder, which obviously gives you that kind of... The problem is, I feel like Smolder isn't even that good into Senna because you get outranged.
Yeah.
And by the time Smolder comes online, Senna is also very strong and has been winning the rest of the game.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen an example where Smolder has won because, of course, Senna just keeps winning. Corki going to be taken away from Faker. I think Corki Oriana, definitely some good bans. The Hui, that one comes in as well. Then I think that Bro have done enough homework at this stage. Well, I mean, they haven't because they left Senna up. That was kind of crazy. But at least outside of that, if you remove that from being a problem, which you can't really, but this is the best that they can make of it. So there's the Hui ban. So they nailed that part. And Cassante, and then what else?
What's surprising?
Maybe Udyr, perhaps?
Is that Vi's just been left open. Like,
Yeah.
it's been such a staple early rotation ban that you kind of get surprised when it's sort of left open this hard.
Amelia.
This long. Yeah, Emilio ban's a bit interesting. I don't think has the most synergy with the Smolder. I mean, I guess the range increase is nice, but it's not like you're kind of just playing around your Qs rather than constantly auto-attacking. They're going to go for the Udyr here and keep that flex between support and jungle alive. Obviously, they know the bot lane matchup, but they don't know the jungle matchup yet. I feel like T1 could just pick the Vi.
Yeah.
And you could even pair it with Talia, which is good into the Azir, but also great with the Vi. You know, where's the counterplay to that combo?
Yeah, I think I like the Talia option. Of course, Faker pretty good at this champion as well. Has plenty of other things that he could go towards if he would like to, if you'd like to mix it up. But of course, this is the pretty stock standard option. And I think Tally Vi is probably just the way to do it.
Pretty good. It's crazy getting by, but I mean, this is part of the thing is that because they had to ban those mid picks, it meant they didn't have more bans to throw out towards the jungle. T1 opted to go for the
Viego.
Yeah, they'll go for the Viego, which is what we were meaning.
That's what happens when you want to pick Vi, but then the ego takes over.
Yes, exactly. And I guess just wanted a bit more follow through in team fights. Once I get those resets, a lot of value. But kind of limited in terms of engage options with this composition, but I don't think it's too much of an issue when you have so much range on this Senna, so...
Yeah, that's the thing, like, the engage, you can actually just fight the opponent from much shorter range, because you've just got, like, the piercing darkness over the top over and over again, especially after a couple of items and the ability haste comes in. The Senate will just keep you alive, and so it's not like you're playing in neutral, you're playing in, like, less than neutral, where you're just constantly hitting them and then seeing whether they're going to pull the trigger, and if they do, then you react accordingly. Gumayushi's going to be so extraordinarily safe as well, with the fact that there can be walls erected. There's the Devour that you can use from Carrier's Tahm Kench, although he's probably not going to be anywhere near the center because he's going to be engaging. That's what he likes to do on this Tahm Kench. Do think the Bro have made this game extraordinarily difficult for themselves, ladies and gentlemen. Zeus is very good at the Aatrox.
Yeah.
Carrier's the best Tahm Kench that we have in the league, and Senna is completely and utterly broken.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a rough one. I think closing the distance is going to be difficult, and I think it's really going to come down to getting a strong early start. Mid lane, matchup's okay. You know, Karis is on his comfort pick. Top lane, they do have a good early matchup. Bot lane, hopefully they can hold up against the Senna.
That's the danger of it, but just when you think they're down and out, Bros sometimes are not as down and out as you think. Let's get into game one. T1, Hana, do, set.
T1, fighting!
Okay, Brion, Hana, do, set. Bro, fighting! Oh, nicer. I really liked the deep one. The deep cheers.
The Giga Chad cheer.
Yeah, that's I could feel the width of your chin with that particular cheer. That was extraordinary.
Me? That was the fans.
Yeah, but you representing the fans.
Oh, yeah.
And I could feel all of their collective chin width.
Yeah, I am just the vessel for their voices. Yes, I don't decide how the cheers are.
But you dictated that they were very Giga Chad.
Yeah.
Well, first damage is now 8,000,000% Bro. So
That's
they're off to a great start.
Yeah, no one covering though, so they won't know this ward's been placed. You can kind of expect it, but... Yeah, but you see the Doran's ring start for the Smolder. So we've seen a lot of variation between these. Sometimes you get the Doran's Blade and Q starting, being the ability you start maxing.
Yep.
And then we've also seen the Doran's Ring, and you put 3 points on W, then go Q. This definitely allows you to stack faster. Go in the Doran's Blade, and Q max allows you to stack faster. This gives you more sort of safety in the lane, being able to use the W, the long-range poke, and wave clear, but definitely can put you behind in stacks. And those are some nice win rates for the Senaton for T1. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Well, Polo is 100% win rate on the Maokai. So we might have been saying that things were going to be rough in the bottom lane for Bro. I didn't factor that in. I think that this should be absolutely fine. Perhaps that's what it is. As Gideon is getting to work, going to go Raptors to blue, and then maybe look for some early attention. They know that Guon has started off on his blue buff. A lot of vision around this jungle. Yeah, 16 in a row. Yeah, everyone's got their names. Gumayushi's been able to play it 4 times. And all time, he's just good at this champion.
I think what's really telling is the variety of teams that have picked it. Sometimes you get strong picks where some of the lower ranked teams pick it, so even though it's strong, it's like, you know, they end up losing as a result just because they're outmatched. Or sometimes you have a situation where, yes, it's got a lot of wins, but it's because, you know, if the top teams are just picking it, everyone has been picking Senna, and it's just always winning. It's a cheat code.
Yeah, we saw the difference between KT versus Genji when KT gets Senna every time, and when it's the other way around. As Morgan takes a turret shot, but is putting on a lot of pressure here. It's definitely good news. Yeah, no, I think that this champion is just a little bit absurd at this point in time, especially when it enables Carrier so incredibly much to be that front line that T1 absolutely wants. However, I do not like counting chickens prior to the hatching of said chickens, right? So perhaps we need to see it all fall apart before we're like, oh yes, it was doomed. Because maybe Bro have a plan. Maybe they have a theory.
I have an inkling to what their plan is.
What's that?
So you see, there's this champion, Smolder. Little dragon dude.
Okay.
And when Smolder gets 225 stacks of the passive...
Oh, yeah.
Big power increase.
Whoa, okay.
So I think that might be the game plan.
Oh, so just get those stacks.
Just don't be losing the game by the time those stacks are stacked, or be losing it by a small enough amount that it doesn't matter, and then win.
All right, so what would that require? How not losing do they have to be?
Well, I think top's going pretty okay.
Yeah.
Mid's doing fine.
Uh-huh.
Bot, a little bit rough. I think it's really going to come down to objective control and early skirmishes, because I can see Bro opting into a fight that just goes horribly.
Yeah. Or they could opt into a fight that is just amazing. Envy flaps around a little bit. Gumiushi shoots him. It's a little bit subpar. He is taking a lot of poke, and Carrier is 100% winning the CS battle. And when you see that the support Tahm Kench / carry Tahm Kench situation, when he's winning in farm, that means that they're ahead by loads of gold.
Yeah.
Because Senna just gets money.
And also one of the things with the support item is you can obviously proc it by hitting enemies, or you can proc it by killing minions. You get so much more gold early before the first upgrade for proccing it by hitting champions or towers. So each time that Gumiushi is able to hit a tower or champion rather than kill a minion, he's getting significantly more value than Polu is just for taking CS. And that's going to be a big factor in why when we do eventually see the gold between the bot lane, it'll be like Guma's like, a little bit behind gold compared to Envy, and then Carrier's like 2,000 gold up in Polu or something.
Yeah, that's what it's sort of feeling like. So we're building another top laner, and that's why Zeus is allowed to play a damage dealer, although Morgan is trying to disallow him from being able to play the video game at all by just walking at him. Currently doing all right, keeping this minion wave away from the turret, just create some control here for the Udyr. I think that Morgan has been a huge uptick for Bro in their more recent matches. I think that the matchup against Dudu really did help his confidence a lot.
Yeah.
And so has been playing a whole lot better, being able to find some of that aggression that we don't necessarily associate with Morgan as a player. Gideon going to be starting off these bubs. Full vision available to T1, so they know exactly what's going on, and they just took the dragon themselves. So that is going to be a mountain, then an infernal. Is this the classic T1 Earth, Wind, and Fire that we just often get?
Could be. Could be. Setting up for it.
Do you think that T1 are just big fans of 80s disco? Because that would be pretty cool. Zeus going to find some Qs here. Well, actually, he's not. Morgan just going to push him out of the lane. And it's a rough time for the Aatrox right now. Morgan really just being an Udyr very effectively. And we know that this is a decent matchup for the Udyr. But we have seen Zeus navigate it to a point where it doesn't really look like much of a counter.
Yeah, so Morgan definitely doing what he should be doing in the matchup, but against Zeus, that's not always a given.
Karis looks for the Emperor's Divide, does not find it. Good flash there from Faker as now Guon is going to turn up. They will not find the angle. Polu, good position. Make sure that the counter gank is not going to work out. Still, they get the flash for the ulti out of Karis, and that's job done.
Yep, and just the fact that both Gideon and Polu were there kind of ensured nothing more was going to come from it. You could see T1 definitely set up to follow up on Karis there, maybe trade flashes in return, but they don't get the opportunity. And perhaps we were too early to praise this matchup.
Perhaps. He does break the chains, though. And he can press W and stuff, he's creating circles. He likes that. He hasn't teleported yet either. So Morgan just trying to eke out a little bit more gold before he does do anything else. Envy utilizing this Q relatively effectively. We can see only 5 CS behind Carrier right now, although I guess it is going to be closer to 8.
She only went 2 points in W, so maybe this is like a hybrid, not the full 3. A little bit here, a little bit there.
Felt a bit confident,
But this is actually okay. We left center open, it's fine.
Yeah,
Might not be fine.
I'm still not sold on the being fine part, but right now
it looks okay.
It is fine. Okay, so here's the thinking, right? Here's what I'm thinking about, bro. And I've said this a couple of times actually about leaving center open, because you notice that Gumiushi has got center more than anybody else here in the LCK. It's 4 victories for him, and everybody else is maximum of 2. So this is the fifth time that he's played it, and I think it's a pick your poison type situation, because would you prefer to lose immediately or to lose later when the center finally comes online? Because this is, I think, the slowest variation of Karyaguma that you're going to get.
You know, I think they could have just left the Orianna open.
Yeah, no, I kind of that was my I was just trying to give Bro a little bit back, you know?
Yeah, but then again, Orianna Vi is pretty ditty to play. I don't know.
Yeah, it's sad. It's another one of those things where it's like you'd like to ban 11 things or more.
Wait, why didn't Bro just do that?
Yeah, they should have.
Honestly, not thinking outside the box there, you know. They've let themselves be limited by the 3-ban agenda. You can choose to ban more.
This is the thing, but sometimes you just don't find it. I've seen this play before, though. There's the flash out of the seismic shove. Nicely done. 2 isolated 1v1s, though, and there's the Dawning Shadow. That's going to keep Guon alive, but still Faker is going to go down. A trade of mid laners, but first blood goes to T1. I'll take a little bit of the extra gold. Keria was on the roam as well, as Gumayusi will take down this control ward. Slight advantage in the end for T1, but Bro are going to still be able to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Bro had the flash advantage on Karis and it still didn't mean they were able to get away, a little bit unfortunate. Gumayusi helping out with the ult there, picks up an assist for himself, so all in all, T1 neutralizing that flash disadvantage they had in the mid lane.
Yep, very nicely done. Faker will have his flash back up much sooner as well, so a potential return gank opportunity, and he had teleport. Karis did not. So it took Karis a little bit longer, allowed Faker to get the crash. Let's have a look at this one more time, though, as Karis, when he makes a proactive play, we have to praise the man for it.
Yeah, I think there's just not really much he could have done there. Once he commits to the play, I think Guon is just close enough that he's going to catch him. You know, he immediately flashed the shove as well. It's one of those situations where he commits for the play and does pay for it.
Yep. Great reaction from Faker as well, to be able to get that shove in position, demand the flash, and make sure that he was dead. So deserves a shout out for that one, as T1 trying to clear out some vision here and look to answer the 3 grubs that Gideon was able to pick up with some grubs of their own.
Which I think, if this is happening, Bro should really be looking just to secure this dragon spawning in 13 seconds. You know, you have mid-prio, you don't have pop prio at the moment, but it is a Tom, so it wouldn't be very hard to get.
Yep. As Morgan has top prio. Kind of.
Yeah, no TPs from either, so unless one wants to walk down, not going to really be a factor.
No.
But Karis reset, picked up the Nashers, and it looks like they're not really making a move on the Dragon, so...
Maybe they want a team fight. Maybe that's what it is. And it's Bro, they do often, it's like gentleman's agreement, like the Bro agreement, that we will just, it's not any funny business, we're not just going to start it off, we're going to wait until we're, you know, tiptoeing around the neutral to try and get it going. As Gideon going to get in there. He has snared himself, though. Crescent Guard comes down. That should mitigate a lot. Empress Divide does absolutely nothing. And there's the Devour to save Guon. And now he dives back in. The Dragon gets angry, but it does not matter at all. T1 are destroying them, and Guon popping off in this fight. He finds the resets. And, oh dear.
Oh man, everything that could go wrong for Bro there went wrong.
Nah,
honestly.
Morgan's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay.
The rest of it definitely did all go wrong, though.
But the confidence, I mean, the fact that they have Guon on low HP, but they utilize the Tom Kent shield, and the fact that it's a Viego. As long as you get the reset, it doesn't matter that you are low HP. You'll heal up, you'll get the resets, the immunity frames, and then just keep on going. The confidence to go back in there was great, and T1, the game felt... I think Palu's just dead.
Well, he's going to Twisted Advance, and then Keria is going to get the kill. We got a battle here on the top side of the map. Gideon, can you make your way in? As he doesn't. Gets knocked up there. Oh, now he's going to try and turn it, but Keria is going to turn up as well. Looking for the opportunity. Guon turns up in the nick of time as well. They do get their prize, but they'll have to sacrifice 2 for it. And Keria is starting to get more and more fed.
Well, you know, we had a good, 10 minutes where the game looked kind of even. Now it has truly gone to the smolder stacking win con. That is the last hope for Bro. And the bin, I'm not sure if that did enough.
No.
Okay, let's get the replay. So, I mean, I really just love the fact, so we see the ult get flashed away from they focus damage onto the Viego, but then the shield when he comes out means they're not able to finish him off. He gets the reset from the passive, and the Smolder does not have the damage to finish him off. Just beautifully played. The gobble into the W, really fantastic. And then this happened.
It did, didn't it? Look at the little kitty cat this way, not even helping out. It's probably just aggressively positioned. Will be taken down. I feel like I'm really glad that we watched that from Carrier's perspective.
Yeah.
The earlier fight. This was the shenanigans that happened immediately afterwards. But it did kind of look a little bit like Carrier was sort of a Pokemon trainer.
Yeah.
You know, and Guon was his chosen, and just really calling all of those shots. Really beautiful to see. Is this once again? He does get interrupted on the Abyssal Dive.
In fact, he TP'd in though to defend this.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure at what point exactly it happened, but there's some point in the game where Bro regretted, well, giving all to Carrier.
Morgan has joined that.
Yeah, no longer is Morgan unblemished.
No.
It's a little bit of a rough one, and it's you know, I feel like we're in replays a bit, so I was focused on the replays, and we ended up with a Chemtech Soul, so I can only apologize.
Yeah, no, I saw it, but I felt like I went in.
Yeah.
Last time there was a Chemtech Soul, and this time I should just really understand that
you know
whenever
what?
you're here, it's going to be Chemtech Soul.
I'm going to say this is pretty good for Bro in terms of they really didn't want it to be a more impactful Soul.
That's true.
So maybe they just keep giving up dragons until their dragon is a dragon.
Oh, and then we can pretend that it was their choice to give up the dragon.
Yes, exactly. Playing exactly into the hand.
Gorgeous. And we are playing right into replays over and over again. This was where Morgan got caught out.
What happened while we were watching this replay that we're going to have to replay?
It's all right, we'll replay it. It's fine. Do you know what the best part is? This whole day is also a replay.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know how when we go to replays, we have like replay in the top left?
Yeah. We should just have replay everywhere, all over the screen.
For the whole day.
Yeah, it's not even LCK, it's LC play. I don't know. It was almost a good bit, and I messed it up. I apologize. We can edit that in the replay though, right?
Yes, let's cut that out. So yeah, testing. Okay, ready to go. Yeah, and we're live again.
I don't actually have a better option. So let's just commentate the video game and hope we don't have to do that again.
Yeah.
Envy gonna get snared underneath his turret. I didn't really check the stacks, but I don't even want to.
He had 133 when it last showed up, which is about 100 away from where you're gonna hope for it to be.
Yeah.
He's making decent progress. Oh,
as Gideon, sorry, is just going to get caught out of position here. Crescent Guard is going to help him out there as Emperor's Divide is decent, but not really doing too much because Gumayushi's just keeping them all alive forever. They can't even make a mistake.
You know, that was a hilarious flank from Faker that nearly backfired, but then Tahm Kench existed. And I honestly think, like, we talk about the center, and I know we've said, well, it's also about enabling the Tahm Kench. But man, this Tahm Kench has been so frustrating.
Yeah.
This game, it just feels like countless plays have just been shut down.
It's like everyone's enabling everybody else as well. So it's like Tahm Kench enables Guon to be hyper aggressive as now Gideon has found Zeus, but Carrier has found both of them. And he's just walking. Look at how menacing he is. Doesn't have Devour up and available, but he also cannot die no matter what they do. And there goes the tree. Polo going to be taken down here. Gideon in trouble as Morgan. He thought he had the safety of an inner turret. He does not. Carrier does not care about that damage at all. They will be able to take this one at 17 minutes.
And maybe they'll think twice next time they leave center open.
No, well,
because man, this Tahm Kench is just so tanky. It's just ridiculous. It's so unfair. It's just not balanced. Like, watch, he goes in, he's like, hey, I'm here, what do you want? They have to run away. There's nothing they can do. He's just walking forward. They're hitting him. He's not taking damage.
He's just licking.
He's just licking people.
Yeah, wandering.
Which makes them uncomfortable.
It does. And look, now he's under an inner turret. He just pops some grey health, wanders around, gets turret aggro with his Balmy Cinder just to make sure that dive was impossible to mess up.
Yeah. You know, Bro are trying at least. They're really looking for these plays. They're looking for someone who's isolated.
Look, Morgan has done the most damage.
Well, we knew that would happen. We knew that. I mean, we knew that would happen.
It's still a thing. And he's going to do more. Look at that, boop. There's a circle as well. As Faker is actually doing a little bit more.
Yeah, I
so
think
he's
Morgan,
catching up a little bit.
I think Morgan expected to do a lot more there. He's like, I've got him.
He does have a lot of armor. And you'd think that having armor against someone throwing rocks at you would be a good thing. But in League of Legends, it's not coded that way.
Yeah.
So you need to have the funny belt Duvalaki.
I feel like Mud would be better against someone in armor, you know? Like, get it like all stuck and then
it would be very frustrating.
Yeah, whereas... I mean, I guess if you are wearing armor and the rock is big enough, it will just dent the armor and you inside it. So maybe that's what's happening.
Well, it certainly didn't look like a good time for the Udyr. However, he is going to be able to get himself out of there. And 11-2 is the kill score. It's an 8,000 gold lead pre 20 minutes. And there are 176 stacks, ladies and gentlemen. So the Smolder is at least able, look, has a 20 CS lead over the Tahm Kench now.
Will any members of T1 ever end up low enough that the execute matters?
Yeah.
That is my question. If you gave Bro Elder Dragon right now, would they win a fight? I think is kind of what I'm hinting at. How much is enough to overcome this much of a deficit? Because they really didn't look like they were getting carrier low. By any means.
Yeah, and Carrier just sort of pseudo gets low, but then has all of that shielding. And now Morgan, he really wants to go back to his inner turret, but he's not allowed to. Seismic Shove was avoided though.
Yep.
And he's a pretty nimble gentleman on this Udyr, so he is going to be able to get out of the way.
Carrier has ascended to his final form, which is now being a solo laner for T1.
Yep. All right, Karis, they're looking for it, but the flash is going to come on through. I don't know about that one, but the Devour is going to be there. The amount of endless bailing out that they have available to them is absurd.
I'm honestly legitimately very impressed that Bro even got 2 kills at this point. Because it feels like at every single corner, they're just getting shut down. It's like, oh, this looks like a... Oh, they actually... No, never mind. Every time. Yep. Every single time.
Yeah, this is... well, they did manage to get Carrier's flash. That is definitely a good thing. Is Envy... he's going to get flashed on, but does flash in response. That's going to keep him alive. As T1 are just ridding the jungle of any forms of money.
Yep, nice little benefit, though, because Bro have lost 5 towers. Options for Azir to place them.
Oh! Your cup is so half full. It's just pure... unrivaled optimism from you today, and I've absolutely loved it.
Yeah, gotta keep the hope alive, you know.
And you know, maybe this is all part of the Giga Chad plan, right? Lure them into a false sense of security with this well-oiled machine of a composition that T1 have been allowed to have, and hit them back with a few bans, well, one ban on a champion that makes this composition completely ridiculous. And then that's when they strike.
Yeah, got to give them false hope in the first game.
Yeah.
So you can bounce back in game 2 and 3. Feels like Bro's plan is what they want you to think, but in reality, they're going to try and come back in this game with the smaller stacking. It should be pretty close now.
There we go. Yep. He's getting there. 21 minutes in. Won't actually be too bad for Envy as far as that timing is concerned.
The stacking's honestly been pretty fast considering they're almost 10,000 gold down.
And I mean, we can go back to the original conversation that we did have about, like, at what point is it actually going to be okay? Like, have they, like, are they in a position where these stacks matter? No, it doesn't matter.
How many stacks would you need for the burn just to kill them for full HP? I think at that point I could see Bro winning.
All right, so we need to get the game to about 80 minutes.
I think what's hilarious is we're at the point where the Senna has more gold than the Smolder.
Yeah, I think so.
Without farming.
And currently has an opportunity as well as a Ghostblade. So 2 items for both of them. So I guess somewhat parity when it comes to the items that have been built up.
222, we're past the threshold of 225.
Hey, there we go. Seismic Shove going to connect onto Morgan. Takes a lot of rocks. As Faker will be able to just stand next to a wall and make his way out of there. Envy going to be sneezing as the Weaver's Wall going to come on through, and Faker just looks for it. Sets down the wall immediately afterwards, and that's a flash that he collects for just an ult in trade.
You know, I think Bro will do better off just sitting out this dragon. I don't think you need it. I think you just let it go. Just let it go.
Yep, I think...
the Baron might be more of a problem.
You know what? It's actually worth it to let it go as well, because then you accelerate the Elder flip.
Yes.
That may not occur, but if it does... then they could win. And then they would have double Elder.
That could be a win con, you know.
Yeah.
This is quite a gold lead, though.
It
is. Oh, they're making a play!
All right, looking for it. Zeus has been attacked here. Morgan is losing out on the battle, but he has buddies that are turning up. Polo's there, Envy's there. Everyone is on their way, and I think everyone might be necessary as Zeus is just trying to take matters into his own hands. He picks up one. Is it going to be more? Oh my, I was getting World's flashbacks there, ladies and gentlemen. He goes 1 for 1, though, in the 1 versus 5, and they get themselves Chemtech Soul.
You know, sometimes you wonder, did they really need 5 people? Yes, they did.
They really
absolutely needed. Honestly, I think 6 might have been safer. They should have brought an extra one.
And they may not have lost one if they brought 6.
Yeah.
So next time they should consider that. As T1 just walk on over towards this Baron. Another teleport going to be used, this time from Morgan, who does need to run all the way around if he wants to get in here. Gideon on top of Gumayushi right now, but the snare does come through. Keria gets over the wall. The Dragon gets mad. And Keria almost in execute range. Oh, the seismic shove. Oh, the double. Is so good, and he just eats the Dragon. And now he's not going to die. It's a triple kill for this guy's Tom Kench, and then he gets back in there to tank up the Baron.
What is going on?
You can just write in the POG now if you like.
He just ate.
He just ate him.
And then he was literally alone as well. He was like by himself. I mean, Fake was helping, don't get me wrong.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, the seismic shove was definitely necessary, but still.
Keria with gold, man, it's just not okay.
It isn't.
You know, I feel like we've kept him in support for the other team's benefit, okay? Giving him gold, you are unleashing him. That is on you for allowing that to happen. Keep him on a support income, and you will be better off.
And I don't think that there is any arguing with that as we have a look at exactly why once again. Oh, well, it does start off with Zeus in this 1v5 situation, where he does have a 2-level lead over the Udyr that was giving him a bit of trouble in the early stages. But look at this change of target. He just gets straight on top of Karis and says, no, he is dead.
His health just fluctuating so much. Even they had grievous wounds on him as well in the later stages, and he just still looked so hard to take down. They're not going to replay the Keria Baron moment because
the game might just end, and then we get to see it again in the POG highlights, so it's all right.
Probably in the highlights. It's probably going to be a highlight, and then it's going to be the POG highlight, you know. And then they'll just show it in the break for good measure, you know.
How has he not died? He's put his face into like the entire enemy team so many times, like all game. That's all he's been doing. He's 607. He has Jack shows and he's like magic Sunfire Cape and a Frozen Heart. Yeah, 273. Yeah, it's great. It's really cool.
I need to know how many stacks till they just die at full HP. Because at the moment it's below 8%, 8.08%. If they get it to below 100% HP, I think they can win. I think that's the point where possibly they would be able to finish this game. Oh, we are going to get a replay.
Yep, his Keria's perspective is just going in.
나 괜찮아, 나 안 죽어.
I'm good, I'm not dying. That's what he just says. I'm fine. That was the point where I was like, he's probably dead. But no.
펜타.
Penta, he wanted the Penta!
미안. 죄송합니다.
And Guwon's saying sorry. Oh, the most polite version of sorry as well. I don't think it's on you, buddy. I think it's absolutely fine.
That was a thing that happened. I think that's really the takeaway. Is the game gave us that, which I think is definitely a great moment. But I think, bro, I just the 14k gold lead, I think it's just an unstoppable force at this point.
Yeah, no, it's and it has been for quite some time. Zeus looking for a bit of an angle here. Faker dives in. Whoa, that was so much damage. And
they nearly
nearly
forced Keria to press R again and save his mid laner.
Yeah, will he need to do that?
But he decided not to. He'll save it for next time.
No.
Maybe save it to eat Envy again.
Yep. Some very cute nuance with that last little exchange, actually. Guwon says sorry in like the informal way and then like feels a little bit sheepish and corrects himself and goes back to the very polite way. Super duper cute.
Yeah.
Saying sorry for not giving the Tahm Kantra pentakill.
Yeah.
which
And the fact
I think
he didn't-
he'd got a kill very early.
Yeah, so I think the fact he's apologizing for the fact he didn't anticipate a Tahm Kench penta.
Yeah.
Which I don't think many of us did, but
He's saying sorry for playing very well in the team fight.
yeah.
So that's adorable. 14,000 gold is the lead. The game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Zeus has done all of this damage. I think most of that was done in the 1v5 scenario. Although 1.5 v5, I guess you could probably say, because there was a Dawning Shadow.
Yeah.
So I guess there's that.
That contributed
A little
slightly.
bit. He's now a very, very large Aatrox.
Got the Spirit Surgeon as well, so not like the full lethality that we normally see.
Yeah.
Bit bulkier.
Kind of like this. Just allows you to do loads and loads of damages. And that is certainly good news. So T1, they are just going to probably take this Elder and then win the game.
Yeah, I think this is a point where you force Bro to contest the Elder and you just kill them all. I want to see if Carrier will end up eating Envy again, because it's not that easy to stack up your passive against the champions that have Bro have to stack it up on the Smolder.
Okay, Carrier is diving in to 4 people. Will he take a damage? The answer is kind of no. Right now, Seismic Shove does come back. The Weaver's Wall brings Faker in there. Look at Carrier's health bar. It's full again. In goes Zeus. That was a jump scare. Yes, I would have done exactly that, Envy. Dawning Shadow comes down. The Dragon, I think, did something that I didn't really notice. And Guon, he's going to turn into the enemy jungler and just start resetting all the way through. Emperor's Divide gets 3 onto the fountain, and Carrier is going to die. That is how you do it.
The fountain laser.
I was just about to say, I think the only way he could overextend is by walking into the enemy fountain, and then by Jove, it happened.
That was the secret weapon this whole time. Needs to see if he can. Oh no.
Oh dear. There were some rocks, stray rocks on the ground. However, Faker is going to go down. Karras goes golden. Has he bought it? No, he hasn't. Gideon is up though, and now they're
up in a second.
Yeah,
Go in.
Just turned into Azir, decides he doesn't want to. They grab another one. Polo, it's his turn to try and defend this Nexus. It's not going to work out as Guon says goodnight to the game. And he even has the Fnatic Flare supporting the ex-team of his teammate and challenger. You'll love to see it. Bro, I think the Senna missed ban was where things really started to go wrong, but T1 really showed them why.
I'm glad every so often we get a demonstration of why you should ban these champions. And it's been made very clear. So going into game 2, I think we'll do that.
My rebuttal for that, though, is that I feel like the 4 other times were enough. You know?
Well, hopefully this will be enough, and then we'll never see it again until it's... No, it won't. We'll see it again. It'll happen again.
Yeah.
It'll happen. We know it will. Hopefully not in this game, in game 2 of this series.
In game 2, though, Bro can request blue side.
That would be an interesting one.
Which would allow them to pick it, perhaps.
No, I think T1 just ban it.
At this point, I'm saying just ban the Tahm Kench. That looked the most broken.
I feel like this is the thing with the Senna, is I don't actually think the Senna is like...
No, it's the enablingness.
Yeah, it's giving gold to things like Nautilus, to things like Tahm Kench. They were not designed to have gold, right? Not in this manner. They were supposed to be just supports and to have little income, and then when you give them all that money, it's not okay.
It's doomed. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down game 1. We'll have game 2. We'll see you there.
맞아.
밀어줄게.
나이스. 형 끝나나?
와 잠깐만.
안돼.
내 스킬인데.
아지를 높으려고. 나 한 대 약간 달려가지고 애매하다 이거.
끝나마.
내가
아지를 높을
녹음 안 될게 일단.
라인부터.
이거 끝낼만 해. 내가 맞으면 안 돼. 야, 키 받았어. 아직 뺐어. 이거 새끼.
아지를. 안 봐도 돼.
그래? 잡아야 될 것 같은데. 죽여. 끝내면
나가고. 잡으면 끝나.
이거 먹고 안
이거 다시 한번 하자.
뭐 할게. 나 출발.
보여주면 될 듯?
출발. 해봐. 아직 나한테 그러네.
반복 퀴즈 돌려주네.
아직 안 해본 것 같은데.
뭐야 왜 그래?
끝낼게. 나이스. 버스 같아요. 잘하신다 근데 진짜. 말이 안 된다.
and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 1 of T1 up against Bro. I am Valdez. With me is King Orop. Still doing pretty well. Not feeling too well, though, after that draft, as we really need to talk about something here, Bro. Nobody else can win against this, and especially teams that are facing T1 can certainly not win against it, especially when Kerry is playing Tahm Kench, the best Tahm Kench player in the world. Don't leave Senna available. Don't do it.
Yeah, it's probably
We're going to do a silent protest. The Senna pick. It's not allowed.
Yeah, I think there's this weird misconception that teams have that you can outscale Senna with Smolder because he gets big if the game goes infinity long, and so he gets really big and his Qs do a lot. No, never mind that the only time we've seen Smolder really lose in the late game is when he's outranged. There's a bit of a range problem on the Senna there that he's going to have to deal with. But the other thing is that in the early game, Smolder does absolutely nothing, whereas Senna roams and makes an impact globally with her ult, can actually make a huge impact mid, is not going to lose lane in this matchup, so is never under threat. And so what we saw from Guma, his value in the early game with Keria as well getting pretty big, was like infinity times more than what you could see from Envy, unfortunately, on the Smolder. It's not the answer. Teams keep thinking they have the answer. It's not the answer. Especially not into Keria's Tahm Kench.
I'm still protesting.
I can do the analysis.
It's 17-0.
Pretty easy one, I think.
16 games in a row. Stop trying to. I don't even know what the thought process is.
There's literally no excuse, to be totally honest. There is no excuse. There is nothing
what about
Edgar could tell
Oriana?
me that would make me change my mind.
Is Faker's Oriana more scary than Senna on a 17-game win streak?
Yeah.
Just to ask the question, because I think that's the trade-off they win for. Right?
Obviously, we ham it up, but it's also genuinely true. This is not us being mad about something new coming in and catching teams off guards. This is a known fact of the current patch that has been true.
It's the strongest pick!
Gen G lost 2-0 to Senna, to KT, and then they banned it, and then they smashed them.
It's their only loss of the season in series. Before we go too far into this, because it's going to happen again, and we'll do it again. You'll see it again. Let's talk about this fight here that went very much in T1's favor.
Watch Guma in this fight. Doesn't get hit by the Emperor's Divide. He's doing things. Where's Smolder? He got like 20% of Guma's health. The fight is over. Guma's adding way too much healing here. The engage has to be crisper. It has to be cleaner. Faker had flash. Guma's out of range. If you don't hit that Emperor's Divine, you don't win that fight. Senna diff. I mean, that fight was actually, there were other issues, but I really just want to
Keria specifically, as the casters have highlighted many times, and I just want to reiterate it, it's so insanely mean to see what you can do with picks like Nautilus and Kench when not only do they get gold, but they also get Senna. Like, the added value of the healing is so insane because it allows you to get so many more rotations off. A lot of these champions also go for things like Hollow Radiance, which means that you actually do get more procs, more burn.
Yeah, and you don't have to like play Nautilus mid or Nautilus jungle in order to get this kind of farm, right? You just play it in the bot lane alongside of Senna, and you have a scaling mid. So it just kind of warps everything, and that's part of why it is seeing a lot of success nowadays. Let's talk about the second fight here, where we will see the aftermath of what happens in the early game if the Tahm Kench gets extremely fed.
No, I want to talk about Senna more, Valdez.
Well, yeah, we are with the Tahm Kench.
Okay, let's do it. As Guma comes into this fight, look at how much time they can buy with Tahm Kench. He just walks forward, and Guma's range, even, this is not extreme late game or anything like that. He's able to add some additional damage and healing, by the way, to the dive.
16 minutes.
Yeah.
We're 16 minutes in. They're diving tier 2.
And isn't it crazy that both the Nautilus pick that you talked about and the Tahm Kench pick that work well with Senna that have items and gold are good against dives, so you can't punish the Senna with that either?
And we didn't even pick the most insane part, because it's going to come up in Keria's POG, which is when he 1v3'd as a support. He's not really a support, he's technically a bot laner because he's farming, but realistically, he's a support.
He's
and
the
he 1v3'd.
The strongest Tahm Kench you're going to get. You get that solo lane experience, you're feeling pretty good down there, and we will have that POG right now, so let's give it over to Keria, 8 out of 8. Well done, 6-1 and 11. I mean, this guy, again, he's like probably the best Tahm Kench player in the world. He is, Tahm Kench, an excellent pick with the Senna. And Bro really set them up well for that pick as well.
Look at how disjointed this is when Cars misses the engage as well, and that's all they have because they don't have an AD carry. They have an ult button, and so unfortunately, nothing to do here. And you know what? I would also accept the Senna vote. I would also accept the Senna vote. Even though Carry had like the greatest performance of all time, it was a Senna draft, and I would also accept the Senna vote.
When you are multiple times in one game devouring offensively, that really says it all. There were 2 or 3 plays where he devoured one of his teammates and then dove into multiple people just to get them in there, use the shield.
While he's yelling, I'm fine, and don't worry about me," as he's going in as well.
Yeah, so we get the 16 out of 8 for Tahm Kench, Keria, and of course Senna, 8 more votes for that. Bro will move over to the blue side for game number 2. We're hoping that this can give them a chance in game number 2 because now they don't have the onus of banning the Senna, and probably T1 will for game 2. But guys, we are done here on the desk with our Mauled segment. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Valdez and 2 very angry boys. It is time for us to get into game 2. And I have a scenario for you to make them even more angry, Orcs.
Oh, God.
Here it is. This is what I've seen. This is what I've seen written. We go through the draft. The bans, very similar. We're super worried for T1 because the Senna left up and available. Do you know what Bro
I
do?
know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say.
They just slam the Azir.
Oh, my
They slam it.
Oh, my... Stop. Please.
That's it. That's how we do it. That's how we make them even more angry.
Man, if they give Senna on red side, I say we just do a silent cast. We just let the game
Is that the same as just go home? Is that the theory there? All right. Well, let's see what they do.
No, I would appreciate if they would first ban Senna and just really make the statement.
Yeah, like we figured it out.
We figured it out. They probably won't. They'll probably leave it at T1 and hope the T1 ban it. But yeah.
Maybe T1 just don't, because maybe they just don't expect them to be able to utilize
well,
it
the
that
thing is
well.
as well, last time we saw Senna from Bro up against T1. Like, I feel like T1 actually one of the few teams who could actually punish it because they play like aggressive bot lanes. We saw them play the Kate Locks against the Senna Ornn, and maybe they're just not afraid of it. Like, I know we talk about you should definitely ban it every time, but maybe T1 are like the one team thing, you know, maybe we let them have it. We'll see what we can do against it. We'll pick a crushing bot lane and win, and even then, they said no. So I think that if T1 are banning Senna,
yeah,
you know it needs to be banned.
I think maybe also they were like, oh, but the win rate, it's really cool that it just keeps extending. Let's not break it here.
Yeah, yeah.
There is the slammed Azir pick, like we were talking about. But this time the Senna not available, so we're not as upset about it. I am still a bit upset, but not that upset, because now Lucian Orianna comes in, and then they round 3 the Nami, and they create themselves an absolutely terrifying Lucian composition, and Gumayusi actually gets to be a main character again.
Yeah, you know, I feel like Carrier's going to pay his dues after the first one where he was the carry. Now he's going to be like, okay, you can be the carry this game. It's kind of alternating.
Yep.
And actually going for the early
Aatrox.
Aatrox. So this is interesting because it means you basically denied yourself picking mid. And you may be thinking, oh, but shouldn't they have picked Ori? Like, Ori was such a priority for Bro to ban that they left Senna open. So surely they need to pick it. And I think this says a lot. But also, it says at T1, like, there's enough mid laners open. You know, there's like the Corki, there's the Ori, there's the Hui, there's the Talia. They're not worried about leaving it till the next rotation because in 99% of situations, you're picking your support here to match up with the Lucian. Probably the Milio.
I think it should be the Nami. I think Carrier's Nami is also extraordinarily good, but I also just think it's better than Milio. At this point in time, it's seen a lot more success here in the LCK. And that is exactly what Carrier is going to go towards. I like seeing him on this champion, so definitely good. So, the Rakan going to be taken away from Polo. Looks like we are going to be focusing on that bottom lane. I wonder whether there's any 80 carries that they want to take away, something like a Caitlyn that can outrange and things like that. Could be looked into, but I don't think that it really fits into Envy's champion pool. If he picks Smolder, I think that they care even less.
Yeah. Man, if they pick Smolder, it's going to be pretty brutal. But at least they have the outscale, like at least the scaling makes sense to an extent.
I like the Zeri ban.
Yeah, I think Zeri makes sense as a ban. Seen that rising in priority recently. Be interesting. I'm glad we're not getting more Lucian Nami Zeri coming out. And yeah, I mean, they'll ban those. Do we just see Hui come out from T1? They can leave it to last pick. They don't need to pick it now, but they can take the Hui. Vi also open and available. Rel, Maokai, a lot of things. But they're just going to go for Talia mid and leave jungle till later.
Sivayumi once again.
Wow.
They did try this once before. And it didn't work then, but maybe it'll work now.
Yep, and now they have to deal with the Vi. Vi Talia is super strong combo. And the thing is, you know, people think, oh, I think they should go for the Vi. I think the Vi is better than Nocturne, honestly. We'll see what they opt for. They're kind of bouncing between. The thing is, you would think on paper that, you know, Sivir actually once upon a time was really good in the Vi, because you could just spell shield the ult.
Yeah.
But now you just smite when you're on the way. And then you just break the spell shield and get the knockup.
Yep.
So, yeah, have fun with that. It also means they have really strong mid-jungle pressure if they want to look at Karis, if they want to look at Gideon. A lot of pick potential with this composition, I think it goes without saying. And sure, if you see this game going to 30-40 minutes and they're even, I think Bro have a pretty strong comp, but is that going to happen? I guess I'll have to hope for it.
I'm a little worried. I believe that history has also indicated that perhaps we should be a little worried. But Koma and Edgar, of course, a huge history between these two absolute legends, have faced off across very different stadiums in their time as well, some of the biggest in the world. And are going to be facing off here once again. This time, Koma really looking like he's having a few of the laughs.
Yeah.
And the last one we're yet to really hear, but it might be coming relatively soon. Like you were talking about, love this draft if you get to zone in at like 30 minutes in and have all of the money as if a game has gone even. That may not happen though, because T1's mid-game is looking real scary with this one.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement to make.
Well, just have to see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift here for game number 2. Okay, Brian, Hana, 2, set.
Brion fighting!
T1, Hana, 2, set.
T1 fighting!
Nailed it. Woo! Okay. Have you paid your bro tax? Everyone in chat, have you paid it? Because perhaps one of the reasons why everything went so catastrophically wrong in game 1 was a lack of bro tax that's being paid.
Yeah.
Highlight those messages right now.
We're analyzing the data, and it seems like we were lacking in certain areas.
Yep.
Brofan729, you actually didn't pay your bro tax, so, you know, I think game 1 might have
He's actually rifling through papers right now with his pen out.
Rifling through these papers and studying the data, so make sure you get on that. You are the ones holding back bro.
He has the bro books in front of him. He knows. He knows when the tax has been paid or when it hasn't. As bro getting pushed out of the river for now. But we'll be absolutely fine. Zeus getting into position to be frustrating. But it seems like things should be okay. And with the Sejuani, this top side of the map could be somewhere that they could attack. Of course, Morgan able to help activate that permafrost pretty comfortably. And I don't really... You know how we spend a lot of time in the bottom lane? In a lot of our games, we're just watching the laning phase. I'd prefer not to.
Yeah.
I think that this one could be a tough time.
You know what's interesting is we often see bone plating taken against like Lucian lanes to like mitigate the burst. Polu actually took bone plating, but Envy didn't, which is interesting. I feel like, I mean, you often go biscuits on Sivir for the mana just to keep shoving, but I feel like you'd rather have the bone plating on the AD carry rather than the Yuumi.
Yeah, and Carrier going to ebb and flow, and probably takes a bit of damage for that one. Of course, the health bar of the Yuumi, less of an issue, but Envy's also goes down extraordinarily low, and T1 will just push them completely out of this lane as they reach for level 2. Zeus actually finding a nice Umbral Dash onto Morgan here, who has Ghost, but is going to make it to his turret here. Should be kind of alright.
It's like 4 seconds until Zeus has cooldowns again, and I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah, if he lands a few of these Qs, it is looking a little dire.
He's nearly level 3 as well. That could be a moment.
Morgan did drink a potion, so get some of that health back. Also has a biscuit, so maybe that's going to help. But currently getting zoned out of a few minions in this wave. Not too many. It's not end of the world or anything like that. As we get the Jonah Strong zoom in. Okay, the Infernal Chains will come down. Zeus gets him to dash away. No Ghost used just yet here for Morgan.
It's an 11 CS lead in the top lane.
Yeah, he's got 4 of them though. So that's pretty cool. All right, Polu jumps off. Not exactly trading too poorly.
Yeah, but committed the barrier to kind of make that trade even, and then
right.
Nami's just going to heal.
I didn't notice
up.
because the shield disappeared so quickly.
Yeah, yeah, which makes you think it could have been a lot of damage otherwise. But I mean, this is how you kind of play with the Yuumi. You have triple combat sums, so you can use them kind of sparingly just to keep the health high. Obviously, one big change when they kind of semi-reworked Yuumi, because she was problematic, is they made her a lot more about shielding, and you don't have as much sustain as you used to. When Yuumi was a problem, it was just heal, heal, heal through all the poke.
Oh, there's a Seismic Shove going to be used to get out of... sorry, the Shifting Sands used to get out of the Seismic Shove. There's Envy taking way too much damage here towards his bottom lane. Hey, the good news, Gumayushi doesn't... Oh, okay, never mind. He just had a cookie, so gets his mana bar back. Guon wondering where he wants to be. Spotted on a ward, though, as you can see there, so... Envy and Polu able to get themselves out of the way. It's not exactly great.
Yeah, that's a big wave to give up.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you don't die, which is good, but you can see Envy really wants that wave.
Oh, Zeus also really wants this kill, as Morgan not going to get hit by the sweet spot that time around and absorbs any potential CC from the knockup. So Zeus not going to be able to kill him underneath his turret. Also holds onto the Ghost. Nicely done. Envy does now finally have the spell shield, so can get a bit of health back. But I'm just
Wait, it's actually 2 points spell shield, no points Q?
Huh?
What?
So that's the answer. That's how you mitigate the poke.
Is this some forbidden tech?
It should be.
He's now got a point in Q, but normally you max Q, then you max W. Like, you normally don't put extra points in E until late in the game. This is
Hey,
very
no,
strange.
but the fact that he didn't level Q means that he has full mana. And he's going back to base. I don't know, man.
Wasn't it this? Like a second...
Maybe normally he would... oh, yeah. Normally he'd put a point into Q after the W. Takes Ricochet first. We do see a lot of Sivers actually take Boomerang Blade first, but he takes Ricochet first, and then normally he's put a point into Q when he hits level 3. So 3 muscle memory dictates that he puts the point into his spell shield.
Maybe. Maybe he was like mid-fight when he skilled up. I don't know. Like, maybe this is some tech I haven't heard of, but it seems counterintuitive because points in Q and W are really big for your wave clear.
Yeah.
And that's the skill order you go. You want Q max, then W maxed, and then E's last. So very odd.
Well, so far he's 22 CS behind, so I wouldn't say that the tech has worked if it was intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's move on.
Yeah. Well, Morgan is going to go for a little bit of a proxy, as we can see here. Zeus with the wave moving towards his turret, he will be able to catch it as well, as we've got the most non-interactive top lane experience that you can get. Lovely, look at this. The social distancing top lane.
Yep. With no fans in the studio as well, it feels, you know, reminiscent.
It's very distant.
Morgan's just trying to relive past times.
He is. And he's going to be able to go back. Does allow him to get himself a free walk back despite not having the teleport. So understandable entirely.
You know what I want to say? Karis is doing pretty okay in lane.
There we go.
Compared to his teammates.
Yeah, nailing it.
You know, 20 CS lead top and bot, but mid, you're doing pretty good.
Hey, and also we got Chemtech Drake out of the way, so we cannot get orcsed. It's not as susture as it could be.
Yeah, and hopefully it's not an Ocean Soul.
I was just about to say, it's probably still an Ocean Soul.
80% chance.
Yeah. I want to see the orc susture in the chat, if it does actually occur.
I'm now responsible for all the bad dragons.
Yep, you are.
Chemtech, it's just any bad soul.
Yeah, it's just if it's non-interactive. It's now Envy doesn't have his spell shield, is going to flash as Guon gets lit on fire. Another minion wave is conga lining forward though, as Bubble going to be avoided. Now Faker comes down as well. Oh dear, there was that interaction you were talking about before and just punched. He had the spell shield back and now Polu is just a little cat on a book and will be cut down by the culling. Minions left underneath the turret, they break the aggro, and everything is just fine. It's a lot invested, so some plate gold will go over. But man, this is rough. Gideon is trying to steal away a red buff. They do take 3 plates already on this bottom lane.
I think the extra point in Spell Shield didn't really help there. Go on flashing there. Actually isn't at the point where you can deal damage with Smite, so just flash to secure it. Because if you flash closer, it's going to give less time before you can Spell Shield. Doesn't give you the opportunity to react.
Well, there's an all-out and a Glacial Prison, so Zeus should be going down here. Does flash the wall, though, and never mind. He's Aatrox. He doesn't die in these situations, and now Morgan finds a Q. There's the knock-up. The Permafrost is there. He gets so much of his health back, and now Faker gets enough time to turn up. And so Zeus once again is the noble sacrifice, and T1 will then just clean up.
Yeah, and Faker making his presence known. First to roam down bot, finds another opportunity to come here, and sure, he'll lose a little bit of health from the tower, and he's fallen behind in farm, but I think the reward very worth it with a 2,000 gold lead for T1. And yeah, so here, go on actually, you flash closer, because there's not, like, if you're going to Spell Shield, you don't get a chance. The flashing closer mid-R means you really don't get an opportunity to react. So well played in the first dive, and the second dive, it's a Yuumi.
Yeah. So she's not going to be able to do too much about it. And
this is well played by Morgan, honestly.
Yeah.
Would have been a good play if it wasn't for the fact that more than half, 60% of T1 ended up being there.
Yeah.
The Weaver's Wall getting a lot of value here.
There was the get down! But then Faker turns up, and this is sort of the value of having someone like Faker on a champion that is this incredibly mobile, right? So he's always there to help out his teammates if you go for a cross-map play.
You can even see, even with the gold that's been picked up by Karis, with the extra CS, with the mid plates, he's still behind in gold compared to Faker, because Faker got those 2 kills.
Yeah.
And every other lane's really feeling the benefit.
Guon is looking bloodthirsty right now. Does have cease and desist back up and available. Area moving down. And I feel like it's been a really long time since we've seen these matchups. And the Sivir versus the Lucian Nami was something that T1 have played a lot, especially last year, as Gideon in position. Guon comes on in, but isn't going to be able to actually offer too much. I call his blessing for a bit of movement speed, as Gumayusi doesn't actually throw out any autos. And T1 just slowly but surely building this advantage. About 2,000 at this point in time, but this is a much happier Zeus in this top lane. They did manage to somewhat keep him down, I feel, in game number 1. It didn't look completely doomed until much later.
Yeah.
This time around, he has been somewhat accelerated with those couple of assists that he did pick up. Of course, did die, but you can see he's smashing farm, and it's a much better matchup for the Aatrox into the Cassante this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see in all these trades, he's really been finding the edge so far. And bot lane as well, I think this might be the point. I'm not sure. I don't think Carrier quite has enough money. We'll see. Gumayusi definitely has enough money for first item.
He has
that is
50 more creep score.
Yeah, so Guma gets his first item.
Oh, I've seen this attempt before. Whirlwind going to be used as Morgan gonna break the chains. Now goes for the all-out, but there's a teleport. Guon's coming in as well. He's got the ulti, and he'll use it on top of Gideon right now. He has the Glacial Prison, so Faker delayed a little bit, but it does not matter. This Sejuani is well and truly dead, and Morgan is not going to be left up as well. Karis is just, he's like, oh, no, this isn't where I parked my car, and he will wander by and get towards
there for the
turret.
farm,
He's
right?
there for the minions. He's like, don't mind me, I just want to clean this up.
Hey, I don't want no trouble.
That is an investment of a tidal wave, as Envy not going to get caught in the bubble. There's the Boomerang Blade.
Picking up some stacks, you know, for the support item, and just stopping the recall to be a little bit annoying.
It worked. This is also going to mean that when Gumayusi comes back, this tower's dead. If Envy did want to actually go back.
I'm not sure you want to step up there, Envy.
No. The Yuumi is coming. I don't know what that means necessarily. For finding success here is the Boomerang not going to land. Prowling projectile's decent though. So this turret on its last legs, absolutely. One more plate in it though, as Carrier finishes off the Imperial Mandate. So this is the big spike.
Yeah, this is the big spike. Should be close to the support item upgrade as well. We've seen some people go like the more aggressive options with like the Dreammaker, and some people go for like the Slay for the extra movement speed and healing. But the Mandate's the big one.
Yep.
And this is really where the Lucian's going to start to...
Oh, this is the moment of truth as well, Ox. Get the sausages in chat. as it's a Cloud. Oh, baby, redemption. Don't you worry. It's the best soul in the game. It could have been the worst. Instead, it was the best. Now, it couldn't have been the worst because Chemtech was already down. But still, we now get rewarded.
A speedy soul.
It's a lot of movement speed, isn't it?
Yep, really is.
And with a Nami as well, man,
Yep.
you'd be booking it.
The culling.
Oh, you'd be out. You're like a typewriter. It's crazy. Okay, well, go on. Gonna look for his opportunity. That's a great Emperor's Divide. I just don't know how much it actually matters as Faker was tanking the turret. That's gonna take him down.
Oh!
And the denting blows. Guon is just gonna tank this turret and die. And that's a double for Gideon. Big mistake here for T1 underneath the bottom outer turret, as now Gumayusi is looking for Envy here. They do have the ulti from the Yuumi, but she pops off and now she's dead. Oh, T1, can they finish the dive? Is Envy actually going to be okay? As Carrier thinks no. He does pop the shield, and now he's in between these turrets, and that is the 1v1. That's a dangerous Nami.
Stopped when they banned the Senna and they didn't pick the Tahm Kench. But no, it's not a Senna Tahm thing. It's just a Carrier thing.
It is. That was just not very nice. He is 53 CS behind. Like, this is a pretty unfed Sivir. But this play from Karis was beautiful.
Really well played. The shuffle was pretty flawless. And also Gideon noticed, he stuns and then he tries to body block the Vi here.
Yeah.
And actually forces him to wiggle a little bit, so he takes extra tower hit here. I actually think Envy did pretty well in this trade, you know, up until the early moment. But the disconnect here, Holu pops out. At the moment,
surfing.
Envy flashes away. Yeah, he wanted to go surfing. And Carrier nearly takes a tower hit. Potentially could have turned it around, but very precisely just walks out of range before it fires. They managed to get that. So,
and says absolutely nothing.
Yep. So bot lane obviously goes good for Bro. Mid lane goes pretty badly.
And now Faker's going to turn up. Manages to collect this cannon minion. And Zeus is in between turrets, getting his farm on. And is comfortably about 20 in the lead as well. Things kind of going exactly how T1 wants them to at this point in time. Gumayusi going for the Twisted Flution build, or a variation of it. Of course, you don't often take the Storm Razor first, so I tell a lie. So no Shiv. I just wanted to say Twisted Flution again. But this is the build that Aiming went for, actually, and did a lot of damage with. Just the classic crit.
Yeah.
And it works very nicely.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people talked about going like Kraken Navori as like the more tank shredder build.
Yeah. That's all right. They do find the Glacial Prison onto Faker, but there is so much keeping him alive. Emperor's Divide lands onto 2, but where is the damage here from the bros? Gideon's not actually taking very much of it as the all-out does come on through. The help with the turret was employed, but unneeded, as Guon will be taken down. It's a 1-for-1. Karis in trade, but now Gideon is going to face check. There's the bubble, and Gumayusi says goodnight. The fight is not over yet, as now Faker is going to bring this wave in, and Morgan nowhere to go. He's got his pet cat, and he decides he wants to take the 2v2 instead. Gumayusi is in melee range, but it looks like he doesn't really mind too much about it, as Polu is going to get blinged back. And that is the 3-for-1 in the end.
Seemed like a very weird play to opt into, because they burned the TP, but the TP was just going to equalize the numbers. Like, they opened into a 2v3 and really paid for it, so...
Oh, it's a 4-for-1.
Yeah.
Someone else went down. Yumi's confused me when it comes to counting, because they seem to, you know, occupy the space of somebody else at the same time, and it gets confusing for me. That's my excuse as Envy going to take a Q. And Zeus takes a turret shot. He's not exactly the most tanky unless he's fighting, in which case he's impossible to kill.
Well, okay, I guess it wasn't a 2v. I didn't count the Yuumi. I feel like I had the same issue.
It's a 3v3 until the Cassante turns up.
I just don't think the Yuumi's contributing enough here, really. And you see, they just focus down the Azir, and then it's like, where's the threat? Well, it's the Cassante, but the Cassante gets one kill, and Guma's walking down in the meantime.
Yeah, and so Morgan turns up and Gumayusi turns up. And it's the Gumayusi turns up bit that's the problem, because he does do a damage.
He does a lot of damage, he's very fed. And yeah, I mean, Morgan tanks all that culling damage, and then even gets the Q onto the flash, and it just doesn't matter.
Nope.
Doesn't matter at all.
And then Polo is just flung into some rocks, which really does sound brutal when I say it like that. I might refrain.
You know, I have to say, we really went hard on Bro for losing by such a wide margin when they left the center open.
Yeah.
They're losing by a similar margin and they banned the center. You know, sometimes it just do be that way.
Yeah, sometimes it's really difficult to have that response. But remember, they left the center open, and they banned the Orianna instead, that was then left open, and Faker chose to play the clear anyway.
There's no redeeming it. But it's also going very bad this game.
But it's not going as bad. Still feels not as bad.
It's an you know, you might be right, but it's an 8k gold in 18 minutes.
I think it is.
Is this Wiz?
But there were some plays, you know, like Karis did that thing.
Here's the thing. It's the reason it's not as bad is because in the previous game they had Smolder, and they were against a center who scales really well. This is like a mid-game comp from T1.
Yeah, that's true. So this has to be happening right now as Gideon getting in amongst it, actually oh, they catch Gumayusi. Great Empress Divide once again, but Envy is going to be the trade. Carrier doesn't get the bubble as now Faker wants to flick someone back in. Karis, he's got a little cat in a book though, and still offers a lot of damage, and he is 100% the main character of this pro roster right now. Emperor's Divide's just been fantastic, and honestly, this has been one of Karis's most impressive performances, even after their couple of victories. Over the Quantum Freaks is okay. Carrier going to get permafrosted, as Faker will find Gideon with that flick. And is he a tank? I'm not entirely sure. Carrier somehow staying alive for way too long, but now Karis is going to get in there. The Aatrox goes down, and Faker's like, nope, I'm all on my way out of this one.
Hey, this is looking better. You know, got some shutdowns there, got some good kills. Maybe the hope is still alive for Bro.
And like you were saying, this is a comp from T1 where this is the strongest that they'll be. That's why they're making these reckless calls to go for these fights, because they should be able to win fights almost guaranteed at this stage. But Bro, actually finding the angles, finding the setups, and being ready for it. Looking fantastic.
Yeah,
let's have a look at this one more time.
I want to focus and hone in. Look at what Zeus does to Envy. Like, he kind of just, he just, like, what even is that? Like, he's used his Q3, and he kind of just, like, auto, and then he Hydras in the auto, and that just kills him.
Yeah.
Like 60%. Like, I feel like Aatrox should have to use his Qs to deal that much damage, and he just doesn't. This champion's something. It really is.
He is.
Speaking of champions that are something, K'Sante is a lot of something.
Both of these top laners are the most something top laners that we have up and available. As some bounty gold, Orcs?
You know, it was an 8k lead at about 18 minutes. It's now only a 5k lead.
I would say that we're making progress. That might have been because you guys at home paid the bro tax. Keep it coming.
Yep.
If you haven't paid it, you've got enough to highlight that message, please send your Giga Chads through to bring us to 6 games on the day. 5 is the worst, right? We really want to go the distance.
Yeah, it's 4 or 6, nothing in between.
Yeah.
You know, 4 it's like fast day, you know, bit
yeah, it's like speed run, woo!
Yep. Or we get the full gauntlet.
Yeah.
It's so cringe to have 5 games.
Yeah, it is pretty cringe. Well, Rift Herald going to be invested into this mid lane. T1 wanting to break it open, make the map as wide as possible. As Bro, they have a lot of wave clear. Let's see how this one's going to go. The Vite going to crash on in here as there's the Weaver's Wall. Tidal Wave as well being a real problem. Envy with a good spell shield this time around. The final chapter does come on through. Good knock up there onto the Azir, but now Morgan finds everyone. Carrier going to be taken down. There's the all out, but I don't know whether he really wanted to go over here. Faker able to take him down. Still, Guwon is going to be left to the Wolves. And Gumayusi, can you actually stop them from just pushing through? And I think he won't be able to. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Bros.
Just keep pushing till the Nexus at this point. just keep carrying on. Morgan with a huge play there, the triple stun. You know, we often see K'Sante do a lot of things, a lot of stunning, a lot of attacking, a lot of dragging people across, but a triple stun, not as common.
No.
So finding a pretty great angle there. Oh, Envy sidesteps the Q.
Yeah, doesn't get too much value from the spell shield, but still is able to start doing some things.
Yeah, I mean,
Sivir.
Bro didn't want that top tier 2 anyway.
Yeah.
They don't really care.
That is a lot of extra money, though, so that does mean that the gold lead does stretch back out to about a 5.3.
Yeah.
Some good work was done. But I do think that this game is moving closer towards Bro over time than it is to T1.
Yeah, and just look at Guwon trying to get an ult. So he wants to go for an ult on Envy, and Envy flashes, and he's like, carrot, and he's like, oh, okay, never mind. I'll just leave. And then the triple stun for Morgan. I think maybe ulting like Guwon backwards would have been the better call, but he definitely saw blood in the water. You know, kind of hype beasted it, kind of paid for it. He was in the flow state.
Yeah, but what it did was it separated two people, and then he sacrifices himself, and then they get the 2 kills back. So
yeah,
I think that's kind of all right.
Morgan just isn't a KDA player.
No, he's not.
He just wouldn't get it.
He makes the decision for the team, not for himself.
Exactly.
And sometimes it pays off, and more often than not, it does not. But this time, it did. Faking out. Will he be able to find a shove? Morgan walking pretty quickly on this Mountain Rift. Is Seismic Shove just going to be eaten there. But still, Morgan takes a large amount of damage.
Oh, there's a flanking Aatrox.
Well, Tidal Wave is going to be invested here as Envy. I don't know about that one. There is the Vine. Manages to catch out the Sivir and Karis. The next one on the chopping block. And the flanking Aatrox is just going to come around and execute him. No more damage left. No more hope for Bro to stop this soul.
Yeah, and Polu wasn't actually even attached to Envy there, which was a bit interesting because the best friend buff was still on the Sivir, so more value to be gained there. But I guess maybe it was like, well, Karis' Flash and Zonya's, maybe that's higher value. But
and also Envy decided to sort of just wander off and die.
Well, maybe it was in protest, you know.
I don't know, but this is going to be a Baron going over to T1. The Cloud Soul already completed. Gideon wanting to try and threaten as Gumayusi just says no, please leave.
Yeah, Morgan will walk over and say, fine, you can have it.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Yep.
But the Cloud Soul, pretty big as well. A lot of movement speed, very valuable in the Aatrox, and we'll see the replay here. And yeah, so the best friend bonus you can see is still on the Sivir, but choosing to attach to the... I mean, I guess it's just because of Sums and Zonya's, but Envy tries to duel Guma and then gets ulted by Vi. And then Karis is trying to make something happen in this moment, but the target selection is very effective from T1. Kill the carries,
yeah,
and then win.
And a little bit of a disconnect, I guess, with the movement, but you don't want to be moving towards a Vi, right? And so Envy didn't really have the option of moving over there.
Yeah,
I think it looked a little bit comical that he just wandered into a culling and then got Vi ulted anyway.
It was just difficult. There was no good places to stand with an Aatrox flanking.
But it did look a little bit like Bro were intentionally setting up a brush camp that did kind of seal their own fate. Still, 2-on. Going to check this brush with his fist. And Bro now trying to defend this inner turret. Envy making his way over a little bit later. The bubble doesn't land, neither does the Seismic Shove. And now look at him. Look at how fast this Lucian is. It is absurd.
Yeah, I mean, the 20% movement speed. You know, once upon a time, Cloud Soul was 10% movement speed out of combat. The fact it's 20% is kind of an absurd amount.
Wasn't it nerfed from 15 as well? And 15 was considered like it's too strong? Or am I imagining that?
I don't specifically remember, maybe. But I just know the fact it's a 20 now is kind of absurd.
Yeah.
Just like, because obviously you get the boost when you use your ult, but you just passively so fast. So much harder to hit skill shots, so much easier to rotate. So much harder to catch up with people. Envy. Use a little bit of movement speed.
I really wanted to see the speed boost of World Ender and then walk.
Oh, it'll be fun.
The World Ender, it'd be like you activate speed boost.
Yeah.
Very exciting. I'm really
I kind of want to see the culling.
Yeah, the culling. Yeah.
Slay and Nami and just like charging around.
Yep.
That'd be good. Something to look forward to in this game.
Yeah, certainly a lot of things. Faker can also wall and then sprint forever.
Yeah, you know, some champions definitely benefit more from Cloud Soul than others.
Although it does give you the speed buff after you get off the wall, I'm pretty sure. Like Misfortune, where if you do bullet time, you'd think that that's terrible. But no, it actually activates after you stop the channel.
Yeah.
So that you can reposition quickly.
Which,
so that's
you know, it's nice, but I think not as much synergy as some champions.
No,
I think
absolutely not.
Sivir's crazy with Cloud Soul. I bet Bro would love to have that.
Yuumi
not so much. Yuumi not so much, you know?
No. Although, if you do solo ulti as Yuumi, you can really spread it around.
Like if you're playing like top lane Yuumi?
Yeah, which is, it's niche, but it's pretty good. It's not actually. There's a lot of misinformation in this cast. Okay, well, Bro, they are going to be able to at least deal with minion waves for the moment. Inhibitor turrets staying up. But 10,000 gold is the lead here for T1. They have the soul. And Baron has dissipated. Elder is going to be next on the menu. 30 seconds later, the Baron will be up again. Exodia on the table.
You know, I like that we have the graph to demonstrate that a little bit where we
have
21 minutes.
See where they did some things?
Yeah, that felt good.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they have a lot of wave clear. So
That's
I
what
think
they get that for banning the center.
Yeah.
They got that little
bit of hope.
Yeah, a little bit of hope.
I think the main thing here is that there are two big objectives coming up soon. and Bro just need one of them. You don't actually need both. You just need one of them. Because if T1 don't have Baron, I don't think they can Siege.
Not against a Sivern and Azir, that's true.
Yeah, so you just need one of those objectives to stall. The angle you want to take is you want to try and slow T1 from taking the Elder immediately by whatever means you have. You know, contest them slightly.
All right, Gideon actually looking for this.
Oh my god,
what the heck? He's so fast! What is that? Look at him swimming away. Oh, okay. Well, he also, I believe, had Carrier's passive on him as well, so it's just, that's movement speed cap that he's getting to pretty quickly.
Several levels of speed.
Yeah.
Just out of combat, you can see him just running around at 484 movement speed.
Yeah, I think he was on the Cloud Rift speed buff, but still, that's very silly.
Yeah, so they just need to get one of these neutrals, and then I think they can hold on. Because also, if they get Elder, then T1 will be very scared of fighting them. So I don't think, like, I'm saying this like it's just like, oh, you just get Elder, or you get Baron, but it's going to be hard, but that's kind of the game plan from here. If they secure one, they extend the game.
See whether they can get into position for it. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the Baron.
Caveat, they have to secure one and not all die. Just to mention. That's an important factor too.
They don't even need the soul. It's just these, like, the Cloud Drakes and Carrier existing. And they're so fast. Okay. Yushi just able to sidestep, run around, do whatever he likes.
Yeah, I mean, just a 20% is...
Yeah, it's really, really bonkers.
Stacking up with everything else.
You don't need the extra activation of the movement speed, is sort of what I meant with the ulti. That's a bit of fun, but not necessary as Morgan. It's necessary for him to have some health, because of course he is the front line.
Probably coming in, yep, and there's a Vi behind, and Morgan's half HP, and oh god, it's happening.
Yeah, this is the sandwich, the pincer movement. And Morgan is going for that back. He wants to teleport back in. The Elder has been started. T1 moving over towards his control ward, so they know that this flank exists. There's the Weaver's Wall. Zeus, he's on the wrong side of it for now. The Tidal Wave does come on in as he's looking for the Qs, and now he dives in on top of them. The Sivir does take down Guon to start this fight off, but I have a feeling that's the end of the good news. There goes Envy. It's a double for Zeus. Make it a triple, as T1 will just wipe the floor with Bro. They'll take themselves an Elder, and this may just be the end of the game.
Honestly, with a 10k gold deficit, down soul as well, and with the flank that T1 set up, Bro actually did a pretty decent job of fighting that, but the gold lead, the soul lead, the everything is just too much. You know, they tried, they held on for a little bit, but T1 did their homework in this game. They got the gold lead, and that was just basically signing their name on it. Job's done, and they should just be able to take this 2-0.
Yeah, really beautifully done. Great execution on a mid-game composition as well. There were a couple of whoopsies that they did, but I think you do need to keep up the aggression with a comp like this. We've seen some of these Lucian compositions not quite work out, and Gumiushi Carrier making it look pretty smooth as they will take down the Nexus. A 2-0 for T1, reclaiming that first place.
Yep, well earned. I mean, I think everyone was pretty confident coming into this that they would be winning this series, but it was always the little, well, what about this Kwangdong Freaks victory that Bro got? Could that mean something? Will they take a game? And the answer was no. I mean, the fact that this was the closer game and it didn't feel very close really says it all. I think ultimately this is just a pretty big mismatch, and especially, like, it feels like maybe the main takeaway is that you just needed a little bit more early agency for Bro, particularly maybe around the bot lane.
I would agree, but I think that there's a lot of things. I think Bro are more of that late game team that really do want to get into team fights. It's just T1 are better than them at it.
I think as well, this is why I feel like this is a worse matchup for them than even like the other top teams, because I think against Gen G, they might not be as ruthless and you may have more breathing space, but T1 really can just be so ruthless with this.
Yeah, go on. Very happy about his second low park stage
on the left.
Yeah, really excited. Jinx's monkey pretty psyched about how this one went for T1, and who could blame her? Just pretty proud of Guon. Really cool that he comes back after facing off against T1 on this stage and gets to join them. And if you can't beat him, join him is a cliche for a reason.
And I think that's always the concern if you're subbing in circumstances like this. It's like, oh, what if I
mess it up? Yeah.
What if I'm the reason we lose? And I think it's very clear that T1 with Guon still very competent. Guon doing a really good job there, and hopefully Owner recovers soon, and
Yeah.
they can be back at their normal squad.
And also, hopefully, Guon can take some of what he may have learned here today to Challenger, where the T1 roster has not necessarily been finding as much success.
Yeah, but hopefully it's not like, oh yeah, just pick Aatrox first rotation every game. It's so broken. Just play like this. Oh, by the way, you could just do this on Tom Kencha. You can just solo kill 3 people.
Yeah.
If you, this is what Carrier did.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Smash, Reckless, you can do this, right? Like, this is exactly the same thing. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, Poby, you basically need to be top and bot at the same time every time anything ever happens.
Faker did do that today. Oh. Yeah, there are a few differences. And, you know, this T1 roster are world champions for a large amount of reasons.
Yeah, I think analysts have said that they are, I believe the term was rather good.
They are relatively effective at League of Legends. Not in this fight, though. This was the one that Bro managed to actually find an angle on, which was fantastic. This one, unfortunately, Tidal Wave splitting them off in exactly the way that T1 wanted.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the last fight again, though, because I think that one, considering the gold lead, considering everything stacked up against them, I actually think Bro did a pretty decent job of, like, fighting their way out of it. It's just, like, you can see here, it's a really strong stopwatch from Karis, a strong Zhonya's. Envy's getting decent damage off.
Oh, the seismic shove catches him.
I think before the seismic shove, they were probably still losing, but you could see, like, he was actually looking competitive for a bit, which is not easy to do when you're 10k gold down.
No, not at all.
감사합니다.
And I think that was Guon saying thank you.
확실하게 되네.
Or
이거 세조 20초긴
someone
한데
was saying thank you
저기서
anyway. I caught that much. But Guon, of course, died in that last fight, but did manage to get that pretty crucial Zhonya's out of Karis to make sure that he wasn't doing damage.
확인. 유미를 15초. 일단 라크 빨리 해봐. 그래 15초. 타워 깨고 일단. 세조 5초, 세조 5초. 유미 10초. 유미 못하게 하겠다.
Just counting some death timers.
Yep.
확인. 내가 먼저 할게.
See the, you know, as they get closer to the game being ended, they're kind of like, yeah, it's fine, we got it. You know, just kill the Yumi. Which, you know, I respect that. Killing a Yumi in extra time before you end the game.
Yeah, that's what you need.
My seal of approval on that one.
I really liked Faker's expression after he took like a large amount of zap damage from the fountain. He was like, oh. And then they just killed the Nexus. And as you can see, Gumiushi doing a lot of damage there. Zeus as well, but Faker also finding a lot of these rocks and putting them in the right places. And yes, you know, that gold lead wasn't exactly linear, you know, going down to the right, but still was pretty clearly T1 favored the majority of the time. So, it is now time for us to throw it over to the space to break down the T1 victory and Guon's re-debut. Pretty cool stuff.
Thank you for your wonderful work today, casters, on both series as T1 do take down the 2-0. I don't think that's a big surprise. It was a couple of very dominant games in this series. I'm still Valdez with Orop, and we're going to be getting into talking a bit about this game number 2, starting off with the draft. What do you guys think about this one?
I mean, I really just think that it was a slaughter, right? I mean, it was a crushing victory. You know, there wasn't a whole lot of life here for Bro, unfortunately, and they left themselves very predictable in their draft. I feel that Azir pick Unokaris is going to play every single game. Was also first picked here, and they did that into, you know, potentially Faker grabbing Orianna. But they decided to play Talia instead, and they basically said, T1 with their draft in response to this, like, all right, we're just going to play Lucian into whatever it's going to be. We're going to play Talia, we're going to Weaver's Wall in, we're going to dive bottom, we're going to get an insane early lead, then we're going to have a spiking mid game, and that's exactly what happened.
I was way happier with this draft because I think that even though the Sivir Yumi doesn't feel great, I imagine it's been starting to pop in scrims because we've seen more teams try and pick it into this combo. But at the same time, like, leaving open Orianna isn't going to feel good. Leaving open any of the aggressive picks isn't going to feel good. So I feel like this was, at least from Brion, a draft that, when you look at it, obviously bot lane is going to be hard, but take the nameplates off, and I do think it's a lot more playable than what they had before. Decent engage, Sejuani Cassante is a really strong combo. So I actually thought that the draft was quite nice. There's just too much that you need to ban away against T1, so you're always going to have something where you can be like, man, I can't believe they gave Vi, or they gave over Aatrox to Zeus, but reality is that's always going to happen. So the draft actually, you know, Sivir Yumi I'm not super excited about, but outside of that, it was a really big step up because we were basically fuming after game number 1, and they did adapt nicely in game number 2.
I like how T1 banned away Lee Sin as well. They talked about being a bit more proactive in the earlier stages of the game. That's one of the ways that Gideon actually can do it really well on that pick. So they're like, nope, not going to give him his best early proactive pick, take that one away, and then the other picks are kind of self-explanatory. Also, the double tank pickup from Bro into the Lucian I liked a lot because we actually saw T1 struggled quite a decent amount in the mid game when Lucian wasn't really doing any damage before he got LDR into the Sejuani and the Cassante. So pretty interesting stuff. Definitely a lot better than game number 2, we can say. And now let's take a look at a bit of how this game went. So very early on, you were talking about those bot dives, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, this is just how you want to play this composition. Envy was already massively behind. It's a really nice flash play here from Guon, who in his essential debut game here, where he's filling in, played a pretty serviceable and honestly oftentimes very solid game. Faker has Talia mid-control, so they can have 2 winning lanes that leads to dives, and then this play here as well, just, you know, not enough for the side of Bro.
Actually, Faker was adorable because it really did feel like Guon was like, Faker's like, come on, Guon, let's go and make this map ours together, because most of the plays and basically the entire early game was Guon and Faker on a trip together. Even if Faker, you know, took a little bit of time to arrive, that has been the main difference maker, I think, in this early game. I think the 2 of them did a really good job, and it's cool to see something that we've seen from a lot of junglers when they play with Faker, especially in these early games. I think that was quite cool. Guon, as mentioned, did a pretty decent job.
Faker,
and then, yeah, from this point on, the game becomes very hard to play out.
I mean, a lot of this game is Faker just reading the map really well and reacting very quickly, but it's also just Talia, you know, and having teleport there, not being pressured in lane, able to come up Weaver's walls nonstop to basically take your prio bottom lane and snowball it, and then catch the aggression, because Bro is trying to play around the only lane maybe they can make an impact on, the Aatrox lane. He comes up there and shuts that down. So Faker is basically winning on both sides of the map while also winning lane.
And Wolf actually said coming into game, oh, I can't wait for the 8-minute gank towards bot side, because T1 just is really good at setting up the plays where you're like, oh, the same with Hummer, for example. You're like, oh yeah, Poppy, you can dive level 3, and then they actually do it. And this was, it's kind of textbook gaming. It was a little bit of a mid game where they, you know, they dove a tier 1 turret that they didn't need to, but none of it really felt like it ever snowballed into anything.
Yeah, it does feel pretty easy to see when we see someone like Faker playing and picking up the Talia and kind of making a big difference all over the map, whereas other teams are kind of just picking it and saying, okay, this is good into his ear, and we're going to put down rocks and just play very passively. So it was great to see this very proactive Talia. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 2 on the side of T1. It will be, in fact, Faker's Talia.
And everything we talked about with the draft and how the prio worked out was just executed by Faker. I think the difference between a lot of drafts you see in the middle of the pack in the LCK and teams like T1 and Genji is when you explain what a draft can do, T1 and Genji, they do it every time. And if the execution is poor, or if there's some poor coordination, or the timings are off, or Faker doesn't have a good laning phase, then maybe there's actually opportunities for Bro here. But he basically did everything to link the whole map together.
I wouldn't mind to see some Guon votes. I do think he deserves a bit of a shout out for having a great game here on the Vi. Obviously, T1 CL has been struggling, but we know that this player is capable of quite a lot, as we saw on Hanwha Life last year. That said, Faker just did too much, and he does also maintain that tied first place with Chovy after this, also meaning that it's all about mid lane.
I thought about it.
Couple of Zeus votes.
I gave it some consideration because some of those Faker Weaver's walls at the end were a little bit off, but you had to kind of take your mind back to him.
It should have been me. It should have been me.
I think it's fine. I think Faker deserved it. And we did have some boom boom damage Aatrox votes where he just swung around his giant sword and killed everybody. That happened a bunch, but should be just about ready for this interview here with the players on the side of T1, but not just yet, so we'll wait on that. Any other thoughts on today?
No big surprises. Obviously hoping that the owner comes back soon against Brion. I don't think he was ever going to be necessary given the mismatch between the two teams, but and you know, it's a nice opportunity for Guon. Maybe he can take back some of that experience to the CL team.
I think we shouldn't read too much into this for Bro as well. I mean, it's T1. We'll see if they have another chance. Like, your real matchups as Bro are facing off against the bottom teams. Those are the ones you have to win. This one, you were very unlikely to ever get.
Yeah, so T1 pick up the 2-0. Let's go into the interview now as I hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Keria and Faker on the side of T1. Congratulations! How do you feel, Keria? Although owner wasn't here today and Guon filled his spot, I think I'm very proud of Guon for filling his shoes today. And Faker. Aside from owner, our team, our players weren't really feeling too well in terms of how they're feeling, their condition. But I am pretty happy that we were able to get our victory today. And so, Keria, you have reached 500 POG points for the first time as a support. How do you feel? I feel like, yeah, I'm very happy that I'm able to be first place in the POG rankings for support. And Faker, I feel like there has been a lot of influence from mid that allows mid laners to get more opportunity to get POG, but I'm pretty happy that I'm able to reclaim first place. And with owner's health issues, Guwon stepped in for today's match, and he must have felt a lot of pressure trying to fill owner's shoes, so was he nervous at all? So owner is a player in our team who takes all the tough jobs like engaging and initiating, so it must have been very nervous for Guwon, and it must have been a lot of pressure on him, but he's able to actually take a lot of the tough role, so I'm really glad that he's able to pull those off. And so is owner feeling better? Yeah, I believe he's on his way to recovery. And Keria, is there any support who can play Tamkench better than you? Those are some of the best TK plays you showed us today, so how would you rate your performance? Before the revamp, Tamkench was actually a really passive champion, but I believe that after the revamp, he became a more aggressive and more proactive champion. So when I look back at the performance from today, I believe that I did very well today. I felt like I could say that I am the best TK. And yeah, so your Tamkench had an insane presence. At what point did you expect a unanimous POG? I think at the Baron team fight? I think the moment I got a triple kill, I did predict that I would get a POG. Let's take a look at the highlight here, the exact moment that you're talking about. It's okay, I won't die. And you really survived. How did you do this? So we had the Talia and our jungler trying to save me. And I think Smolder was probably the only champion that could kill me, but he wasn't able to. And we heard Guwon say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." So is it because you disciplined him? No, not me. I didn't discipline him personally. I believe our coaching staff actually did that. Yeah, so Guwon was so smiley. He couldn't hide his happiness. Faker, is there anything you want to say to Guwon? Guwon is actually very passionate and proactive in terms of how he plays the game. And I think that's probably why our game went so smoothly. In Keria, in the LCK, Senna is currently on a 17-winning streak. And with today's victory, Gumayushi has scored an all-time record of 15 wins and 0 loss on Senna. So what do you think your stake in this undefeated record is? I believe that in terms of playing Senna, I think it really depends on the support that you play with. And so my stake, I would say, would be about 30%. I think I would distribute the rest to the top side of the map. And Faker, Talia is on a 2-win, 11-loss record in this patch, displaying a very low win rate, but you have already received 2 POGs with Talia. So, what makes your Talia so good? And how would you rate her currently? I feel like in the beginning, yeah, her utilization was pretty low, but I'm seeing her be played a lot more. And lately, I think it's her low win rate comes from pretty much her not being played too often currently. And let's talk about your early gameplay where your roam stood out. So let's take a look at this highlight. So how did you make this call? So bot had Yumi, and all of us are aware that we have to abuse the Yumi as much as we can. I think the timing was perfect for a trade here, so I think that's how well it went.
이 로밍력과 이 운영 능력에서 뛰어난 모습을 보였던 오늘 탈리아였던 것 같습니다. 오늘 T1의 컨셉 자체가 로밍이었나 싶은 생각이 들 정도로 오늘 미드 바텀의 로밍 덕분에
It's safe to say T1's theme today was roaming, and with mid and bot roaming constantly, the game snowballed super fast. So was this macro play something that you guys have planned? In game, everything's so unpredictable. Everything really changes depending on how you play. I believe that through all of our data with all different kinds of plays, we were able to pull off the best plays that we can today. And Faker? I feel like every player in T1 knows what they're supposed to be responsible for. And so that's probably why we're able to play out so well. And your next opponent will be Kwangdong Freaks. I believe we're going against Kwangdong Freaks and Genji. I will make sure that we're prepared for the next match, and we will defend our first place spot. And Faker, yes, we will be prepared for next week's matches, and we'll make sure that we win for the future. And this will be the end of the interview with Carrie and Faker of T1, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Good to hear from Faker and Carrier. I think the last time they got POG, it was also Faker and Carrier. The last time T1 was out there. But either way, they retake the top spot. Just one game win ahead of Genji.
Yeah, and, you know, they would need to get 2 to kind of feel really safe against Genji, obviously, because at this stage, you drop a game, Genji 2-0s that one. You know, that's how you lose first place.
Depending on tomorrow's results, the triple tie 2-10 is possible. Pushing Nongshim back to 8th. Because DRX is playing tomorrow versus Hanwha Life, which obviously is an uphill battle for them. Although I do think DRX have looked a lot better, and Hanwha Life did also struggle more than was expected against FearX. So maybe there's opportunity there.
KT, D+, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
I think it's actually just literally impossible.
Unknowable.
Like, factual, there's like no way to
It's a black box. We can't know.
Just can't see inside of it, guys. So we'll just have to find out tomorrow. Hope you join us then once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.